So what do you main? Talk about Marvel Rivals. Who do you main?
Storm. Everyone wants to know.
That's a Disney property, right? Technically,
right?
I'm a healer, so
me too. Yeah, I do strategist mostly and DPS. I've got a few tanks I like, but I really like Penny, and I'll play Hulk too. I'm okay as Strange. The character from Bolt or the character from Marvel Rivals?
Combined parents. How many?
We need
over.
I mean,
just because
she's an orphan doesn't mean she didn't at one point have parents. They're just not with us anymore.
I think in the movie, she have a mom.
An orphan. Her parents just retired.
They just retired from parenting.
I think in the movie she has her mom, or she's her caretaker.
I've never seen the movie
from Bolt.
All right.
It's like the only Disney movie I've not seen.
Yeah, there's a few, but I actually just recently watched it for the first time, just because of the cards.
They could have heard us before, but now they can see our beautiful faces to go with that amazing pre-game banter right there.
Well, they also make a new Penny every year, right? Isn't that a thing?
Oh, that's true.
No sound. How is there no sound?
There we are.
I believe Elon Musk killed the penny.
Yeah, that's actually very possible.
It was too inefficient.
Is that?
No audio from me specifically. That's
I actually saw that, and I was like, oh, they caught on to me muting her that quickly.
Someone already caught you in the comments on YouTube. They said, I don't think it's funny that he muted her on purpose. And I said, I don't either. Chat, I don't either.
Shout out to that person.
Yeah, they said, I see through it. But yeah, welcome. We are back from a 1 week. It feels like 500 years, but it was only 1 week. But we're back in round 3.
That was a bit dramatic.
Yeah,
500 years.
500 years.
I don't know.
So much has changed since we left. Last time we were
much.
Hiram, and now Hiram who? Hiram what? Hiram, as some people call him, which I quite think is not right, but
that's definitely incorrect.
Yeah, that is not right, but I appreciate the energy. But yeah, things have changed, but we're back. Welcome, everyone. Luke, why don't you start with a speech? Speech.
A speech?
A
speech?
Yeah. I agree. I'd love a speech.
Yeah. Let's get motivated. For all those about to play, we salute you.
I would just like to say, for every Diablo player out there.
Yeah.
It's not our time yet. We tried. We thought this would be our time, but everyone is out to get us. There's Peter Pan's aloof, afoot, whatever the phrase or saying goes. Be careful out there. Your Diablos are not safe.
It was weird to watch a meta shift before the meta shift happened. It was like it's like he got banned twice. He got banned by R&B's campaign, and then he got banned by people being like, put in Fire the Cannon, put in a Peter Pan, do whatever you can. Don't let that bird. And like, wow, it's a hit job for that bird.
I think that's just shows how nice it is to have a threat that doesn't have ward or 1,000 willpower. You can actually answer it with some cards that are not just. Yeah, I called it out.
Wow.
We should just ban him just in case, though. Just in case you guys figure it out. Just get him out now so we don't have to ever worry about it in the future. Just both. That's fine. Just every card that says discard, I think we can just
every one of them.
Cut it out. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should all talk about which card we personally think should be banned, because I think it was a therapy session. People are like, well, now what Ruby card are we going to ban? I was like, Ruby hasn't gotten a new card in 500 sets. Maybe we calm down a little bit. But they're like, no, everybody needs a pound of flesh here. So
I mean, if Half Shark disappeared, I'm not going to shed any tears.
Yes. Yeah, that card, I'm personally banning it.
I just started playing him. I think we keep him around a little while.
I will say, speaking of Ruby Amethyst, can I? Speaking of that, like it was kind of inspired to see not only the Peter Pan show up, but he has that text that he gives any evasives rush. So at first I see people playing Iago and these other cards, and I'm like, Iago, I don't know, he's got to sit there a turn. It's like, oh wait a minute, if he can rush in on turn 4, suddenly I like that card way better. So that was pretty inspiring.
Yesterday's news is 2 days ago's news. Now they're playing the Mulan that gives something else +3 strength when it challenges.
Moana?
And as
Moana, yeah.
Or Moana, yeah.
Mulana.
And
Mulana.
I was just thinking the shift Mulan, but yeah,
Mulana.
Moana. And then they're also, as you said, Shark. Like giving Shark Rush is vicious.
Yeah.
I don't know, bannable. What do you want banned? Or do you like the format?
I mean, it's after last weekend. I think we can all agree that it is more diverse than some of us were worried it might be. I don't know. If I had to ban any card, I'll give you the same answer I would have given in set 2, which is Prince John. I still hate Prince John.
What?
It's very
It's just
difficult
a
to deal
little.
with. It's
Just an item.
If it's ever in the best deck, it's like not gonna be fun. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
I feel like it's easier to beat Diablo if you want to beat Diablo than it is to beat Prince John.
Grab your swords,
Yeah.
baby.
I mean, maybe. If the world did turn into that, the problem with grab your swords is it costs 5.
And it's
And,
also
against like Ursula,
the answer to it costs
Deceiver,
2.
yeah.
Yeah.
you already want to play with your Prince John anyway, so it's kind of annoying that they're already main decking, 4 of the counter to your proposed answer.
Yeah, it's tough for
So-
steel these days. I feel like everything has like 3 or 4 willpower, and they've just not gotten an upgrade from grab your swords since the beginning of the game.
Yeah. A card objectively.
Unless you want to play Mob Song, which I'm not advocating for by
I'm
any
doing it.
stretch.
That doesn't answer Prince
Yeah,
John.
it also
right?
doesn't answer
Yeah.
word characters. Yeah.
But man, it feels good when you're
But
like,
yeah,
I'm
the
good.
5 cost on Inkable is not good enough. We got to play the 10 cost on Inkable.
Yeah, right.
That
Double the
also
value.
doesn't get rid of the thing we don't
I
like.
mean,
Yeah.
I guess we can hit grab your swords off of Mulan questing. So
Ooh,
that
there it
plays
is.
around. You just,
There we
just be
go.
lucky. Just
That's
have just play 4 swords, put them on the top. You'll top deck the swords when you need it. Like that's
Yeah,
just
yeah.
the way it is. And that's one thing you can do against Bucky's and Prince John's and Diablos that you could not
Buc-ee's?
do against
Buc-ee's?
Flaversham.
What's
Buc-ee's
Buc-ee's?
And
in this
that is
economy?
top
Yeah.
deck and answer. Like,
What is a Bucky? I've never heard of that
well,
card.
Let me
Squirrel?
tell
it
you.
was once a terrifying
amethyst one?
demonic squirrel.
Tell us a tale of the old days.
Not a tale,
Wow.
the Illumineer would tell you.
You had to walk around looking over your shoulder, and anywhere the little boy could come out and just go after your nuts.
Oh,
Wow.
I mean, he's a nut collector, isn't that his name? I'm pretty sure he's Bucky Nut Collector.
Squirrel Squeak
Tutor.
Oh,
Yeah.
same
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
There's a new
Same thing.
You remember that art a little too hard right now.
He's like,
I mean, I think he's holding nuts in the art. Maybe that's
He
it.
is. He's holding an
yeah,
acorn.
Mhm.
it's been so long, it's hard to remember.
He has the hat on, I think.
Yeah. Watch my spoiler video. I did a whole thing on Bucky and kind of his history. So yeah, go
That's
back
really
and watch that.
nice. A Bucky, the legend of Bucky, the
Yeah.
2-drop Bucky.
Well, so speaking
mean,
of that
what's-
ward, correct me if I'm wrong, but really only Ruby and Steel can answer cards with ward effectively. Like I think maybe there's a few
Ready.
Amethyst cards, like if their board is empty. So I feel like the other colors definitely need a way to answer ward because it feels really bad right now. It's like, oh, you're not playing one of those two. This Prince John's just going to sit there the whole game, and there's nothing you can do about it.
I do believe there is a 7-cost Ana.
Emerald also technically
If
answers
Pookie's in chat, he'll be proud of me for that. A 7-cost Ana that exerts all of your opponent's characters when it comes in.
Yeah,
There's
can use that
also
one.
Ward's got you
there's also
down.
there's also the 3-cost Ana that when you play her, if they only have Prince John, they have to choose to exert it.
The,
I mean-
the Tremaine-esque Mother Gothel.
I'm not a fan of that.
If there's one
That's the same
Prince
as
John out,
Triton's
you could-
Decree.
Yeah, and then technically Emerald has Under the Sea.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
so-
That's fair. I
Most of
mean,
these cards are bad. I think the only good answer
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. We're definitely not debating that.
is bad.
Well,
I don't know. I don't even know what you print. It should not. It's scary design space to even enter. I think when you start printing card advantage on ward.
speaking of battles yet to be won, who do we have tonight? We got 2 teams kicking off this season. You can read, people know, but okay, we're gonna start. Zerek's here. He's coming. So yeah, we got Team Ohana versus Cerberus. Our favorite team, CB Den.
Just gave up. Just gave up.
Cerebral, cerebral,
Cerebus. Cerebus.
Bug team.
I had to spell it several times today. It's Cerberus.
It's Cerberus.
Cerberus. 3 heads.
Cerberus. All right.
No one else
On
say
that
it for
note-
the rest
on that
of the
note, I'm
stream.
Yeah. Everybody, you want to call them
Short
CD.
A.
CD boys.
Oh man.
We got Cerberus, but this isn't Cerberus. This is on Team Ohana, who also hosted a 2K this weekend. I did a little guest spot on there, and it was hibiscuses everywhere. The melee was just like flower power. They were there, and they were also just like intimidating people that showed up. They're like, "Yeah, this is Ohana territory," and Derek was there, And yeah, he's got top 4 of a CCS, a top 16 of a different CCS, I'm assuming, and top 32 at a DLC Las Vegas competitive constructive event. So Zarek is very specific with some things and very not specific with others. But he's showing up and taking home some.
Nothing against Eric.
Stats.
Where did the llama come from? He
What?
just like popped in out of nowhere. It's very scary.
Oh wow! Turned into Luke cut his hair.
We have to tag in.
It's just like what
a little,
here?
a little twin magic, you know. Just had to hide.
I couldn't tell the difference.
Hide under. Yeah,
that's a problem.
Yeah, I was like, oh yeah, that's one of them, right?
I'm not
But
sure who should be offended.
The Emperor of Late Night.
Is that a compliment? I'm a little conflicted, but regardless, it's nice to be here just to get the pregame rolling. Round 3. Are we excited or what?
Are you excited for Team Ohana or the other one?
See, the thing is, I'm a little biased towards Team Ohana. They've been, you know, I've been a little tighter with them since day one. They've been nothing but amazing to me. So like. And who doesn't love flowers? You know, it's just one of those things. So it's hard for me to not root a little personally.
People
and
with allergies.
Yeah,
as someone with allergies, I like. You know, the flower fest in Disney is really tough experience for the ones with allergies. But you got to just power through. Sometimes
you get some Lego flowers and be okay.
Flower and
there you go.
My wife loves Lego flowers. Perfect.
Yeah, Breezy, you gotta come through when you're talking about Disney. That's the Flower and Garden Festival.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, the Flower Fest. Don't know what that is.
Great Disney fan, get him out of here.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
And then the trap door opens and he just falls. That's.
I even did the stamp collection. Anyway, it's
it's okay. But either way, Team Ohana. You know, Ohana means family, and this family is going to fight and make somebody leave crying. And we have Luck. I think it's Luck. Now that I see his nickname is Lucky, it's definitely Luck. So Breezy, tell us all about Luck and what he's bringing here.
His name might be Lucky, but he is definitely skilled. I mean, he's a big set champ competitor. Alice Enchanted winner. That one of my favorite Enchanteds, fun fact. And a GOAT enthusiast. Who isn't? Who doesn't like a little bounce? Who doesn't like a little bounce around? Get a couple of lures in for free. You know, we got some Ruby, Amethyst, and Joys around us in this beautiful circle, so I can't really talk much about it. But who doesn't like GOAT enthusiast? He's gonna bring luck and skill.
Oof.
Just kidding. We'll just ban every card that comes up tonight. Actually, I think we should ban
just
GOAT.
ban all. Just let's play all non-ability cards. Just all characters with just no abilities.
Vanilla power, bro. Vanilla power.
Yeah. So that is our second player, and then our final player showing up for Team Ohana is coming around the corner. It's zoologist, which I did learn. This is a little fact that's not on the card. Was formerly a zoologist. So I was like, please tell me this is true. And the answer is yes. They were a zoologist. And I think you can't take that away. It's kind of like if you're an Olympian, I don't think you can stop being an Olympian. So this is like popcorn. Red Rose, would you like to tell the class about DJ?
Oh, absolutely. So on Team Ohana, he is a 2-time winner of Enchanted tournaments, also has a top 4 split at a 1K tournament, not easy to get high on those, and of course a multiple set champs winner, which not everyone can claim. So very impressive resume, and I do find it endlessly amusing that he's like, you know what, after the field of zoology, I'm going to go play a Disney card game.
Yeah, I'm sure he likes zoo decks, which aren't really a thing yet. But either way, I think one thing that DJ, I did notice, they're like, oh, DJ loves Enchanteds. DJ has Enchanteds. DJ played an Aerial Sonic Warrior that was non-enchanted. So hopefully we can start a GoFundMe and help, because you know you don't want to see that. It's hard to see. It's hard to see.
The Sarah McLachlan music.
Yeah.
The real question is, the 2-time Enchanted winner, is it the two Enchanteds we're holding? That's
Good
what
question.
I want.
Yeah, that's
what
why he's like, these are them. I got him. But no, he was on Steel Song this weekend. I will say that, and it was quite the matchup. Oh, yes, go. He is in the chat saying, please go to my GoFundMe for my Enchanted. You really want to help the community where you can. And they were in the top 8. I watched them with their Steel Song. So we know he's got whatever the top 8 2K payout is. That's enough for an Aerial. That's like 150 at least.
Yeah, maybe
True.
So DJ, step up. Anyway, but either way, hope you can get that. So that is our 3-player matchup for tonight, and then going on to Team, you know it, you love it, Bannable to take it. What is this team?
It's Cerberus Den.
Yes.
Because I can read and Katie can't. So.
I have poor comprehension, and this is my first time.
But yeah, we've got Tim with Team Cerberus Den, and his player lore is he has a Cindy playmat from DLC Fort Worth, which is awesome. I had enough tickets for a Cindy playmat once They didn't have any left.
Oh,
Same.
That is the story I've ever heard.
Tragedy.
so sad.
It really is.
That is terrible.
They also got our hopes up, but that's a story for another day. Tim plays at 5 different local game stores, which is awesome. It's actually awesome to be in a community where you have that many local game stores within driving distance. So I know there are plenty of people who'd be jealous of that situation. And a Jafar Wheel enthusiast, which makes me wonder, are we going to have Jafar Wheel on camera today?
Yeah, to give it away on the player card, man.
I
that's
mean, this
like-
is an old card. Let's be honest. He submitted this, and honestly, Jafar Wheel, you have to be an optimist. And I think, I don't know. We've even R&B once said, should I bring a good deck or a funny?
Did Katie just get muted again? or no?
I think so with the powers.
Yeah, I didn't hear
no.
her.
Oh no!
no,
she
she
disappeared.
Well,
She's
Jafar
gone.
Jafar
no.
is one of those decks that just like every set, every change, someone or like group of people just try it out just to see if we can get away with it. Every set, beginning of the set, we've seen it. At the now with the post ban, maybe we're gonna see. Who knows? It's just always let's try it out kind of deck list that we see it pop up here and there.
Yeah. Luke can't keep me down. So can you guys hear me now?
Yes. Yes.
I know. I'm sorry. Luke tries to censor me, but listen, I want to speak the truth, and I won't stop. But that's Tim, which also might be Kirby. I had a hard time making this card.
Tim or Kirby.
Those are two very different names.
Yeah, I struggled. So I hope this was right. Tim, if you can hear me, let me know. Anyway, to the next player.
Oh,
Now this was
player-
hard.
You should have
Yeah.
did the 3. You should have just like messed. This should have been like a legendary player card because I know what that says,
It does. It was hard
and
to
I'm
fit it.
upset that it's not there. I would have took the whole thing
Fair.
over his name. We didn't even need his name. We just needed Rip Hiram. All right, that's what
I
we
believe
needed.
it says "Hi, Rip Lungs."
Yeah. Hi, Rip Lungs. Hi. Long time listener, first time caller. But yeah, we got Steven Honecker, which Garrick, you're next. You're up on this popcorn. You got to read. Tell us what's going on.
So this player obviously was on the wrong side of history playing Hiram for a significant amount of his career, and even has 4 cold foils. I don't even think I had 4 regulars, but that's just me. He is a top 4 at a win-a-case at Champion City Comic-Con. Very interesting playing at Comic-Cons. I've done it a couple times now. You can show up, there could be a ton of people. You could show up and there could be 8 people. So yeah, those tournaments can vary widely, but a lot of fun to go into a convention, play a tournament, and then go do stuff afterwards. 9th place aficionado. Okay, shout out to him. Twice in one day. That's the bubble life. Unfortunately, you don't want to be there, but being there on the cusp is, a sign that just a little bit more swings your way, you would be right in the top 8. And also a Shield of Virtue enthusiast, which is very, very interesting. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense, but yeah, shout out to Steven.
Ban it. Ban that card.
Ban it all. Just get rid of it.
Everyone's favorite card tonight. I will advocate to ban, and you will defend it.
Goat is gone. Shield of Virtue is gone.
It's a weird. Listen, we have to pick something, and
Super damaging to the metagame.
Yeah.
Ban the Cinderella and the Zeus that we saw earlier.
I will not be doing set champs now because I honestly don't know what to play.
Anything really.
Yeah. So yeah, and then last up we have Dan. Take the wheel. Take us home with
we have
Cerberus.
the wonderful Josh. Josh is the owner of the Cerberus Den. He's hosted 76 events in the first year of Disney Lorcana. That's insane.
That's a
Earned
lot.
200 tickets at DLC Chicago, and he is the owner of the most foil one Cerberuses. That's a lot, and we've seen it. We've heard about it. It is, I think, approaching 1,000 or something like that. Like the number is quite high, and it just keeps going up because the whole community makes sure he gets them all. So super shout out. I love Josh. I met Josh at PAX Unplugged 2023, and we had a great of a time. It was he's a great dude.
Yeah. Here's hoping we get a new card, 99 Cerberuses, and then you can run as many copies of Cerberus in your den that you want. So maybe
like
next time.
Puppies 2.0.
Yeah. Puppies deck.
The big
Bigger
puppy,
and
right?
with more
Biggest pup.
Why are they not? Why do they not have the puppy
Imagine
characteristic, guys?
There's a
Come on.
question.
A
All dogs should be
baby.
puppies.
JDZ is wondering that right now in chat. I know he is. All right, he's very advocate for the puppy characteristic.
So yeah, that's our matchup, which means we get to go around and say, who do we think is going to win based on truly nothing other than your feelings, your vibes. It's not fun because it feels bad to be like, yeah, take it, that team. But we'll go ahead and start. Rude Rose, you're on my right in this other screen that people can't see. So who do you think is going to take home the dub today?
Well, I've never been a big fan of Lilo and Stitch as a film, but I've always been a big fan of Greek mythology. It's something I've studied. So I got to go with Cerberus because he's the original hound from HE double hockey sticks.
Hey, Luke, please take a note to take Road Rose off the casting.
I knew it. I was like, well, I'm going to get pulled back for that.
He's like, I'm literally wearing him on my right now. My gosh. But okay, that's fair. That's fair. All right, we'll go. Garrick, what are you thinking?
Well, I was just going to go the opposite of what the person before me said. So I'm going to go with Team Ohana, but also, shout out to Team Ohana. I casted their last match here, and that was a lot of fun. And they've got a lot of great players on the team that I've met in person. I haven't had the chance to meet anybody in the Cerberus den, but I was going to pick you if Rudros picked Team Ohana, but I'm going with Ohana today.
Love it. So we're going up the mountain, Dan. Who do you think is going to be at the top?
I'm going to take the dogs eating flowers. That's what we're going to go with today.
Yeah.
I love Josh. Josh always brings that kind of the spice. So I'm quite curious what he brought tonight. That's what I'm most looking forward to.
All right, Bannable, you're on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go with Ohana. I think I've had the chance to play a number of the Team Ohana players. Not necessarily the ones who are playing tonight, but yeah, they've all been great, and I'm a big fan of the team, so I'm going to be rooting for Ohana.
All right, so Breezy, where are we landing?
Cerberus den, Chicken's hen, Hiram ban, Ohana and 3, baby.
That was really hard to follow.
Simple as it gets. Ohana at 3. Biased maybe, but they're gonna get this W.
Now, as far as the matchups go, we are starting with Zarek versus Tim Kirby. That's why I was confused. Tim Kirby.
Oh, okay. So it was both names all along.
Yeah. So honestly, you did this to me. Please message me if you're sorry or not. But I am rooting for Ohana because they gave me a sticker. Wow. Cerberus Den, sorry I said your name wrong. Please give me a sticker. And then maybe next time I'll review. But we will be starting with Wonderland and JDZ casting that match. So this is me talking while I try to send them the list. So Breezy, how about you chit chat? What are you doing while I'm doing something?
Of course. I mean, round 3, playoffs are going to start to lock in. Positions are going to be set in stone. The 3-0s are going to be looking super nice. So people are trying to get to that top position. And round 3 is where spice truly gets up. The competition is going to get really tight. People are like, we need this win. If not, round 4 might not matter as much. So the competition is going to get higher. Post-ban as well. I mean, this is quite important. We got 3 amazing matches this weekend. We're going to see what people are playing, and we're going to kind of see what it evolves into, really, because it's been constantly evolving, and I think it's going to keep happening continuously. And we're going to see it today. What team comes on top to start us off in this beautiful round 3 of ICL? I cannot wait.
You're going to have to.
It's fairly exciting to think that even though this is a round 3, somehow we also got a new format. It's obviously only 2 bands, but every round has basically been its own format now. So it's kind of cool that we just get to go in and see what these players can do with a different rule set.
Yeah, I burned all my Hiram. Somebody said that they can unban a card. Wish I would have known that. But
no, it won't. They won't. It would just burn them all. Burn them all. It's fine.
Well, and I'm excited to see, I've had people at locals running versions of Blue Sapphire Steel, and they're running the Maurice's Workshop package, and they can still draw a ton of cards. So I'm curious to see if anyone is feeling courageous and say, no, I can still make Sapphire Steel work, or if they're going to go, it's just not worth the effort when we get those big bans. So I'm curious to see if that shows up.
Yeah, we did see TKP say, Ruby Sapphire, we're not going anywhere. So I assume we're still going to see that deck tonight, unfortunately, depending on what side you are.
I mean, Moyen played too. There was another copy I also believe in that top 8. So crazy strong still, I think.
Yeah, that shark. Ban him. I do mean that. I mean that. That shark. Why is he evasive? Get down to earth.
It's the McDuck manner. 9 willpower, 2 lore. You play 2 of them. I got to do 18 now. What is that?
Yeah.
That's a number just too high. You can't get there.
18? I don't even have 18 willpower combined in my deck total. How am I
You only have 20 lore. I mean, 18 willpower is ridiculous.
That's what I'm saying. It's way easier to get lore than 18 willpower on the board without getting beat prepped.
Garrick, whenever I could, way back even in set 3, I would run Maui's fish hook because that way Maui could come down, hit it for free. He powers up to 9 strength and just he knocks those banners down.
I posted my Ruby Amethyst list earlier in the 20 Lore Pro Discord in the Ruby Amethyst chat. If you want to check it out, it's the best list. It's the best deck and format. So if you want it, you can have it for free. No Metafy. Just play it. You'll win every game. No brawls. And we're playing 1 Maui fish hook. Easy wins against Ruby Sapphire. Easy wins against discard. Steel Song will roll you, but just dodge. It's fine. Just dodge. Dodge, and you'll get first.
People are going to play DKP's list anyway this weekend. It's fine. You'll get through. I think the hype
exactly.
Is gonna be really,
well, the one
really
Steel Song will probably lose to that, and you'll be fine. You'll farm everyone else. So just
lock in.
Play that.
I really need to let Machiavelli in high school in the chat know. I was joking. You don't have to ban anything. I freaked him out, and I'm really sorry. Their first time chatting, and they're like, "Stop it!" And I don't mean it.
You got to be more assertive about it, and just
keep
don't
Shield of Virtue.
Double down. Okay?
Yeah, actually, ban Shield of Virtue. The rest can stay. Shield of Virtue is the only one that I stand by. That we need to ban it. It's running.
No one's safe.
Nah, sorry, one player in particular, but I'm coming for your favorite card. I did like that some. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Brad.
I was just gonna comment to what Garrick said about his list. That I'm gonna try that at a set championship if I run into Steel Song. Be like, I'm sorry, this is actually a matchup I'm supposed to dodge. So can we repair this? I'm not supposed to play this.
That's
Judge.
Actually,
Can I repair?
Yeah.
Switch tables. It's fine, right?
It's fine.
There must have been some mistake in Melee or Lorcana Player Hub. Remember
Enter
to
the
yeah,
tournament
right.
twice. Have 2 seats ready. See which one you can dodge.
Yep.
Or just convince your opponent that a whole new world was banned as well, and just be like, you can't play that.
Yeah, it's actually not. You could only play the DLC one, and that hasn't happened yet. So
yeah,
I guess you're in a whole world of pain. I think we're ready to start. Oh, sorry.
Oh,
yes.
I was going to ask. You mentioned the Player Hub. Is that officially out, or is it?
I
Still,
think it was an accident.
No, it doesn't exist.
It
Bruno,
doesn't.
Not real.
Bruno.
Gotcha. All right, I'll keep it on the down low.
Yeah, it doesn't exist. Although maybe I don't know. Life is hard, and the internet is confusing. So everyone
Not
seems
real.
a little dramatic.
True.
I mean, yeah, unfortunately. But we are speaking of drama. The drama is just about to start. Corey smashes. So we are going to go ahead and kick off round 1. Say thank you to all of these pre-show guests. You might come back. You might. Some of you aren't. Some of you are. That's but you'll always be around. We got a whole round to go.
See me again ever.
But yeah, so when the chat pointed out, Ravensburger Play Hub, it's official. Like it's not like somebody made it up. It's just it hasn't launched yet. But we're gonna kick off round 1 and introduce one very incredibly talented, wonderful person, and also Luke. We have JDZ and Wonderland with round 1. Welcome. Let's go ahead and kick it off.
Drum roll.
Oh, I don't know about that intro.
I don't know about
that.
I think that was a bit far fetched. I think Katie went out of pocket on that one. If I must say so myself. But Luke, how have you been? We didn't get a chance to hang out today, and that actually kind of bummed me out.
Yeah, I mean, you had. Oh, yep. I had to mute myself there real quickly. The judge was very polite to let me know that I was a silly Billy and didn't do that there. But everyone can hear us. That's awesome. Yeah, you had some amazing yard work to do, I do believe, this morning.
I was getting cooked by the city today, but we're going to make it happen. And we have another amazing, fantastic. I'm so glad the ICL is back. It's been a long time, man. It's a week off. We got to cut that out. We can't be out here. We can't be going full weeks with no ICL again. We gotta make sure that's a one and done. As we have team Ohana versus the Cerberus Den. I'm excited, Luke. I'm ready. I'm engaged. I'm motivated. Let's do it. Who has won the dice roll?
There's a few off days after round 3, but I have some stuff set up. We're planning on having a little exhibition match with some of the teams that might be joining us for season 2. Not fully set in stone yet, so I'm not going to say what teams those may or may not be. But I've already kind of reached out to a few teams to see where we're going to go there. Still in some negotiations and figuring out exactly what we want to do fully with season 2.
I like that.
Yeah, we have.
Can you leak any of the names that might be showing up?
I mean, I'm pretty sure no matter what, I think Ink is probably going to be in. They're definitely going to be one of the exhibition matches, and that's all I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
Garrick, our own Garrick, one of
go.
our favorite casters. That is his team, so he might be slinging some cards too, as well as casting. So
I like it. I like it. He can throw him down. I had the fortunate pleasure of calling a Garrett game in the Octagon. He joins up and he gets busy playing a little bit of Ruby M. He must be over the moon as Ruby M is back. But in the game, it looks like we have Team Ohana on the left here, leading off with some Ruby Sapphire is back in the meta as well in a major way. A lot of people said that this deck is going to be dead. Luke, it's not. It's back.
Yeah, and Kirby here, I think Kirby thought this deck was going to be dead too, because this is not the matchup Kirby wants to see. It isn't like this deck's supposed to be gone, JDZ. He's supposed to be able to play his daisies in peace, and
we
instead
got the Steel
he's gonna have to
Song
worry
versus
about
Ruby
some Sisus.
Sapphire. Steel Song versus Ruby Sapphire in this economy. You hate to see it, but honestly, I think Daisy Duck is actually quite good. I believe this is looking out to be more of a DKP style strategy, as I'm calling this. Shark Burn, then a little lore
kind of all
type
there
deck.
is now. If we look at DKP's list, he basically took his traditional list. He had to leave Flaversham, and they're like, you know what? Sisu's always been good. Let's just jam 4 big Sisus and some more ramp to be able to play those early, because we're not always going to be able to shift. I don't even think he put the shifts targets in there. I think he's just playing the big ones. He's just playing 8 board wipes, and he's going to town that way. It's going to be kind of hard for Kirby to win the game once DKP starts doing that every turn.
Once that deck starts rolling, it's an absolute powerhouse. And I did go back and watch some of the LCCC matchups with DKP in there. And funnily enough, he rarely played Hiram Flaversham. That card often found its way into the Inkwell anyway. So this deck really wasn't affected by it rarely affects this guy. But Daisy Duck's actually quite strong against this deck. This deck does play a significant amount of actions and locations.
This is a good open.
So maybe these Daisies can run away with it.
I rarely beat Ruby Sapphire with Amber Steel, but when I do on the draw, it normally includes multiple daisies. You just have to have something like that, and there was no turn 2 ramp. These are like the 2 main things you need to be able to deal with this archetype, and them skipping on ramp and you having a very aggressive start.
Absolutely. And it looks like, it's a perfect scenario for you. Your daisies are not refueling the hand as well. So you sent a card to the bottom of the deck. You got this sim in there. Maybe you got some Simba technology, a little bit of shift Simba, maybe some Pride Land technique in there as well. So we're going to see more of what Kirby is cooking, and we're going to have to get something going there. If you're going to be from this team Ohana, this is not the start you want at all.
Yeah, color in chat saying turn 2 visions. Oh no, could I interest you in turn 2 and turn 3 visions? How does that one sound?
That's not even it. And putting the popsicle down to the inkwell as well, it must tell a story about the contents of your hand. You must be bricked and unplayable, or just saturate a lot of heavy cost characters as you're continuing to expand, as Bolt is going to hit the board. Look at this thing. What do you think about this card?
Can I pet that dog?
Very good. If you don't know, this card says whenever this character quests, if he has no damage, you may draw a card, then choose and discard a card. So a little bit of another type of looter effect. I've learned that's what that card.
It's like the Huntmaster, I do believe, but instead of questing for 2, it's a 1/3. You could argue the Huntmaster's ability doesn't have the caveat, but if Huntmaster has a damage on it, it's banished. So
okay. And we did, and Luke, I don't know if you noticed, but he did send a Pirate's Life to the bottom of the deck as well. So that can't even bail you out of this thing. So I think this game is actually cooked. If you lose this one, if you are going to lose this one, if you're Kirby, you're gonna really feel sad about it if you can't take this one home. As double vision, double popsicles, only thing on the board. I think your saving grace has to be Grandma Tala here, and that's not even that good. Super Goof, maybe if you have that, get that bad boy into the field of play and start hoping. Because this board is quite bulky, and you're so far away from any idea of a Sisu or a board clear as Clam gets down to the inkwell.
He needs how far I'll go. Boom. It's step 1, how far I'll go. Because now, next turn, he needs either a Pirate's Life or a Medusa. He has more than 2 Pirate's Life. Spoilers. There's at least 1 more Pirate's Life that he could get. He just needs to get to 7. He needs to be able to play B-Prep. Then he needs to play Sisu. Then he needs to
Do
sing
you
B
think
prep.
he can make it mathematically? Why?
There's 7 lore in play, going up to 14.
Shift Bolt.
Bolty
Check
Boy adds another one, so that's 15. If he's then able to go to 13, Pirate's Life isn't enough. I think he needs a Medusa, and even then, I actually don't think it's possible for him to not.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not,
he just came out and just completely hit the gas pedal, and those days just gave you no favors either. You sent so many cards at the bottom of your deck, and you're going up to 6 ink. I think you're cooked. Maybe there's a new technique that you got in there, or something that you can do on 6.
Whenever you ready. Oh my goodness, Bolt just almost wins the game when it readies. I forgot about its mark of power. When you ready this character, gain 1 lore for each other undamaged character you have in play.
Oh yeah, it's over. It's just over.
Zarek is just done. It's just like, let's get it out of the way. We don't need to look at this anymore.
And that's one of those things. I mean, everyone has games like that. Sometimes you don't get the pieces, okay? And personally, I still get a little joy in my own heart when I see Ruby Sapphire struggling to execute the game plan. Personally, I mean, it's not. I guess it is personal at this point because I've been on the opposite side of that deck so many times, and they're just doing exactly what they want to do. Seeing them just coming out of here, just out of the gate, just stumbling and bumbling, does feel kind of good to me.
All right, all right. We have a bet. We're gonna make a prediction. That's a poll. I want a prediction.
Yo, my new earphones here. I got the pink because the green screen there. I just noticed that. I just looked at the stream. I hate to see that. Hate that for me.
Oh,
what's the prediction?
I love that for you. I think that's awesome.
It looks kind of cool, huh? Look at that.
I like it. All right, the prediction: will all of the Den's players be playing decks that have dogs in them?
That would be cool. I would love that. A little bit of theme, a little bit of thematic gamesmanship there. Having a little Bolt. The fact that Bolt's not a puppy still irritates me to this day. I think that will be my one gripe with Ravensburger. I'm not worried about the DLCs or the World's Dates or the ban list or the 2-game format or any of that. The fact that Bolt is not a puppy just really grinds my gears. If I could change one thing, that's what I'm changing first. Hate to see that for me and all of you out there. Bolt should 1000% be a puppy. I mean, the card is literally a puppy, and I'm never gonna get off of that.
And I said that at locals, and the lady who I was playing looked at me like I had never seen the movie, which I have never seen the movie, and she said he's actually a grown-up dog, except for in the very beginning when he's a puppy for a little bit or something like that.
I mean, he's a puppy though. In the puppy, I think the card is like his name is Puppy. I'm talking about the smaller one. That one for sure should be a puppy.
Headstrong dog.
I hate that. Headstrong puppy should be a puppy. I'm pissed off all over again.
It says
Luke.
Headstrong dog though.
I'm irritated,
say puppy,
man.
It says dog.
I'm about to lose it. Okay. No, joke. No, seriously, I think it'd have been a slam dunk. And get that puppy archetype rolling. As we do have the red sleeves versus
all dogs are
the
puppies.
blue sleeves.
That's fair.
Facts. Big facts. No cap. There you go. And I love the monochromatic sleeves, a little red versus blue. Tale as old as time as well.
So what do you think of the new Ohana playmat here? We've gone from full pink to full black. I can't tell exactly, but I think the trim is pink, but his RMB keyboard is illuminating it in a way that I can't tell.
It's very clean. I like that. I like all of the team aesthetics. When the team show up and they have their team shirts on and they have their team mats, it really talks to me. I like that a lot. I think adds a little bit of esprit de corps. RGB.
Did I say RMB lights?
You did say RMB.
He's got them RMB lights.
We are going to start Popsicle again, and we'll ink the Cindy back Daisy for the second time in a row, and that has to send Zarek up on a spiral of tilt a little bit. These daisies absolutely ran away the game last time.
As long as it's not another one. I mean, the problem isn't necessarily a turn 2 lore threat as much as it was the turn 2 threat and another one, right? So it was adding 3 lore on turn 3. And then I think another 2 lore the next turn, which then got shifted, so it was actually adding 3.
Yeah, and he had his ability as well. As we got Tipo, the growing boy. Get this guy out here too. Put him on the ban list as well. Get him gone. Hate to see it. Every single time I see him as well. I want to see RB just struggling as we'll put another card down onto the Inkwell, face down, exerted. Let's see if we can go Daisy here and just finish the drill. Sweep the leg. Cindy goes down to the Inkwell. That's promising.
That's fair.
Okay. Just a little 2-cost Lilo as we will go ahead and quest and send how far I'll go to the bottom of the deck. So that is that Daisy is going 6 for 6 right now.
Cannot be happy to see that. You cannot be happy about that.
Unless you have another one in hand.
True. But all right. If he had like a few of them in hand, I could see how he's just like, thank goodness, get this uninkable out of here. But develop tells me that's not the case.
As we are going to develop our brain a little bit, sending one on to the bottom of the deck. You're still slowing down. That would have been nice to have a Grandma Tala come in on this 4th turn play, but you're going to slow it down just a little bit. Maybe you got Sisu in your deck here. That'd be nice. And it's going to be the Brawl. That's not as nice. Pretty decent, though. Pretty decent, though. Leaving yourself with this Tipo alone and unafraid. Ready. We'll give him a quick quest. And kick it back on over to Kirby, who's hanging on to nothing but this Lilo. You need to continue to aggress while you can, as your opponent is getting to that dangerous ink total, going up to 5. Fearing Maui. Let's see how you play this turn. Will lose the strength. Not the greatest card in this matchup, so I don't hate that. And then we will hit the Storm. Ban Storm as well because it draws and doesn't discard. Same rules as Fortisphere, as we'll get another quest in with Lilo for 2. So you're kind of in a nice commanding position here. If you are Kirby, you must be feeling a bit relaxed. Even if you lose this Lilo Escape Artist, you'll get it back if you feel so inclined. Maui here will be still quite good.
He's just a small child, JDC. He's just a child.
So Maui clearing Lilo?
Why is the queen freezing him? Just a poor little boy. He has no clothes on, and she's sending storms at him.
I like it. Get him out of here, man. As we will go ahead. What do we do there? What was that ink? I missed what ink. It's just ink and pass, huh? You got to go Maui in a half shell here in this next turn. You need Maui half shark coming in for sure.
Kirby storming the Tipo that's like the kind of thing Zarek has to be like super happy to see. Like it's just like a slowdown in tempo. It's like the Tipo is double tapping the Lilo maybe, and at that case the Daisy could even just challenge if need be. Granted, we saw the Brawl happen, which is also something Kirby kind of wants to see. Spending turn 3 or 4, quote unquote 3/4 because of the 4th ink off of Tipo on a Brawl is kind of a tempo loss. I mean, he did have the develop to keep going, but it could have been much worse. Like, that's terrifying. Absolutely terrifying to see. Only at 6 lore.
You know the Zeus is coming down, though. You know the Zeus is inbound every time.
1-2.
Never... and then alone. Oh, maybe they don't have it. Maybe they don't have it.
I was going to say 1-2 buckle my Zeus, but... There we go.
There he is.
Kirby was waiting for me, I guess. I was waiting for Kirby. Kirby was waiting for me. And we just got confused a little about who was supposed to call what,
As well, Ink the Rapunzel as well. So the lightning bolt does come down and sting the shark, and you put out the very problematic Pete. Look at this Pete coming down right to stop the Be Prepared turn. And you
Be prepared.
It's not even play it, Luke. You got to wait till they even release the card. You can't we got to save that. We didn't even.
He can't play it. That's why I sang. But Kirby's going to try to finish the game. He's just going to play Pete, and then a Pete, and then a Pete. Is there another Zeus? What do we got? Let's go.
I think you can go ahead and play another Zeus here if you got it. I think you can Whole New World. Why not rip?
That's
no,
the third
Whole New
shark.
World. Don't do that.
Because he inked a shark to play one last turn.
That's correct.
1 card in hand. Is it a B prep? Is it vicious? I mean, Shark right now only gets back a develop, which is like not amazing, but okay. I mean, also a Brawl, but come on now, he doesn't.
But next turn we are going into the Sisu turn, the next turn, so you could potentially lose this entire board as you get into another Zeus. Look at that, and Ariel is poised to sing. So Ariel sings Zeus quest for 3. Seems like a pretty good play for Kirby. And they're going to take that right away, and that is going to be another Shark down. So that's 3 Sharks that have bitten the dust, and that is a big part of the win condition. Without Shark, I don't know what you can do.
I did say 1-2, buckle my Zeus. That implied that I knew there was going to be a second one off the top for the second thing. I mean, I obviously didn't know that, but there's the Sisu.
And Pete will be able to withstand the Sisu, and you can start bringing these Lilos back each turn if you feel so inclined to help. Maybe it can help time out these Sisus, but you're not gonna do it up thinking, contemplating, and you will.
He's got 6 ink. If he has an aerial, he's probably not doing it because he could then ink and still Zeus. But if he has the Zeus already, or maybe a strength, imagine like character sing strength, and then Zarek's on the mercy of the top of his deck. Ooh, inking a Lilo seems rough.
Maybe they might be taking your play. You only got 1 card in hand. Simba, the Pride Protector is going to come on in as well. So this might be good as they'll clear the Lilo, and then you can just ready it with Simba at the end of the next turn. Interesting.
I'm assuming that Kirby drew the Simba. I'm interested in wondering what the last card is. Like, if it's a whole new world, I'm not playing that.
No chance. Not in a million years. Not in a million lifetimes.
I don't want to. But now if Sisu takes out Lilo, we get a returner and then use Simba to ready her up again so she doesn't get challenged down by, like, a rushy boy.
So this is actually a pretty comfy, cozy spot. But if you do exert this Simba, that also is going to lead right into a Maui. But that 2-lore might be a bit irresistible, as you are going to bring that Lilo back at it again for another rep, another Sisu off the top. No coils. I think this game is so much better without the Sapphire coil being all over the place.
Lilo back at it again with the white vans, man. And Simba going in with the quest.
I think you can do it. Let's go ahead and quest up to Simba. Quest up to Pete. Why not? Get that 3 lore while you can. Let's get on up to 15. Ready that Lilo, ready that Pete, and put a problem set into your opponent's situation there, as now you have a bunch of lore on the side of the board. That lore will damage, Luke. I can't count.
Yes. Did you see the link I sent you? There should be a link that you can click on to open in your browser that will give you a much clearer image of the stream without having a delay. I figured something out.
Am I watching with delay?
Well, are you watching?
No, I'm in the Discord. No, I'm watching from Discord.
Oh, well, I sent you a link that lets you watch that shows you us as well, so you get to see your beautiful face.
I don't want to see myself, man. I don't want to see my hideous self, as we are going to hit
this. Be prepared.
You wasted the good one. That was a low energy. Be prepared there.
I can't do it too. I can't do it again. My son hates my singing, so I knew that he would come out here, so I had to do it when I knew I could get away with it.
You blew the first one on the good one though, I guess. Okay, as we'll go.
Why are we only getting one back?
I don't know. I'm bringing both of those bad things back immediately.
What is that last card?
We got the
That's
Smeagol.
What we drew.
We've been holding on to that card for a while, Luke. That card's been in hand for a minute too.
Why
I'm bringing the other
Kirby
Lilo
not
back
return
for
the
sure.
other Lilo?
I don't know. Maybe they forgot they had it there. Unless I'm missing something. Unless it got let. Did it get let go? No, we got to be prepared. Did it get let go?
He let it go one. Then what is that? Oh, that must be the Simba in the discard. Underneath the Pete. That must be the Simba, so that would make sense.
Okay, so one of the Lilos got let go, and then the other is now on the board. Got it.
I was too busy singing Be Prepared.
Okay.
So.
As we got Visions, what do you even want here? Maybe Sisu? I think I take a Sisu. I don't even want Sisu. I don't know what the hell you want here. Manner's bad. What do you get? Maui? I think Maui is the card. That's the one I'm grabbing.
You need something this turn. You need like a Brawl's not even good.
Brawl's not even good. I think Maui is probably the best thing you can get. As Sally Other IC is not a Maui hero at all. We'll go and pay it though, and then we'll just pass there. It feels
not what Zarek wants to see. I mean, a B prep followed by like a Maui is fair.
We got the bolt in hand. We'll get a nice 4-piece.
That bolt.
You might have kept bolt in hand.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to be hard to answer both characters, and then this. I mean, I guess we don't know what the other card is. There's probably
top decking though, so it's really not. I don't think there's a card you can really.
Well, B prep. B prep followed by Maui is what he needs. So then there's 0 lore gained, and then all right. So he needs like B prep into Sisu to answer the next threat, and then like something else. There's the Maui, but no B prep.
And that is a clean 2-0 as Amber Steel gets its vengeance on Ruby Sapphire, as it has gone down to Ruby Sapphire so many times in the past. And you got out of both of those games, you got a grand total of 1 lore, so it's 40-1. Very one-sided. You could not set up your position, and it just went downhill in a major way. As Kirby is going to take game number 1 for the Cerberus Den, as Team Ohana's going to be
match
stunned.
number 1?
Match number 1. Match number 1.
All right. Are you okay? You are in here. So if you want to mute your, actually, you don't need to do anything. I'm just going to mute you here, so we can hear you in Discord now.
Not having a follow up on 4.
We are here.
Hi there,
gentlemen. Hello, greetings and salutations. Congratulations on your victory there, Kirby. Coming out there playing the Steel Song, taking down your arch nemesis, Ruby Sapphire. How's that feel to get a dub on that deck now that it's in its weakened state?
It's pretty good, especially since historically speaking, this can be a very difficult matchup. But the Lilos definitely do help for sure.
I agree. I agree. We were talking about that from the booth, but can you talk about your deck specifically? It's quite spicy. You got some techs in there that a lot of people aren't really looking at. A lot of people aren't playing. Can you talk about the Simba Bolt synergy and the Lilos and all of that? Can you just go through your strat real quick and why you brought those cards to this event today?
Yeah. So as soon as the reveal season hit, and I saw the Bolt effects, which is just like gain lore whenever it's ready. I looked at it and I said, like, wow, this is something that you can definitely take advantage of with some of the Amber cards that exist, like the Sven, which just says ready a character, Simba that says ready all of your characters. So I just wanted to make a deck in Steel Song that just kind of takes advantage of what Steel Song does best, just like remove characters from the board, keep your board healthy, and then eventually just sing into a whole new world because your Bolt and your Simba are 5-cost singers. And then, of course, the Lilo comes in exerted whenever you use its effect from the discard pile. So Simba can basically circumvent that by just coming in. You can shift onto it and quest. You can sing, challenge even, and just being able to ready like your Lilos keeps them safe from simple challenges that your opponent might have, as well as the Bolt just being able to trigger its effects without them being able to challenge into it in return, like from a Maui, for example. And then just being able to gain a bunch of instant lore can be very scary for some decks to deal with, for sure.
That's dope. That's actually pretty awesome. So you play this deck more consistently. You didn't just bring it for this event. This is your main deck that you typically bring to any tournament.
Yeah, this is the deck that I've been running for the whole set since it's been released.
Okay. I know we got DLC champion Luke here. I know I'm hogging on the interviews as I often do. I know he's cooking right now, but I know he's an Amber Steel player as well. Luke, what do you think about this deck? What do you think about Amber Steel? Is this a correct location to kind of in this new Hiram free world? Is this the way to play?
He needed to do. I mean, you got double Daisy on the draw with another character. Zarek didn't have the turn 2 ramp. And so that's like what you need to get kind of lucky. You need to have your aggressive thing. We had the shift bolt. Like it looked fun. Definitely worth trying out. How is your matchup against the new Emerald Amethyst Diablo discard decks?
I have not seen it popping up in the meta, at least in the local scene. So I'm not as certain as how that matchup goes, but I could definitely see it being tough if you don't have early ways to remove Diablo. As is Steel Song's nature, you definitely want to get rid of that as soon as possible.
Yeah, it still seems really good. You're definitely helping push that Bolt buyout to keep them maintain that higher enchanted Bolt price.
Of course, that was the plan.
Single-handedly. But speaking of, you got to your spot, you did what you had to do. But we'll kick it on over to. I'm so sorry.
Sorry, how you good? Yeah,
Zarek. I'll say Zarek, dude. I'm about to say it wrong. I don't want to be correct here. But you didn't get a chance to do what the deck did not get a chance to function the way that it typically wants to in this matchup. Can you talk about this matchup? How does it usually go when you sit down and play? I'm assuming you're playing more of a DKPS style deck. You had the Sharks in there. Are you playing Goose? Are you playing how many Mauis? And how does that usually go? I saw you back on Brawls. Can you just talk about that?
So I played our 55 player tournament yesterday. and I ended up coming in 3rd or 4th on that event. I was on 2 Goose at the time, and no Let It Goes, and I ended up losing in top 4 to a red-purple evasive list. Mostly because I didn't have outs to their opposing sharks without prepping the board, and then also because they were on because they were on Pegasus, it made it very difficult for me to get any sort of advantage out of my sharks, which is like a key point in this deck, because you know the threat of having crab is always present. They also were on Peter Pan with Iagos, so it was kind of tough. And you know, just seeing Din's list, like I didn't think Let It Go was necessary, but in that matchup, I just felt like it was, you know, something that was necessary in order to be able to have different play lines. But in general, the deck felt good. I made the changes today to swap out the Super Goose for 2 Let It Goes. I'm on 61 cards, I believe. Just because I didn't want to trim on any of the 4-ofs, just because the Pirate's Life and the manners are incredibly necessary. But yeah, as far as this match went, yeah, as you saw, I wasn't able to do anything. Game 1 didn't, you know, there are times where you have enough card selection and you miss on your ramp on 2, and you're still able to go ramp on 3 after, you know, assuming you visions or whatever, and into all is found into threaten prep or threatens big Sisu. And I double visions in that game, and I still did not see any of them. You saw him daisy my sail to the bottom, you know. So it was just very high variance, and you know, it is what it is. And then for the second game, I was just on no blue cards. You know, I topped out on 2 double shark. I had triple shark. I had to ink 1 because my last card was big Sisu. I had triple shark Sisu on 5 ink. And was just hoping that something would stick, or I'd be able to stabilize until I found enough card draw. But of course, he had the first Zeus, and then finding the second Zeus was just a nail in the coffin. And those Leelos just being able to apply continuous pressure to the point where I wasn't able to establish anything. If I found maybe a Maui into like a Tala be able to sing Pirate's Life, I might have been able to claw back in that game. But yeah, it just didn't come up that way. It's just churning wheels into nothing.
Absolutely. And that's just, I mean, that's just part of the game, man. Sometimes you're going to get it, and sometimes you don't. I'm sure we've all been on the other side. But Luke, you got any questions for Direct before we kick it on off?
Pretty well.
Yeah.
I'm cooking, JDZ. Let me cook.
Oh, sorry. Oh, you cook. Oh, sorry. But yeah, I did enjoy the matchup. I would have liked to see a little bit more of that, like a little bit more gamesmanship in there, because it did feel a bit one-sided. I like me personally as a commentator and a broadcaster. I like to see it when each player gets a chance to demonstrate their strategy, and I feel like you didn't get a chance to do that today. But still, taking nothing away from you, I think the deck is great.
3, right?
Absolutely. But taking nothing away from that deck, I do think that deck is great. But I still think Kirby did everything they need to do to come out and rectify some rights, some wrongs. As Amber still takes down Ruby Sapphire for the first time I've seen in a really, really long time. But gentlemen, before we let you guys go, I understand we got another games that are coming in. I'm sure you guys will be cheering on your teammates for the remainder of this match. We'll kick it on over to you, Zarek. Before we let you go, man, any special shout outs you want to give, or any closing thoughts you want to say before we kick it on over to Kirby?
No, not at all. For you know, obviously people have polarizing views on blue red, especially, but you know, Din's always putting it on top. I think the deck is still pretty solid. I've been a red purple or a blue red crutch since I've played Lorcana, and I think this deck is still great, you know, despite the showing. But yeah, no.
I would agree with that. I don't think a lot of people said that Ruby Sapphire was dead or whatever. It is very far from dead. That deck is quite good still. Just notice that tournament that DKP just won. He literally just proved that it's a very viable strategy. All right, but what about you, Kirby? Any shout outs you want to give, or any closing thoughts?
Well, the last time I was here, I forgot to shout out somebody very important at one of my other local card game shops. So I will do so now. Spencer at Mavericks and the whole crew at Mavericks, special shout outs to you, since I forgot to shout you out last time. Of course, shout outs to Cerberus Den. The team is amazing. And of course, shout out to you guys for, you know, organizing this and setting it all up and bringing all the teams together for, you know, just fun games, you know, having a great time.
So I don't get yelled at. My apologies. Shout out House of Cards Winston-Salem sponsor. Shout out Dragon's Horde Greensboro sponsor. Come check out our stores. We're going to be hosting more larger events like the 2K we had yesterday if you're ever in the area.
Fancy. I like it. More 2K level events, local style, please. I know one of my own locals is trying to do something similar too. Can't wait. All right. Well, thanks to both of you. All right. I'm going to swap over to the other thing to hear JDZ this way. So now he should be able to hear me. You got any shout outs you want to give JDZ before we swap over to our other casters?
All right, we got another game coming in. And shout out to everyone for being here, man. And shout out to Luke for kicking. I wish I had another rep, dude, too. I feel like we got slighted on the timeline there. Not even an hour. They're just getting out of here.
I love just seeing that, like Amber Steel doing the biz.
Crushing.
I mean, that's what I wanted to see. We don't need a game 3 if we see Ruby Sapphire get handed it by Amber Steel. Like, not even a piglet in sight, just some daisies and some little kitty cats.
Man. But seriously, Luke, it's always fun to kick it in the dojo with you, man. I always enjoy this time. I know I was ranting a little bit, but I know you were cooking while I ranted. You know, we got it done. And shout out to the judges. Shout out to Leo. I love it when she's in the booth. That table's nice. Did you see that game? How clean it was? How elegant it was? No misplays, no mess-ups, no mistakes. Shout out to Ellie. Shout out to Phil. Shout out to the staff. Shout out to you and everyone who's coming behind us. But Luke.
All right.
Am I yeeted?
Well, we'll be out here in a second. I'm going to introduce our next 2 casters first, which is going to be Gabriel. I was going to say Gabriel, and then I was just like, I'm going to try to do a full name instead.
Oh, we got Gabe? You got Gabe?
Gabe
You got
is
the
next
Illuminati
with
is in
Katie.
the building with Katie?
Well,
I'm about to tune in.
We don't talk about the Illuminati, bro.
Let me get my popcorn ready. Let me lock in and engage. We got some realists of the real ones. Let me get into the viewer section so I can tune in. So I'm excited.
click. All right. All right, but we're off, and here we go. The one, the only, Katie and Gabe.
That was great. That was a better intro. I didn't deserve that after I gave Luke the intro, but welcome. Are you excited?
Hey, are you kidding me? First of all, fire up your penguin sandwiches. Let's get this party started.
I need to know the lore. I mean, we got time. We can solve. What is this penguin?
Okay, yeah. Okay, so if you missed out on the encounter, you didn't see the encounter on Saturday. So me and JDZ got to spend some time over the weekend. We had a chance to cast some games, and we learned a lot about one another. And the one thing that we learned, and Katie, I want to know what your take is. Assuming that it was ethically sourced and that it's not illegal. Let's clear all the ramifications here. If you had the opportunity to taste a penguin, would you do so?
No, I'm already pretty upset about the animals I have eaten and I can't stop eating because I like it. So I'm afraid, what if I taste penguin and I like it? So from that standpoint, I can't, what if I like it? Then where am I gonna get more penguin? But I'm assuming
let me tell you
what he's smashing the penguin sandwiches.
Yeah. That, among other things. I mean, this man was talking about squirrels. He was talking about all kinds of animals. It was a wild time.
He's a survivor.
Yeah, clearly. Yeah. And I want to hang out with him.
Exactly. I mean, because you can bring the pickled red eggs. He can bring the penguin sandwiches together. Maybe you got a buffet. The party's catered. So that's quite good to hear. So now pickled red eggs, just so you know, is Gabe's favorite summertime ice cream treat.
It is. I love pickled eggs. I love pickled pig's feet and pickled sausage. That's the only thing you should be getting from an ice cream truck. Exactly. That's just the way it is. You're just gonna have to deal with it.
Yeah. So
absolutely.
We're all caught up on the lore, but we are on game 2, which is going to look like a little different. I feel like the tables are turned, and you guys are all going to see why very shortly. Yes. We're obviously very excited. Dogs. It's a dog meta, and we're just living in it. How are you feeling about this matchup?
Well, listen, I got the dogs in me. We saw a dog in the last game when Bolt. Was that a dog deck? I don't know, but not really. But there's a dog in it.
Gold takes for me. I have 52 dogs. I'm like, that's a dog deck. That's all I needed. So
yeah. Well, certainly, and I will say, that was a very interesting game 1. We saw as Tim Kirby took that 2-0. There is a lot of pressure, and I can tell you that, having been on the other side of this, being a player in this event. I can tell you right now that the feelings that Honecker has right now is unmatched. There is nothing quite like the pressure of knowing that the weight of this entire series, this entire sequence, is on your back. And Honecker, no pressure, but we need you to pull through.
And I like that. If he was relaxed, now he's not. And that's good. That he was, even if he found some peace, he's like, it's not that big of a deal. Now he's like, wait a minute. I'm kind of freaked out now. Yeah. And he should be, because this is round 3. And like Breezy was saying at the beginning, it's kind of do make or break time. So every game matters though. So we're going to go ahead and see. Obviously 2-0 is the best you can hope for, but we'll see if this one goes a little bit longer. If this one's just kind of like a matinee version of the ICL where we just kind of wrap it up.
There you go.
Real quick.
Well, yeah, that's certainly the case, and we hope not. We want to see some hard fought battles. I mean, look at where we're at right now. Okay, this is what I've been calling the 7.5 meta. We want to learn. Everybody out there that's watching this right now, everybody that is watching, tuned into this stream, they are here because they want to know, what do I bring to locals? Set champs is not that far away. They want to figure out, what do I bring to set champs? This is what we're here to learn. And so far, what we've seen is that Amber Steel Song, it's opposite day. Amber Steel Song just 2-0'd a Ruby Sapphire deck. Holy moly.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of hard because, I mean, I can see people who are like, listen, I bought these sharks, I'm playing these sharks. So, some people, they're going to stay true to the deck that they have invested in. But I kind of like that right now. If you look at the tournament reports this weekend and even watching this, it's not easy. And I think that's good. It shouldn't be that easy where you just watch a tournament and you're like, well, I guess it's this deck I'm bringing. So I'm excited. I think it's very fun that it could be anyone's deck. And we're going to see if things kind of showcase a new deck in this roundup.
Oh yeah, let's see if we learn something new, or if we uncover something old, like like the ancient secrets of the Poglet itself.
Yes, Poglet, who's always with us, and quite literally always with me. I carry him for protection from the you know what I'm here protecting myself from.
Yeah.
We can't talk about it, but we are locked in. Lucky and Steven, we got Lucky one name, Steven two names. They're doing their altars, and they don't know what they're playing up against. We do. We have omniscience and we have the deck list, but right now it's hard. I always feel like this is not the most fun part, is saying who's going to be on the play. And in this case, it will be Lucky on the play, since his teammate took the loss in the last game.
Yes, a very interesting perspective. An interesting thing that we do here at the ICL, a lot of people may not be aware of that, is we do carry over the win or loss of the previous game of the previous teammates, and so that matters here as well. It's a big deal. As we watch these altars just kind of finish up, we see that splitting of the deck, that kind of ceremonial deciding of how we're going to determine fairness and integrity by making sure that these are adequately shuffled up and randomized.
Exactly. Yeah, this part I think is quite fun, doing the 1, 2, 3, because then I'm putting the destiny in my own hands, and I'm probably, if I lose, it's my fault. It's not theirs. They didn't do it. Or their fault. Honestly, I'll blame whoever it takes for me to be able to fall asleep at night. We do have
sometimes it's me and sometimes it's someone else.
We have some fans in the chat. We have Sisu. Well, to be fair, it's Freedom Gaming. It could be all of them together around a computer. It doesn't say which one it is, but Freedom Gaming says they are here for you specifically. So that's
wow, that's rude. Yeah. But hey, I'll take it.
I'll take it though. It's okay. I'm in the presence of greatness, and that means some of it rubs off.
Well, that's true, but something to take note of here. You're a very important person in the ancient scriptures of the Illuminati. You are not only the lore keeper of lore keepers, and you are also the keeper of Poglet, and that is just as important.
And both don't pay. That's what people don't realize. People are like, "When's she gonna?" Sorry, guys. There's no money in the Poglet stand. It's a passion project.
It's for the love of the game. 100% for the love of the game.
So we got the altars done. We're going to go ahead and move to that opening hand and start revealing what this matchup is. I always think it's, I don't play the 4D chess. I ink whatever I think is best, but I know some people play the multi game where they're like, I'm going to keep it a secret as long as possible. I can't handle that. That's too much.
Oh, I see. And we're revealing a bit much here. So we do see the big Clarabelle, the big drawing Clarabelle is the first ink to play and to reveal in its entirety. The color combination is in fact Amber Emerald, and we see a super powerhouse from an MVP from the last game that we just saw. Daisy Duck hit the table.
Yeah, Daisy Duck is a controversial duck. She's not wearing pants and she's wearing shoes. Weird choice, but I don't know. I think as Bobby McCoo pointed out, she checks the ramp. You're over there doing your ramp stuff. If you do, beware. I may have a duck doing some stuff over here. So you can't
this duck is no, you can't. I mean, she's waiting. She's waiting for that date with Donald, and it's not until Donald shows up. She's going to go crazy. She's going to keep finding cards off the top of the deck. She's going to keep turning sideways until Donald shows up and takes her to go watch that movie.
Exactly. So we do see a familiar story here where we have a Daisy and then a popsicle just sitting there. So we'll see.
This is a classic opener for this combination here.
Yeah, and Daisy just menaces, and we go ahead and hit a Visions here, and then we wait.
Yeah, we wait. Yes, just the anticipation, the anger, just the pure rage from Honecker, just not unknowing and unwilling to do anything other than stare. That vision of the future.
He's like, "Look what you did. Are you happy?" And Daisy is. Right. She's very happy. Look at her. She's gonna do it again. Just give her a chance.
This is certainly going to be a key moment that's discussed during therapy. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah. And then she quested for 2 and put my visions at the bottom of the deck.
Okay, we see Pegasus. And we see, oh no, a second Daisy.
That is
a second. Is this going to be a repeat of what we just saw, but different colors this time?
And with an evasive little Pegasus farting around up there. So, just a salt in the wound there.
You're not kidding. I mean, we got little flyers, little horsies flying. We got Daisy Ducks, just feathers all over the place. Can Honecker overcome this? This is not a great start when you know that you're operating against a Ruby Sapphire deck. We do see the coil come down. I mean, how great is that coil? All these characters don't need it to stop them. They're already the number that the coil wants to get them to.
Yeah, I mean, now notably that little horse can sometimes become a larger horse, making those daisies magically levitate for a full turn. So we'll see if that's one of my favorite parts of Emerald. Is there's so many directions you can take an Emerald deck where it's not fun to play against. Because like, what are you going to do? You're freaking me out. And we're going to see. Is he going to freak him out as he just sits there with 2 items on the board? TBD.
Listen, if Honecker is not freaked out right now with what's on the board, then this is a stone cold killer. Let me tell you something right now, okay? Holy moly, I'd be shaking in my boots.
Yeah,
because I mean,
these daisies, they get to do whatever they want right now. Because I mean, you sometimes are put in check by a Calhoun or some other kind of threat, but right now they're like, I literally, yep, there we go. The horse, they did it. He heard me and he said, that's a really good idea.
Yeah, Katie, fantastic job. This is your if Lucky wins, it's because of you, 100%. Finally, though, we do reveal a character, and a scary one at that, but still way too far away for it to matter at this moment.
Yeah, the items might pay off later, and that can happen. I mean, we know that that's one of the best parts of Ruby Sapphire is it's a punishing deck to let cook in the sense that, or as the kids say, let it cook. Because I mean, eventually they do get that Tabatoa payoff. They do have that shark power. So, if he can survive this barrage of questing, then it could pay off, but we'll see because he does have to have some answers very quickly.
Quick. If we get no more characters on Lucky's side, if we turn these 3 characters sideways just 2 more times, just 2 turns like this game is over. I mean, this is just 2 turns away. Now we've reduced that clock by playing that brawl, which could not have come at a fast enough time. However, this does delay Honecker's ability to move forward, to advance in the gameplay. There might have been a Tipo waiting for that to try to ramp even further. There may have been a sale, but Honecker had to say, no. This is a problem. I need to brawl. So will this pull Honecker backwards? And does Lucky take advantage of this moving forward? We're about to find out in the next couple turns here.
Now we do have the JDV90, who we have uncovered as JDZ when he types with his toes under the desk. It's basically JDZ's alter account. Who took game 1? That was a quick win to Cerberus's Den, and now we are in round 2, game 1. So catching you up if you're just tuning in.
Lots of numbers. You're not just a lore keeper. You're a mathematician too. That's awesome.
Scorekeeper, lore keeping, whatever rhymes, I'll take care of it. So we're going in.
Oh, goodness gracious. We see the Prince who has Ward. We do love that Prince Philip.
Yeah, and the Ward was one that was kind of brought to my attention by Mo piloting that Prince Philip in Nationals. He had the Prince there, and this is pre-coil, but the Prince is great because the Prince says, Sisu, I'm literally not afraid of you. I have Ward. You can do what you want. I will stand. Now be prepared is scary, but as we can see, the aggro messes up the whole ramp deal. It basically says, you want to ramp? No, you have to deal with what I'm doing over here. And as we can see, there's been no ramping on Steven's side because he has been working full time.
Yeah, just now. Just this one time right now. And in order to say, no more, your Daisy needs to go on this date. I hope you find your Donald, because there he is in the banishment of that discard pile.
Yeah, and it definitely slows the bleeding, but the bleeding has not stopped because we still have 4 lore on board. So it is definitely, it's hard. It's not fun to be in this position where you're chasing the entire game. And once again, Daisy says, I'll give you a vision of the future. It's pain. It's pain is what's in the future.
Yes, there's nothing but hopelessness and darkness and Eeyores just hanging out everywhere. As we see a Lilo and a Daisy. Oh, no.
This is what we call the dreaded daisy chain. They don't call it that, but maybe they should, because it's certainly putting the pressure. And by pressure, I mean there's almost no way out of this at this point.
No, there's no. Yeah, there is no coming back. Up and Honecker realizing that, deciding, hey, with just what was it, 7 minutes into this round, saying, you know what, I could use this extra time for game number 2. Let's go ahead. Let's move to game number 2 as we give Lucky the first victory. And holy moly, that was fast, Katie.
It was. And it's got to feel bad because it's literally the tables turned. It literally was, hey, I got the fast deck, but don't worry. We'll just switch. And I don't know. We'll see. Lucky was prepared with, with a cool deck here, but we'll see if he's so lucky when he is on the draw instead of the play, because things can go a little bit differently.
Yeah, DeCandio once famously told me that when you are going first as a speedy deck, like something with Amber, you're an aggro deck, but when you're going second, you are a Daisy Duck control deck. So let's see if we can figure that out.
Yeah, you're like Daisy on site, and there are some cards that he didn't really get a chance to deploy that I'm sure Steven is desperately hoping to find this go around. Notably, a Daring Visitor would be truly resplendent in this matchup.
Yes. Yeah, for anybody who thinks that that is not in the build, I assure you it is. Honecker just did not draw it. I mean, that's just what it boils down to. Have forced to play those brawls out and just do what could be done to limit the bleed. Ruby Sapphire is the deck that is designed to bleed, having opponents go sometimes all the way up to 18 lore and still being able to turn it around, still being able to figure it out. Lucky just said, no, this is 18 is not the number. It's got to be 20, and got there faster than anybody could think.
Yeah, unless we can get a Donald out here. Donald's out here. Sometimes it's 25. I haven't seen it, but gosh, can somebody do it? Not me. I don't know how, but one day I'll see it. I don't know.
One day, you know what? We'll figure it out. It out. I think somebody will do it just for you, Katie. That'd be awesome.
I always like it when I'm like, somebody make this card work. Not me. I'm here for fun. I'm here to net deck, but you guys got it. Report back.
You all do the work, and I'll just go ahead and I'll play it for set champs. How's that?
Exactly. So we got some people in the chat saying, let's go Lucky. I mean, I don't know. I mean, let's slow down Lucky, because I mean, this is supposed to be like a 3-hour show, and we've made it. We're not even through the first hour, and we're cooking. We're saying, Lilo, Daisy, we got places to be. It's Monday. I got dinner plans.
Yeah, clearly Monday's an important day for Team Ohana. Ohana means family, and family means we need to get to dinner faster than what you think. So we see, some choices being made. The altar, committing to an altar here. Of note, Lucky is sending back. It looks here. Actually, let me ask you a question, Katie. When you alter your hand, do you put the cards you're sending away down on the table, or do you hold? Are you a holder of the cards that you're keeping? Do you put the cards you're keeping down, or do you hold the cards you're keeping?
I've never thought about it. Now I'm rethinking everything I've ever done. I think I hold them. I have object impermanence. I'm like a baby, where I put down something, there's a chance I might forget that I had it. I might not know. So it's very important that I keep close tabs. I do immediately put what I'm sending back on the bottom. That immediately. I need to do that. So it's tough out.
I also have that, but it's primarily in the kitchen, though, specifically the refrigerator. If I put something in the refrigerator, it just disappears. And then if anybody else goes into the refrigerator, they have to find it for me because I just can't see it.
Yeah,
that's
hard.
What I have.
Listen, ADHD affects millions of Americans every year. You don't know when I'll hit, but usually in the fridge, unfortunately. So we are altering, and we know for a fact that now Steven's like, listen, you got me. That was scary. He was screaming. We had to mute. It was really scary, but now he's not scared. He knows what Lucky's up to. It better not be ducks. These daisies are on fire tonight. I don't think we've seen that many daisies just obliterate the playing field as we have in these first two matches.
Yeah, no, we've seen so many daisies. Everyone in the last few days has been talking about Diablo. Excuse me, I haven't seen one yet. Let's talk about this daisy for a second, huh?
I just think R&B is that powerful. Him standing there makes people be like, I'm not doing it. I'm so scared right now. I'm not playing that bird.
Yeah, R&B, he's pretty intense. I'll tell you. I mean, he's an intense dude.
Yeah, he can ban a card just with one meme.
Yeah.
He banned it once. He'll do it again, guys. And he kind of effectively has. Every deck teched for a card they had not played against yet in this meta. They said, don't bring that around here. And so far tonight, people have heeded that advice.
Yeah, and if anybody was curious, we do see that tramp coming down. So this is, in fact, if you were confused about this by the speed of this is in fact the Chernodogs deck. As we see that tramp, that very, very famous popular tramp, the one that allows you to draw many cards, one card for each of the characters that you have down, and then discard that same number of cards, go into the Inkwell to play the Pegasus, a foil Pegasus, in fact, all alone, which means Daisy Duck is
taking one night
by her absence.
Yeah, she's taking one turn off just as a treat. She's like, hey, I'll wait back, which is crazy. She's really not taking any time off this match. But I thought you were going to say, we see a tramp, which means it's a dog deck. We're going to play what the dog doing, but that's all it takes.
Yeah, what the dog doing. Absolutely, what the dog doing. As so we see Tipo. Okay, so this is a different start here. We do see characters being created here on Honecker side, summoning these characters, putting them into play, and one is good. Now Pegasus is evasive, so Tipo's going to have to figure something else out. However, having just these little bodies to slowly get in the way, to blockade just the bleed here is got to make Honecker feel pretty good about the start of this game. Not seeing a Daisy Duck hit the table, seeing a Pegasus, but also being able to put down your own Tipo and advance your own strategy of getting that ramp down.
Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, at the end of the day, Pegasus by himself is not the worst thing. Even Pegasus shifted by himself, not that menacing, because that effect only lasts that turn that you play him. So it's not the worst thing, especially compared to lasting, which was the worst thing of a Daisy followed by a second Daisy, which is what they call scientifically the worst thing.
Yes, clearly. Yeah, there's case studies on how bad that is, for sure.
It's truly hard to come back. Now we see him playing a little slower here. So he's thinking about, is it Daisy? I swear it is. Why did he need to think? It's the clear thing to do.
Wow. See, I thought Daisy was taking a Galentine's Day, but she said, no, we're going on this date. We're coming out. We put on our makeup. We put on our clothes. We're going on this date. We're hanging out.
Yeah. And so we'll see if Daisy has Steven quacking up. Nope, I didn't like it. I tried. But either way, you can try sometimes. But either way, Tipo still can't really do much out here. He's standing there. He's just a baby. But Brawl would be pretty nice here because we'd like that Daisy just to not do anything. I think that'd be much nicer for Steven this round.
Absolutely. A Brawl here, a Daring Visitor Sisu would be fantastic in this spot as well. I mean, just anything to start establishing. What's awesome about that Sisu is that it presents a very frightening situation for Lucky. If we get a Daring Visitor Sisu down, what we're telling Lucky is don't get too crazy because in about 1 to 2 turns, things are going to get real wild and you're not going to like it around here. However, we're seeing a Brawl, which tells me that Daring Visitor Sisu, apparently the card must be heavier than the other cards because they keep floating to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah. She's had previous engagements. But to your point, I mean, these aggro decks are fun, but they run out of gas. And sometimes you're left feeling pretty silly. You're left playing 1-drops and shift targets and going, oh, because you don't want a top deck. The inevitability is just not a fun thing. You're not going to have a good time. So the clock is running out for Lucky to really pull off that dominating run because, I mean, he has 1 lore and we're moving into turn 3 here.
We are, yeah, and we see that Prince Philip, the warded Prince Philip, comes into play here. A very good card to play into this particular matchup for exactly the reasons why you discussed earlier, Katie. Just it's a 3-coster. You can't target it with coil because of the ward, so it's going to survive a Sisu board wipe. It is just a fantastic card in this matchup. It depends on whose friends are around though, because you being the only character in a field full of sharks and grandmothers and dragons is just not a great place to be for a prince.
No, I mean, and he's one of those things, the minute he turns sideways, the gig is kind of up. I mean, there's a Maui that is very happy to run full speed into him. So it's tricky because obviously Lucky needs lore to win, but that Prince John's benefit pretty much evaporates, especially with that grandma on the board now.
Yeah, we got a grandmother here protecting this young child that's been alone on the streets here for quite some time. I mean, 3 turns. What's that in real time minutes? How many minutes is a turn, or how many days is a turn? We got to figure that out.
This feels like a very, that's a very philosophical question. Chat, please work that out. Let me know how many penguin sandwiches that equates to. Whatever the kids are doing, whatever the memes are, let me know.
There you go. Yeah. So as we figure out how many days Tipo's been alone in these streets before Grandma came to take care of him. We see some thinking happening. Yeah. And this is what I like to call being in the tank. So we're in the tank, meaning there might be a couple of lines that we can go through. We might be considering, hey, this is the moment that if I look back at this, I'm going to play something that's going to completely either fix this game and make me be in the power spot, or I'm going to be in the worst spot ever. And we play Ursula.
Yeah, which at the very least, I mean, there's obviously some songs that he would very much like, but there's also information and like, how bad is it? Tell me how bad is it? And
it is Shark Week.
Yeah, it's not great. But I mean, of course it won't be great because there's not a lot of cards you want to see in your opponent's decks in Ruby Sapphire. It's pretty much pain all the way. You just want to see 3 T-Pos is probably best case.
If I'm being honest, this kind of feels like a scary movie when, you think you're safe and then you turn your head around the corner and the monster's waiting for you. We just saw 3 big monsters sitting in Steven's hand in the way of Tamatoa, in the way of that big Sisu, and of that Maui half shark. I mean, that is not a trio you want to run into in a dark alley. Let me tell you what.
Yeah, and I mean, there is a part of Lucky's mind that might be going, game 3's not sounding so bad. Because I mean, going first. Because I don't know. At this point, I'm just panicking. He's got 4 cards. It's not over. And we do know the draw engine has been stalled. I mean, it used to be at this point, it feels like they have infinite cards. They just don't stop drawing. But now a recently deceased mouse will not be with us, and things are a little bit different.
Yes. R.I.P. We pour one out. We pour one out for our boy Hiram. Or Hiram. I heard the debate earlier of what the proper pronunciation is. Good news is we don't have to worry about it anymore.
No, they said, honestly, you guys got it wrong so many times. That's why we banned him. And it's interesting.
Yeah.
They banned him for that reason.
Absolutely. And it was actually Fortisphere. It wasn't Fortisphere. This whole time we were arguing about the wrong card.
Exactly. And now we do see one of the pain points here of Grandma is Grandma did exactly what I was afraid Grandma would do and take out that Prince Philip, which is kind of hurts. But he turned him sideways knowing that Grandma was there. So whether that was because he's panicked going, how much questing am I honestly going to get out of my deck right now, knowing what's ahead of me? Yeah. It's tough to say, but yeah, Prince Philip doesn't get to do much cool stuff when he is in the banish pile. Well,
no, absolutely not.
He could do one more cool thing. He could turn
What's that, Katie?
He could turn into a giant demon from the underworld. So we'll see. Maybe that's the grand plan all along. But there is only two cards, notably in the Chernabog dog kibble bit. Dog, the Chernabog kibble, Chernakibble.
Chernakibble. You know, it's interesting. We always focus on the cute part of the Chernadog's deck, but we completely forget about the fact that the souls of these puppies are being converted into something just so terrifying and evil. I mean,
exactly.
When you put it that way, it's actually kind of dark. I mean, what kind of sick person would play this?
Yeah, it is kind of, it's rough. You don't like to think about it, but this is how the sausage is made. And in this case, we have an Ursula and a Pegasus standing there going, what am I supposed to do? What do you want me to do right now against this board?
Yeah.
And the answer is quest, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, Luke, only you can. You enjoy that dog.
Yeah, I don't know if you could hear it. Oh. So if anybody doesn't know, we had a Luke in our ear going, can I eat that dog?
My apologies, Luke.
And we see an angel from heaven. What is that? A foil Rockstar Stitch. In this economy, you don't think you're going to see it, but there it is on the screen, folks.
Oh my goodness! Look, it's 0 to hero. What a power card! Just from a spot that you should not be able to play. We are playing some music. We're playing with the guitar. We're playing some kind of Elvis tune for sure. Will this be a way out? I mean, I don't know. We'll see.
I mean, one of the reasons famously, you don't see Rockstar Stitch is he's quite delicate to many things in the meta. He doesn't usually get to hang around very long. Set 1 and set 2, yeah, you were drawing cards. It was a good time. It was a great time to be Stitch Rockstar. And then it stopped being that way. So we're about to see a Shark Storm, and I'm assuming Brawl will be coming back any moment. Perhaps not.
Okay. We see. Yep, we're seeing some decisions here to heal things that are fully healed. And I wonder why. I wonder what creature, what under the sea creature. Oh, there it is. His name is Tamatoa, and he is happy as a clam.
Yeah, it's still a great card. They could get rid of the rat, but getting cards back from your banish pile, still great. It turns out.
Yeah, who would have thunk it? Apparently we didn't need the rat because there was other ways to do it. And there's a lot of crabs that can do it. So we do see the popsicle kind of making its cycle here as we continue to draw. Now, to be fair, without that rat around, Honecker is operating with a pretty average to below average hand size of 3 still. Imagine if this was a week ago, how much worse off Lucky would be.
That was a terrible time when you look across your opponent and they're like taking a long time because they're like, well, I have 30 cards to read through. And you're like, take your time. It's fine. I have 1 card. You have 30. That's fine. I'm not stressed.
Right. I'm here for you. This is for you right now. You do what you got to do.
So we do see a tramp come in, and this is the recycling tramp, the one that feeds the souls of 2 cards, draw. Well, I guess not. No, sorry. That's the wrong tramp. Wrong tramp, everyone. No, this is the discount one. Or maybe it is. No, it is the one where you get a draw. I psyched myself out.
Yeah, no, you were right. Don't second guess yourself. Don't ever do that.
Right. Well, he didn't do it fast enough, so I lost it. I was like, I don't know. I guess I don't know. Either way, he will go ahead and start feeding. I'm assuming the Chernabog fuel, but Chernabog becomes a little bit less fun to play when you're against a deck that has things like Be Prepared in their arsenal. Now, every card Steven puts on his board is something that makes it less likely that he'll do Be Prepared, but Chernabog is kind of scary against Ruby decks.
It is. I mean, here's the thing, though. I mean, what else can you do? I think in Lucky's case, you know, if you're not playing the cards that you know, we see Ursula can get through some of that removal, but if we have that be prepared in hand, if we're playing bare necessities, but it doesn't stop things like character removal. So if we can play that Chernobog, and you know, we do see that there are some very, very valuable characters sitting on Honecker's side of the board here. Forcing that be prepared is not the worst thing that you can do right now. So do you lose the Chernobog? Yeah. But they also lose Shark. They also lose Tamatoa. And you know what? I say it's a fair trade. I take that trade every single day.
And that's why be prepared is, you know, I think it's fair. People for a while are like, man, be prepared. I'm like, guys, calm down, because what are you going to do when you have a board where there's 30 guys? You just hit the emergency eject. Let's restart. Let's talk about this.
All right, let's pump the brakes.
Okay, I thought he missed the Shark trigger, and somebody in the chat also said that. So I'm thinking he did, because he could have gotten that brawl back when he ran the Shark into that sweet baby Pegasus, but he didn't. And maybe it's just because he didn't want to. I don't know.
That'd be an interesting reason for sure.
I don't want to. You can't make
of all the reasons, that'd be a good one, I guess.
Yeah.
It could be that. It could just be a lot of the nerves, or maybe Honecker is just feeling like, hey, I got this. You know, I think there's a lot of talk to be had about just, hey, I'm already winning. I'm in a good spot. And sometimes we get a little bit lax. We start thinking about that game 3 when we haven't even finished game 2 yet. So that could be a factor as well. And I think a good lesson for any players out there: stay focused on the game that you're in. Don't worry about the next game just because you think you got it unlocked. You could drop the ball. It's very possible to drop the ball.
Yeah, which is why I sound like a crazy person when I say Lorcana or play Lorcana, because I'll say everything I'm doing, and it's not for you, it's for me, because I need to make sure I do it. And I think we might be having possibly a rules question here.
Oh, I think you're right. Yeah, this looks like a resolution of some kind of ruling here.
Yeah, about what cards. I think he drew one card too much, and they're doing the, well, I guess roll the dice and pick whichever one. That looks like what they're doing, because he should have obviously one less card than he has right now. So that's a good way to handle it, is just say, listen, you don't get to pick which one.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I think good. Also, thank you for our judges who are sitting. Well, they're sitting virtually tableside, I guess you can say, but just the amount of work and dedication that it takes to just be hyper vigilant, just watching these games. So as we kind of take this moment to resolve the game state, just a huge shout out to our judges and to the judge team that is supporting the ICL.
Yeah, the fact that people are like, I'm going to learn the rules and help you, and they just do that because they're nice people. I love that. I love that energy that they just do it because they're nice and they want to help. So shout out to our judges, and shout out Rockstar Stitch, because apparently people haven't played in so long. They're like, I don't know. And I think it might have also, someone pointed out, it could be an issue of Tramp doesn't cost 2 cards or less. He has a 2 willpower. So it could have just been I don't know. Is that how it works? And that's the peril of playing a card that we all put away and didn't think we'd ever get to play again.
Yeah, certainly. Now we do see the decisions was made to get rid of a little teeny tiny baby Stitch. And it looked like another character. So to your point, Katie, we could be fueling a giant demon into existence.
Yeah, and notably, Stitch is a new dog. So I count him. He's definitely part of the dog deck. Not that anyone's fighting me on that, but I'm ready to fight somebody. If anybody would like to come at me on that.
I was going to say, I heard him say woof woof in the movie. I think it counts.
Yeah, he was a collie before he got hit by the truck.
I love that movie so much.
I know. Someone says he doesn't like Lilo and Stitch. That was the weirdest thing I've ever heard anyone say. I was like, all right. So we've already taken legal action. My lawyers, that's where I was between the rounds.
Okay, yeah, please. Whatever you got to do to take custody of anything that you need to now's the time to do that. Oh, we and Katie is in the tank with her headset. She's getting O2'd by her headset right now. Hey, welcome back.
I gesticulated so hard that I just slapped my headphones right out of my ears. But we're back.
Well, let me tell you, this is a barn burner of a match. I don't blame you for feeling that way. As we take a look, I mean, look at this board state. When we saw that hand just a few turns ago from Honecker, we expected this to go way worse for Lucky. Lucky's doing pretty darn good for himself.
Yeah, I mean, he lost everything just now, and he only has 1 card. And if it's Chernobog, that's certainly not. Yeah, and that's kind of the gamble with Rockstar Stitch, is he wants you to have a nice hand. You have to have a hand to draw cards. Just kind of like a little bit of a conundrum to be in, because you need 1 drop and 2 drops to make him have the power he needs. But with 1 card, it could be a 1-cost card, and he's about to fire this Rockstar Stitch engine.
Yeah, and conversely, I mean, this deck is just full of them as well. So even if you do go empty in hand, there's a pretty good shot that you're going to draw something that will trigger that Rockstar Stitch ability. And we, because we're turning 2, it looks like we're kind of in that zone right now. Although, yep, we decided to play that Escape Artist Lilo, taking a look, and
yeah, and now this is kind of also another catch-22 because the minute he turns that Lilo sideways, there's a shark in the water, Lilo. You got to watch out. You do not want to be sideways. So it's kind of a heavy cost to pay. That, you get to draw a card, but
yeah, Lilo is going to need a bigger boat for sure.
Yeah, keep all your limbs inside the surfboard, Lilo, please. It is absolutely terrifying out there.
Yeah, it is scary. I mean, the good news is it's only half of a shark. Hopefully, you encounter the legs and stuff.
That's it's kind of scary, and we do only see one action in his discard, but I'm pretty sure he'll be going for that next turn. But honestly, it's kind of his picking on what he chooses to do this next turn, because the momentum has definitely shifted heavily towards Steven's side, unfortunately, or fortunately, I guess. Good for you. We want to go to game 3.
Yeah, I was about to say I want to see this game 3, and it's interesting because oftentimes when we watch games like these, we think about and talk about this moment where the game takes that turn. At the very beginning, nobody has anything. We're kind of moving towards stabilizing the board. It's a term we often hear a lot of, and it's the idea that one of us has finally amassed enough resources, have the characters, the items, and just the ability to just say, hey, I'm officially in control of this game, and I'm going to go ahead and you're going to sit there and watch me play Lorcana for a little bit as you figure out what you're going to do with your hand every turn.
Yeah, he's feeling comfy. He's got a comfy situation here. It's hard, and that's probably a good call, like you said. With Lilo by herself isn't so scary. That Stitch is a lot more of a problem. Oh, why not?
Oh yeah, let's just do it.
Yeah, be prepared for you, but not for me. That's my favorite. It's like, I don't want to be prepared. You can be prepared. I'm going to keep all my cards. Oh my goodness. Who would get rid of all their characters? That's so scary.
Yeah, who would?
So now
it's of note. Oh, sorry. I was going to say of note. I mean, in terms of being close to Lorthel, Honecker is basically an action or 2 from being able to win out this game next turn if Lucky can't figure something out here. And I just don't see a way out for Lucky. I think Lucky is hoping to find something. I just don't know what there is to find at this point.
Yeah, because I think he did get that brawl back. So if he has that brawl in his hand, then he does have exactly Lorthel at this point, unless I can't do math, which is also a possibility, very real.
Yeah, math is hard, to be fair.
It is. That's one thing I miss about having like any kind of automated system. I was like, once I had to do math myself, I'm like, I don't know if I can play this game anymore, guys. I don't really know how this works. Help. So. Yeah,
the capacity to memorize phone numbers, I threw that away a long time ago. Cell phones made it where I don't have to remember phone numbers. Forget about a calculator and doing math. That's just nuts.
I still know my grandma's number, and she has been long deceased. So this is information still in there, but I can't get new ones. It's unfortunate. So we do.
Well, there you go.
Really just thinking, like, is there any lucky way out of this? Do I have to be prepared? No. So that is kind of a bummer situation. Oh, Daisy, it's too late. Daisy,
Daisy, go away. This is not, you need to leave. Yeah.
You were supposed to be here.
Go.
That's something. So that's, it explains why he wasn't like eager to scoop. When you got a go, that messes with the math a little bit in your favor, especially when there's a 3 damage on the other side. But he also has to figure out, how do I make it where he doesn't play that brawl next turn? And I don't know.
Yeah, that just, aside from maybe a nice bribe, like offering a good $1 or $2 to not play that card, there's very little in the way.
Please.
How about we're friends? We're friends now, so don't do it.
But he will ready. We will go through. We will play this turn and see what he does.
Yeah. Really, we just need an action here. An action, and this game is over. Yeah, because that'll take us to 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That puts us to 19. So we're just an action away. If Honecker has an action, this game is over.
He's like, what? Do it. And
there's the action. Yep. That'll do it.
But Lucky's, I think, is like not totally so bummed out about that. He put up a good fight, and he knows all it takes is 3 daisies, and it's over. He just has to do turn 1 daisy, turn 2 more daisies, go home, have a nice dinner with the family.
Absolutely. This is Lucky. Lucky is in a good spot. Lucky is going to get to be on the play here, going to get to go first, and that is the wheelhouse for an aggressive deck like what Lucky's playing right now. Katie, to your point, I mean, Lucky's got to be feeling okay, but this game has not been written yet. The ancient texts have not been scribed. This game is not over until we get to 20 lore one more time for a final game 3 here in this particular in this matchup.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing a truly wild pile shuffle of 7 stacks, which I've never seen it, and there's got to be a method. Post-game interview, possibly a question, because I like to do a count. I don't know, maybe he's got a system there. Do you like to, between rounds, try to reset the odds and be like, listen, I got to pile shuffle this out before I do my real shuffle? What are your vibes on that?
Oh, I go 10. I do 10 piles.
Wow.
I want to just throw my opponent off. Like, I want them to not play their finest. I want them to think I'm crazy, and I'm hoping that'll help to alleviate maybe they'll think I'm crazy and that I'll misplay a lot, and then they'll start to misplay too. So that's
exactly
what I'm hoping.
If my opponent shows up and they don't put down a play mat, I'm like, I'm dead. This person's insane.
No.
They're just gonna pick up the card off the table. How?
Yeah.
How?
No, not just no mat, Katie, but no mat, and they're not sleep. There's no.
That's crazy. I can't even talk about
Yeah.
that. Not on record, because I don't want to get canceled for just swearing, just unending swears. Be like, she wouldn't stop. She started. Yeah. Someone says I do 9 riffles every time and keep pushing. All right. 9 riffles. 1 more, too many. 1 less, not enough.
Not enough. Yeah. No, absolutely not enough.
So we now know Lucky, I think, is going for the daisies. I think Lucky likes the daisies. Everyone that has a daisy hopes for the daisy. And he knows that, I mean, puts you in a very vulnerable position, because as we saw, when you can ramp, when you can get out a little bit of ramp, a little bit of, TPO, ramp on a body, it's a very different game. And so I think he's hoping he can catch Steven off guard. And he's only sending back 2 so far.
Which, I mean, that's got wait, that makes make it 3. Make it 3. Yeah, so it's 3 cards. So we're fixed. What I like to call, we're fixing the hand here a little bit. Maybe 4? No. Oh no, we got played, Katie. We got played. We thought it was the left side pile. It was the right side pile. So it was 4 that we sent back.
It's insane. It's insane. Who puts the putbacks in there? I don't know. But Lucky has a system, and you don't want to break the luck. At the end of the day, you're lucky for a reason, and you can't break the vibes, especially if it worked once. Probably gonna work again.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, and you don't want to. You absolutely don't. The vibes are immaculate. The vibes are important, and Lucky is going to have to be as lucky as he can be, and all the vibes need to be just moving in all the right frequencies here to figure this out.
Watching this deck play out, it does make me. I hope there's not like Hiram super fans in the chat. There's Hiram fans everywhere. They're amongst us, but I mean, it does feel a lot more fair that you don't have this infinite moment of card draw in the middle of the game, and that felt terrible to be against. So I mean, watching it, I'm like, I feel like this is how the deck is supposed to work, that there's a little bit of scariness at the beginning. You draw some cards as a treat, but not infinite. So I like watching this. It makes me, I'm still afraid of this deck. I don't want to see that shark, I don't want to see that dragon, but I'm not annoyed like I was before.
Yeah, certainly. And I think of note, though, we're seeing the power of, because it's not draw what happens with Ruby Sapphire anymore. What it is I play a card. I look at the top 5 cards of my deck. I get the most powerful card in those 5 cards. I look at 2 cards here. I look at 5 cards here. I look at 2 cards here. So it's really getting your pick of just like the best card of like of a percentage of the top of your deck, which I would argue is scarier even than just drawing and getting stuff off the top. Although the argument on the other side of that, of course, is that after I'm done looking at these really cool cards, some of the ones that I might really, really want, they gotta have to go in the bottom.
Yeah, it does feel bad. But honestly, it used to be like, whatever, they're going to come back up. The way you guys are going through your deck, it feels like an infinite cycle. So, but yeah, it feels balanced. So I do feel like I'm happy to see this deck is still there, because I didn't want it to be like, this deck is unplayable, because that's kind of a bummer too. And now it's just playable, but calm down. You don't need 14 cards. What are you going to do?
Yeah. Yeah, listen, you're the best top decker in the entire game, okay? You can live with 3 cards at a turn. Wow, okay.
Daisy's out for blood. She did it.
Daisy is here. Daisy is here, and she said, no, you will not have this. You cannot have your things. You cannot have your actions. Okay, what are we playing? This is going to be important.
No.
Oh, here we go.
He said, do you remember game 1? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
I'd like to do it again.
So long ago.
Oh, that's brutal. I don't like that, but I mean, it makes sense. It worked. He said, I really liked it. It felt good. It felt so good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna send a card to the bottom. I'm not gonna let you draw cards. I'm just gonna do it. So Steven's saying, please stop. I'm assuming. I can't hear him, but I'm assuming.
Why do you Tipo? Okay, so Tipo is in play. Tipo is not good against Daisy Ducks. Tipo just sits there and says, please stop telling my friends to go on the bottom of the deck. I want to play with these items. These are toys. I want to play with them. There's songs to be had. I want to sing these songs. Stop sending these things to the bottom. So people's going to sit there and watch Daisy do that.
Daisy will do that. She's, I like playing Daisy because I think it's so fun to just be like, listen, I know you're stressed, but I'm getting lore, and that's all that really matters to me. But to be against the side of it, it does feel egregious. It does feel like it should say only one Daisy can be allowed in play at a time, because why? Please don't. That's just, it's not nice. So here we go.
Here we go. All right,
what
do we lose? We get, or no. Develop your brain on the bottom.
Yeah, an inkable action. Great. And
an item, a toy for people to play with.
Which is the newest card on the ban list, as we talked about in the pre-show. I was banning any card that anyone mentioned, and that was on it, unfortunately. So that's rough.
Yeah.
And
I saw that you were drawing the ire of people. People were like, "Wait, does Katie work for? Does Katie work for?
Stop!
And is she? Don't do this.
Why are you doing this, lady?" And I wasn't. I would never. I actually don't have any power, and that's probably the best way. But we do see how far I'll go taken. But we see some things there that is a little stressful.
This is just brutal.
But Sisu's coming. She's coming. And Sisu might get a larger friend later. And that could change the momentum quite viciously, because we see there's only one card in hand. So if he can curve this and really, get out this Daring Visitor and take out one of the daisies, and then theoretically get out the shift, it's not so bad. But he does have to really, really, really hope that all works out, because we did not see a Sisu in hand other than the Daring Visitor at this point.
Yeah, and we're inking some pretty valuable cards here, knowing that the end of this game is coming way too soon. That is not a Daring Visitor Sisu, but it can get us a Daring Visitor Sisu, and we would still have enough to play it. The quickness, I think it's a Sisu, Katie, because I saw how quick he grabbed that. I'm gonna summon it into existence. Do it. It is Daring Visitor Sisu. It's not too late. We might be able to recover this. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, because next turn we're still a little bit out from shifting, but yeah, it's just a survival mode. Because we have seen, especially if a Pirate's Life is played, you can bleed the life out of a person. You see it leave their eyes when they're like, I'm cooking, I'm questing, I'm doing everything. And then, once that momentum shifts, the brakes turn and you hear the car start drifting backwards.
Lucky Dime to the bottom of the deck with that Daisy Duck trigger. Insane. She is just stealing all the things. Hide your Lucky Dime, hide your song.
Daisy, stop.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so this is a Daisy Storm. Or Daisy Chain. I like that more, actually. Daisy Chain, it just is better than Daisy Storm by every measure. And it's deadly. I'm calling it that from now on. Yeah, the Daisy Chain. He's got to send in this Maui, clear one more.
Maui. Yeah, just do what you can. Do what you can, Maui. Get in there, get rid of that Daisy that's been stealing all your stuff, that's been throwing it to the bottom of your deck. That mean Daisy. She's got friends, though. She's got a friend there waiting to do it again. However, do what you can. We've got to clear this out. And that's not good. Choosing to, it's necessary. What that indicates, of course, is that that our big friend Sisu is not there. And Steven knows this game is over if I don't use it this way now.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Because, I was like, obviously he's going to keep that Sisu in play. But like you said, not a ton of choice. Yeah. But that's a major bummer. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Speaking of major bummers.
Wow. This is just so crazy. This is so bad, Katie.
It's salt in the wound. It really is. To have a Daisy is one thing, but then to punish your opponent over and over by being like, hey, do you want that card? To the bottom. You don't like that. And the comeback window is closing very, very, very quickly. Maybe a Pirate's Life can stall it, but even that's not a solution. He's at 0, so it really is going to be rough to come back with this.
We've got enough cost characters on the table to sing that Pirate's Life if it does come in, but that is just you'd rather be using that Maui to take out a Daisy, not trying to just stop the bleed. at this point, as we see a Sapphire Coil, the right choice here, not necessarily at this moment. Goes into the Inkwell.
Now, is it another
and we
visitor?
play.
No,
It is a brawl. It is a brawl choosing Pegasus. Okay, yeah, and certainly that makes sense too because we know we've got Maui. Maui's going to go ahead and clean up. And oh my goodness, can Steven do that? Katie, can Steven do this?
He can.
Are we back?
It's going to be a stressful turn. I think every turn will be kind of stressful until get him down to like 12. If Lucky can get down to 12, then I feel like that feels better. But 16 is just, I don't know. I feel like especially if you start firing off those Lilos that just keep coming back and you don't have that card draw like you used to.
I think Honecker can do. I think Honecker can still do this.
All right.
Let's see. I mean, I believe in the Cerberus Den. I believe in them. I'm curious if this is the turning point. If Honecker can figure this out, then boy, oh boy, would this be the save of the century? Oh no! Although here's the thing, that's a very low value Rapunzel. Playing it just to have a body on board, not using it to draw when you only have one card in hand. That is a 100% feel bad moment.
Especially knowing that you're in a sea of daring visitors and brawls, and that, I mean, she's not a great card to play against a deck like Steven. So luckily it's grandma time, which, gonna go ahead and establish a firmer base. Get that card.
Absolutely. Knowing that rat is nowhere to be found, knowing that the rat has had its funeral, I mean, this is the way we get to the card that we need. And so Honecker just needs to keep finding the answers. Vitalisphere is okay, but not necessarily what you want. We do see that the Maui is going to come in, clear that up, but at the moment doesn't seem to have an answer for the Rapunzel, which is a problem because that is going to push Lucky to 19 lore, and boy, oh boy, is that way too close.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen kind of the power of Maui here against a deck where everything has one strength is, Maui can do several challenges, especially with the Popsicle. We've had to start thinking about Popsicles as like, oh yeah, it's there to heal. It's not just there to feed that mouse. So we're seeing the Popsicle used the way it was written, which is, kind of fun to see that happen.
Yeah.
And if we do get past this corner, which we're going to see here, he really needs to get rid of that Rapunzel, I would imagine.
Yeah, you're not kidding. We see, so we've passed it over. We are doing the Ready Set Ink thing, and we are at the draw part of Ready Set Draw, rather.
Yeah, someone mentioned a go-go is game over. So it's a scary pass that he just did there.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that at all. I mean, a go-go would be fantastic here. Just keeping the pressure on. We do know that Honecker has only one card in hand, so it needs to be like the absolute best card in his deck. We're going to 19. Do we have the go-go?
We might have a giant. So we will say, I mean, we're at the point where at this point, there's not secret intel. We don't like to say what the deck lists are, but he does run 4 go-go. So Lucky has acknowledged that reach is important, but instead he says, I don't need go-go. I need a giant demon from the underworld.
I just need to perform some dark evil magic and bring this thing into existence and create a circle here for this big old monster to show up.
Yeah, I will use the souls of 6 of my characters plus 4 ink, and with that, we're bogging. Wait, I think bogging is actually a thing. Gen Z don't. They always catch me using terms. They're like, you can't use that. I'm like, all right, well, you guys keep making words, okay?
I was going to say we got to look that up on Urban Dictionary. Make sure that you didn't just say something really crazy.
I think that it's like either way. I'll look it up later. Yeah, bogging. Either way, that's a problem here because it does make it where you've got to have an answer. It's be prep, let it go time, something to do removal quickly. And we have an answer for the Rapunzel, but knowing that go-go, there's 4 of them in the deck. It's really, we got a Pirate's Life. We got to do something because it's panic time.
Yeah, panic. I mean, Panic at the Disco over here as we try to figure out where do we get out of here. No, it looks like we are revealing our hand.
We don't feel good. I think that's what we do.
No.
When we don't.
Yeah, no.
So he is going to go ahead and did he just scoop? Because I felt like he healed, played the Popsicle.
This is like this feels like partially like a scoop.
It's a half-hearted scoop. It's like a scoop. Feels
scoop-ish.
A scoop, no scooping is what we would call this.
Scooper, no scooping.
Yeah.
All right. I guess we figure out what's happening here. Maybe just before deciding to do the inevitable scoop, just wanted to make sure that all the play lines are effectively discussed. It could also be that they're just talking it out at this point.
It could be because I mean, he has card draw with Grandma and with the popsicle, but
interesting. All right, so we're taking a look to see. We just want to get final confirmation before we go ahead and throw up the magical graphics, and before we know for sure what is happening.
Now we are scooping. That is the act.
Yes, we quite literally are scooping the cards. All right.
Yeah. So we are in Scoop City, and now it's time to go interview these lovely players.
Yeah, let's go talk to our friends.
Yeah, and talk about how Daisy banned when.
Is my audio coming through now?
Yes, you're back.
We can hear you now. Yes.
Sorry about that.
You, Lucky, and Steven, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
Wonderful. So that was quite the matchup. But first we went fast, and then we said, "Whoa, let's slow down." You guys were going too fast, and then things kind of slowed down a little bit. We'll start with you, Lucky. I mean, you were lucky, but you were also prepared. What made you bring this deck, and how did you feel once you kind of figured out what you were against?
So if I'm being honest, I was playing a different deck majority of the time. We just also finished our 1K or 2K at House of Cards here in North Carolina. So I was prepping for that event. I was playing a lot of Purple Steel, and I was gonna play it tonight, but I just wanted sort of a change of pace because I didn't do terribly, but I felt like things could have gone a lot differently from the build I had. And then shout out to my teammate Matt from Ohana. He actually brought this deck a while back to locals, the Shona Dog, and I was always like on green purple, so I'm like a very like aggro player. So I was like green yellow like aggro, and I tried his version, and his version was a little different because of, if you saw in the match, it had like stitches, Clarabelles. So it had like a couple more shift alternatives rather than just like it's like put everything down, but you still can like do stuff with your shift selections. So that's why I just wanted to try out and see how it went. I think it went good, aside from the little mishap there in game 2. Definitely I don't know where my head was when I played the Tramp and then thought I could trigger it with Stitch, but I can't because it's not 2 cost or less, most definitely. But aside from that, I think I had fun playing this deck. And then going against Red Blue, I knew it was basically a clock. Obviously, in game 2, he was on the draw, so he's gonna ramp more. And then once he like has Shark, Tamatoa, Big Body, Sisu, I kind of just have to like win on the draw before he can get to that point. So that's why it was kind of like a race. But games 1 and game 3 were definitely like I was able to see my drops early, and then that game 3. First time I saw Trendabog to play it out, so I'm glad I was able to help me seal that game for game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those Daisy Ducks were just so high value. I mean, that like if we don't see the stonks on Daisy Ducks go up just on that match alone, I'd be very surprised. It put in some work. I mean, not only was it netting you the lore that you needed, it was just hitting every target that it needed to that wasn't a character. It was crazy how high value that was. So congratulations on that. Now, Honecker, I wanted to ask you. So you came pretty darn close. There was a moment there at the end where it felt like there was a bit of a turnaround. Like, we know that Ruby Sapphire generally is the bleeding deck, right? Like, it bleeds and then it stops the bleed. There was a moment there towards the end that I legitimately thought that you might have done it. When we had a long board, you cleared all the way down to the Ursula. I want to know, what were some of your thoughts as you were kind of entering that moment, and where did you finally realize that maybe you just couldn't pick that? Like, where'd you lose control of that board in that last game?
So I think I was hanging on to hope a little bit there, because I did have a Grandma Tala in hand, and with 6 ink, I had the ability to still find a brawl. So if I could just take out that Rapunzel with the Maui and just kind of hope to stream things along, I thought there was a glimmer of hope there at the end. But as soon as I saw the Chernabog, I was like, yeah, I don't really have a great answer in the deck without pretty much every one of the coils in play.
Yeah, that Chernabog was frightening.
The fact that he just came down, very menacing. And I did wonder, because I mean, this is a big week. This is the first week post Hiram ban. Were you a loyal devotee to this deck beforehand? Did you have to relearn it? What was that process on kind of the shift from before and after Hiram on this deck for you?
Well, I've pretty much been playing the deck since I started playing the game, through a lot of losing to Ruby Amethyst in set 2. And so I had to see if it was still there. I had actually spent most of my time this set on blue steel, but now it seems like Sisu's pretty well positioned, especially if there is the coil into all of the steel decks that I kind of expected to see.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, that's interesting because we talk about this huge shift. We've seen a lot of the decks that are showing up at these tournaments. Team Ohana, a huge shout out to what you all put on that 2K that you all were discussing as well. And so we're seeing it, and it's funny. Like we come on here, we come to the ICL, and it's like, hey, before we fully say goodbye to Hiram, let's see what it would have looked like if we had like a matchup that we've seen, but without the Hiram. So I think it's really interesting to see because a lot of people have been reverting back to going to like set 6 decks or going back to older decks to see what that feels like. And yet we're here being able to see what a world would have looked like if we had really these set 7 decks minus the pieces that were taken out as a result of the news this past week. So thank you both for showcasing that. Now I see that we're 1-1 right now. How are you all feeling about your team's chances? So we'll start. I want to start first with Lucky. What is your team's chances of taking this third game? I want to hype your teammate up. They need it. They're probably nervous. I want to hear from you. What can we do to hype these people up? So we'll start first with Team Ohana. We'll start first with Lucky.
So definitely, I think. I know it's going to be quite favoritism, but I think fellow teammate DJ. I think he's going to bring it home. He did really well in the 2K as well. He did a pretty good performance. I know before we played the 2K, he was still like deck theory crafting. He made some minor adjustments. But like I saw him and Matt are like our Steel Song players. So I was just seeing him like both of them like deck crafting and in terms of like that event, because we did post like a meta analysis of the event, and although the room was heavily like one colored / one particular deck, the top cut was honestly kind of spread. I think it was like 2/2 and then like one of everything. So I think definitely it's like at that point we're like an open meta, at least for at least at our 2K event. You just gotta be able to like, even if you have favorable and unfavorable matchups, being able to know how to play all your matchups for sure. And DJ, I think he's played a lot of different matchups before, and he knows how to pilot it. So I definitely think, as much as I would love the opposing team to win, I think we're gonna take it home for sure, most definitely.
All right, thank you for that, Lucky. And Honecker, I want to give you a chance to respond. This, of course, debate style. You've got 3 minutes on the clock. Go ahead and talk, hype up your teammate. Give us a way forward for you to succeed, to take this game and to move forward into the ICL.
Well, we saved the best for last, really. Josh is one of the best players in the area, if not the best. He's been working on this deck for a really long time, and is just really a true master of the craft. He's more dedicated than I've ever seen anyone be, especially over the last couple weeks, and then even more so since that ban happened. So I'm really excited to see all that hard work that he's had pay off.
Oh, I'm so stoked. Katie, what about you?
He's like, I don't need the 3 minutes. He's gonna do great. I think that was in and out, perfect. I love that very much. I will say that I did accidentally give away a thing that DJ's goes by zoologist because he was a zoology major and worked in a zoo. So hopefully he doesn't get tilted and the match doesn't start by him going, I think animals are dumb. Because I mean, don't do that. That'd be a terrible way to tilt your opponent. But either way, I like Ohana because they gave me a sticker. Cerberus done, please send me one. And I'm excited to see this final match. It'll be exciting no matter what. Yeah. Can people hear what that man said? Okay. Are there any dogs? Well, there were dogs. Are we asking who has dogs? We're having a dog question from the booth in New York.
Right.
Yeah, Cerberus's deck. Did it have any dogs?
I don't have any yet. Maui has all kinds of forms so far, so maybe we'll get one moving forward.
Yeah.
That is upsetting to hear. That might be a DQ, I think. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, so what you're saying is because of your logo, so what you're saying is you've got the dogs on you, but you don't necessarily have the dogs in you. Okay, understandable.
It makes sense. You know, it's kind of like that'll tilt you too, because you're like, when are the dogs coming? They did not. Who let the dogs out? Not you. Specifically, not you. Not you. So we're going to go ahead and wrap up. But before we say goodbye, we'll go ahead and do some shout outs here. So we will go ahead and start with Team Ohana. Do you have any lucky shout outs that you would like to do?
Yes, most definitely. Shout outs to my team, Team Ohana, based in North Carolina. Shout out to our sponsors, Dragon's Horde and House of Cards. Both always are great shops, play locally. We always test test at both locations. And we always do events. We're having another case tournament for the Rang Jafar new set coming out at House of Cards. Check that out for sure. We also have, if you have any desire to buy stuff from Gen Accessories, pretty good TCG accessories, we do have a code OhanaFam10 to get 10% off. So I would definitely recommend you utilize that to your advantage if you want to get discounts for some cool accessories. And yeah, shout out to Ohana.
It's a discount code, so everybody step it up, because I mean that's quite nice that you're like, hey guys. What was
Should be Ohana Fam Team. It's also on our Facebook page as well.
All right, you heard it here. Write it down. Oh, it's in the chat. Wonderland put it in the chat. So we'll go ahead. Do you have any shout outs? I know that we're all very disappointed. There was a poll. We voted. Will all the decks have dogs? And you kind of let a few people down. But either way, it's fine. We're okay. So any shout outs for you before we say goodbye?
Yeah, I'd like to shout out Josh first and foremost, kind of being our local glue that holds everything together. The player alongside me, Tim, he helps me test a lot at all of the local events we go to. And I'd also like to shout out my son Lincoln. He's really the reason I play the game.
I love that. Well, thank you both. A pleasure to watch this match. So we will see. Is it going to be a three-peat? Is it Daisy City and we just have to watch Daisy just destroy lives today? We'll see. But thank you both. So we are going to go ahead and wrap this up. So Gabe, it's been a pleasure. I've watched you cast, and now I got to cast with you. So check. That's something I can say I've done. So we'll say goodbye. It's not goodbye. It's see you later. But before we say see you later, where can we find and follow you?
Yes, actually. So you thank you, Kate. And I was going to say the check mark is for me because I got the cast
double
with you.
Check
So
marks.
that's yeah, double check marks. So first of all, shout out to the ICL for making this happen. Got to throw that out there. Huge shout out to my team, the Illuminati. You can catch us. We're just starting the YouTube thing, Illuminati TCG, on YouTube and on Twitch. I also want to do a quick shout out to SSG, Southside Gaming. They have some major events coming up the weekend of May 3rd. I'll be casting. Skinner will be there as well. So if you want to watch some of those games, May 3rd and May 4th, we've got some huge events coming up, SSG, Southside Gaming, and follow them as well. They've got a podcast coming up on Wednesday. And yeah, that's what I got. And I'll be back, actually. I'll be talking to some of you all later in the post show. So I'm excited to be back for that.
Yeah, and definitely follow Southside Gaming. Your guys' coverage, top notch. I love your logo. That's my number one. I'm like, pink. I love that. So, but that's not the only reason. They're also great. So yeah, definitely make sure to follow on Twitch to catch those tournaments. And sometimes you guys just stream for the fun of it. You're just streaming. Why not? So we will go ahead. You guys know where to find me. I don't need to say that. So we'll see you around. But we're going to go introduce our last casters. You know and love him. It's the king of late night Lorcana, and also key issues with Garrick. Welcome, and we'll go ahead and kick off the last round.
Oh. The dogs were barking.
Yeah, the dogs were in there, and the dogs were barking ferociously. I'll tell you this. We're all worried about how many dogs are in the decks. Does everyone have a dog in the deck? Well, did anyone ask how many flowers are in the decks of the Ohana players? Because taking a look at this last round, I can tell you, I looked at every single card very, very intently. I don't see a single flower. But I will tell you this, there is a dog in the last Cerberus deck. But yeah, I was wrong. I thought all the decks were going to have dogs. So, I missed out. But the last one, I didn't have complete knowledge. I said the first match, I see a dog. I know the deck for the last match. The odds are in my favor.
we were a dog 100%. We're batting 100, but so close to the finish line. We just couldn't get there. But it doesn't matter. The action continues in round 3, game 1, match 3. Gonna go blue. Everything we got. This is for all the marbles. I know if you're friends of the channel here, we're a big marbles in the Wonderland here. So this is all for the marbles. We're ready. I'm ready for action. Are you ready, Mr. Garrick?
I'm ready, and there are actually a lot of marbles on the line. I don't think we all knew the exact number, but I'm getting word right now it's over 5 billion marbles.
Wow.
So this is for all of them, which is really exciting. It's great for the ICL to be putting up that many marbles, but yeah, really excited to see this last matchup. It is an interesting matchup. There is Sapphire in the matchup, but
no mouse though. We don't see
where's
the mouse.
There's no
We're on the pack
mouse.
watch.
And I won't give away the other colors, but there is Sapphire in one of the decks. Yeah, I'm really excited to see this particular matchup. I think it is one that maybe people are sleeping on a little bit, especially one of these two decks. I think one of the decks is going to be one of the more prominent ones that we see during set championship season. But the other one, after everything has happened over this past week, maybe has fallen out of favor a little bit, but I think it's still strong. It's still a contender, and it's still something that you should consider if it's something that you've liked thus far in the Arcasia's Island set. And it has been a very successful deck. We've seen it at a ton of different top cuts prior to the bans, and I think it is still able to hold strong and do well in this upcoming meta for the set championship season.
Absolutely, obviously. I mean, you said it. Any Sapphire deck in the format took a little bit of a hit right now, but I think this one, it's the one that could live the best without this toy maker that's been causing a ransack throughout our format in the last couple of forever, really. So I'm really looking forward to the matchup. I think the other deck as well, you mentioned it's on the rise. I think people are looking back into that, seeing like, oh, wait a minute, this still got the gas. This still got the juice that we are looking for, especially with how everything changed. I think with the, I mean, we say it changed. I think the biggest, biggest fallen soldiers are the Sapphire Steel Endures. As we saw last weekend, Ruby Sapphire is back on top, and we see both play that out. So I'm really interested to see what happens as we enter the game 3. We got the Hades mat, the Cerberus that I am so ready.
Yeah, super pumped for this one. Interesting playmat choice on the side of the Ohana player, the zoologist here. Considering the color combination that they're going to be rocking with. But we're going to go ahead and get right into this. I don't know if Josh is really feeling to get those 7 or if he's completely frozen, but Zoologist here pulls out his 7. He's going to wait a second to see what's going on with Josh before we continue. But we do have the vicious looking Cerberus going up against Hades. I mean, it's a little ironic. That's supposed to be Hades' pet after all. But we have seen Cerberus kind of go against Hades a couple times in various media. Seen it in things like Kingdom Hearts, one of my favorite video game series. And that is something that people have really wanted to see. I don't know if you're a Kingdom Hearts head yourself, but that's something a lot of people have wanted to see in Lorcana. I don't know if it's ever something that we'll see. We see games like other games out there doing crossovers with everything, it seems, these days. We'll see if Lorcana is ever able to do something like that. That would be one of the only series that I think I would be okay with. But a lot of Kingdom Hearts fans out there definitely want to see that.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm in defense of that because I think it's too early for it, honestly, as a big Kingdom Hearts fan.
It's way too early. It's way too early. It's something way down the
10
road.
10 years down the road.
Yeah.
Just a little crossover. Make that legendary Donald Duck be one of his outfits from the game, actually, and just fully
give him a Zeta flare. Yeah,
just do the whole thing. Just go all the way. Make give us a little bit of cards there, and give us the location straight out of the game, even though it's the same thing. But give us the spaceship that you get to.
You have Hollow Bastion and things like that. Unique Kingdom Hearts worlds could be cool locations. But yeah, that would be something definitely way down the line. Let's get all the Disney movies and the Pixar movies in the game first, and then we can worry about crossover type stuff. But that would be an awesome set for sure. I think the opportunities and the possibilities are limitless. Me and JDZ were talking about this the other day on his stream, but I mean, the 30th anniversary of a Goofy movie is out. Speaking of dogs, I mean, Goofy is a dog after all. Would love to see Powerline and Max and PJ show up. Yeah, that would be fire for sure.
Oh my goodness. I think we got the game ready. Tech solved, getting action ready. Hades versus his dog. Will the dog come out on top? Last game, the dogs did come out on top. So will we see history repeat itself, or will DJ come on top?
Yeah, we will see if Hades is able to bring Cerberus to heel here. But it is interesting that the Ohana player was playing the dogs against the no dog deck on the side of Cerberus last match. But this is a completely different one. I think this might be the most back and forth match. Let me knock on wood here. I think this could be the most back and forth match that we've had thus far in this ICL matchup, just because it was kind of 2 blowouts in the last 2 matches. Of course, the last one did go to 3 games, but 2 of those games were not particularly close at all.
Oh yeah, the dog started barking early. Those daisies came in, and it was just a wrap up. And
yeah, the duck started quacking. The Pegasuses started
so
neighing.
many whiffs too. Like Daisy was hitting those dimes, those vital, the spheres, the everything. He hit a sail at one point. It was just miss after miss. It's exactly what you want to see when you're turning that daisy sideways. So,
yeah. Did the zoologist here only alter 1 card? That's crazy. Must have a really, really good hand. And we know what the deck is. That seems like bad news for the side of Cerberus here.
If DJ is getting 1 card, it's not gonna look too pretty when he starts slinging.
Yeah, for sure. I do like Josh's deck into the deck that we're going to see from the zoologist here. I think it is honestly a really, really close matchup. It could go either way, but if the zoologist deck does what it's supposed to do, it just feels like one of those decks that is just simply unbeatable. Like one of the most unfair things you will ever see in Lorcana is this particular deck popping all the way off.
And we saw Pete to a sticky Mickey here, as we saw that we know that Steel is on the way. So it's just going to be very, very, very steel heavy deck here, matchup here potentially. And we see the Amber here, so it makes you thinking. The are we singing some songs? Are we steel songing? What are we doing?
I mean, World's Greatest Criminal Mind is a big hint as we get into the Daisy. It could be Mono Amber for all we know, but Daisy has been a recurring theme tonight. This is a card that has a ton of willpower, typically kind of hard for steel decks to get rid of early on in the game. They're not able to deal 4 with only 2 ink. So we need to see what we're able to do. And we do have 2 characters that can challenge into her next turn. So that was nice to see on the side of Cerberus here, getting the Smee out and posing a threat to this early Daisy.
Making that Daisy feel, not necessarily value to quest. So we might just not even do it in the first place and just kind of wait it out to empty out the board. As we get the Cinderella, this is Steel Song City.
Yeah, double Cinderella. We'll see if he has the songs to back it up. I'm assuming that he does, considering he only altered 1 single card. But you might think maybe we get the Cinderellas down, but we want to go a little bit faster here with this Daisy Duck and seeing the Mickey on that side of the board. It's not like you're going to use Let the Storm Rage On to get rid of it. Thinking about a quest here, wondering if it is the right thing to do.
This is a tough one because we might potentially just play Strength straight out and deal 3, but getting that 2 Lord is quite important in the matchup that is going to matter when you're curving out, when you're trying to keep up the tempo.
Yeah, for sure. The Mickey's able to get in onto the Daisy there and deal the 1 damage and not take any back thanks to the resist +1 that it has. The Smee will end up with 2 damage on it and make it extremely vulnerable to pretty much every single removal that is in the zoologist's deck, other than World's Greatest Criminal Mind.
Mulan got the draw here. Daisy with a hit. It never feels good, but Daisy is just value city regardless of what she does. So here we're gonna see, hoping to see a kind of continue that curve out with the strategy that Josh is running here, to kind of continue putting bodies on the board that potentially be a little bit of headache for DJ.
Yeah, for sure. There are a ton of great options for this sort of deck on the turn 3, as the Mulan is going to hit the Inkwell. You've got a full hand, don't necessarily need to adjust it. And there is the Alice. As I was saying, a ton of great options for turn 3 for this deck. And Alice is one of the better ones, especially if you're going up against a Steel Song deck who cannot target the Alice with those powerful songs that you use for removal. And you have to keep in mind that the majority of these decks do not run very high strength characters. So it's not easy to remove something like an Alice with the 1 and 4 on the willpower there.
Ward is going to be really challenging if you can't target. I mean, there's not much you can do. We used to love seeing a little bit of a potentially do a little damage with Tinkerbell. We don't even got that, so it's just gonna hope it turns sideways and it's available to get challenged, because if not, we got the dog that we've seen Kiwi love and play, which is the Pluto. So when we see that Pluto Alice combo, things are getting a little sticky with Alice just kind of hiding in the back, slowly gaining that 2 lore at a time. As board gets wide and you're looking a little scared, things are gonna get a little shaken if you don't have the right songs, if you can't wheel and deal for the Steel Song player.
Yeah, we do get into the Lawrence, which is a solid card. I think it will be able to challenge into the board very nicely. Could set up potential Rapunzel traps here in the future. But we are thinking about what we're going to do here on the turn 4. And again, if you're playing this Sapphire Steel Alice type strategy, you have an amazing curve. That's what makes this deck so powerful. You're able to play consistently 1, 2, 3, and then into 4. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we have the 4-drop. We have to go with the Bell and another 1-drop. Interesting that we're inking the Cogsworth here. You got to think Cogsworth is one of the best cards in this matchup. So the hand might be full of uninkables, but maybe he's got a second one. I would think you would want to keep as many Cogsworths as you possibly can in your hand. Gets rid of a dock. I think that probably spells, hey, I have another dock in my hand, as we are going to Strength of a Raging Fire the Lawrence for 4.
Oof, that is very, very painful, because the board DJ is running is getting weak. And like you said, Kiwi wants to play 1, 2, 3, 4, get bigger bodies, put more pressure. We whiffed the 4-drop, which is usually the Pluto, but Bellin and Mulan is still a lot of threat on the board, constantly getting you that lore gain that you're looking for as it continues. I mean, we sung the strength here to just absolutely get a more advantage next turn, playing that potentially Cogsworth, or even dock out and then just draw 2 and play more cards if you have available. So it's really going to be interesting to see what DJ can do here to save this board state.
Yeah, you got to think that there's another dock in hand on the side of Cerberus here. I think I probably would have let the Lawrence stick around a little bit. There's already 2 Singer 3s on the board. I just would prefer having that Cogsworth available to me on turn 5. So maybe I would ink the Mulan and hope to draw another ink on the next turn. And then now you have a Cogsworth on board. You're super set basically for the rest of the game. You're not going to be able to remove that Cogsworth. You're not going to be able to easily remove that Alice. You can save the Strength of a Raging Fire after you play the Cogsworth on the next turn, because you'd be at 4 ink now. Just draw the ink. That's what I would think to myself. And then when I don't draw the ink, I am like, why did I do this? As another Cindy comes down.
Got 3 Cindy's. I mean, turn 3 happened. We didn't see our lovely Ariel. We saw Robin Hood. We're really low to the ground. We're not finding our singers. We're not finding our bigger bodies to kind of challenge what Josh is able to put onto the board. 3/3 is just gonna eat our board alive if you're DJ here. So it's a tough situation.
Yeah, these are not necessarily the characters you want on your side of the board if you're playing Amber Steel Song, as the Pluto does come down. There's the dog, and he's barking, and he's going to be protecting Alice. One of the best plays that you can make in this Sapphire Steel aggro strategy is put down the Pluto, quest with the Alice, give the Pluto the ward and the additional lore. Pluto can't make use of it on the first turn, but giving the Pluto ward means you have to challenge into it, and it is a 5/5 body, so it's going to take out almost anything in the game, and it's certainly going to take out any of those characters.
It's definitely one of those things. I mean, looking at that 2/1/1/1, is just really unfortunate. We can't really get rid of much of anything as we shift into it. We can't challenge anything but the Pluto, so we're gonna probably take out a Cinderella to just get that Pluto effect to zero, back to zero, get the strength to zero, so you can kind of just freely get rid of it after. While gaining that 2 lore with Robin, which isn't terrible, but there's still an Alice problem that you got to deal with, and the Bell and everything else in between. We still got 1 card in hand, potentially a Doc still lurking around to continue putting that pressure on and making Steel Song just not be able to set out with your traditional aerials and just kind of find the songs you're looking for here. So things are getting a little speedy and fast. With DJ 1 card in hand, things are looking answerless, and Josh is just putting that gas pedal to the metal.
Yep, we're gonna get the popsicle down, get into another card here. Interesting to note on the side of the zoologist here, he did put that non-enchanted into the Pluto and put the damage on that, but you got to think that there's maybe potentially a whole new world in the hand of the zoologist, but the Pete comes down, preventing any songs, as it looks like the Sapphire Steel player is the song deck in this particular matchup, and we're just so far ahead on we're ahead on everything. We're ahead on lore,
everything,
board, ink. It's all going your way if you're the Sapphire Steel player right now, and the Amber Steel player is just not able to really respond effectively now that the Pete is down on the board. You only have 1 singer. You got to hope maybe I can get into a character that can sing some stuff. Maybe an aerial can get me out of this situation, but right now it's looking very, very dire.
There's not much we can do here. No actions. We got 18 of them. None of them are playable. So our characters, like you said, aerials are last hope, but not this turn, the next turn. And it's just like by the time we get there, the game might just end. We might not see another day. So that Pete really, really stomps the Steel Song strategy, especially in this middle of the game where Kiwis are going to take over. So it's that perfect timing, perfect finding that Pete, and just making sure Steel Song essentially can't do anything this turn.
Ooh, the Tempo Rapunzel is not what you want to see if you are Amber Steel. She can sing things like Zeus. Of course, she can't do that this turn. She's still drying, but also Pete came down last turn, so we still have the 1 card in hand. Hopefully it's not a whole new world, and hopefully it is a song that you can sing and help yourself out as we do get into the McDuck Manor, one of the more powerful cards. We were talking about it in the pregame. 9 willpower, gains you 2 lore a turn, an inkable 4-drop. It has just become such a pervasive threat in the Sapphire strategies since the Hiram ban, and even prior to the Hiram ban. It just has been a powerful card that needs an answer. And if you're not playing Sapphire with things like Cusco, shout out to Cusco, or Hideaway, it's tough to get rid of those.
9?
There's the whole new world off the top, and we are going to the next game.
It's tough. It's tough. I mean, like you said, 18 strength when there's 2 of them. It's just like, how do we deal with it? And we saw the board stay with 1, 5, and a 1, 2. Cinderella, Rapunzel. What are we gonna do with it, man? It's gonna gain so much. So might as well wrap it up. Move on to the next game. Save each other some time. Wow. The Steel Song was not slinging those songs, and we saw it take absolute just whiff after whiff, not being able to get that tempo, find the aerials, find the songs, get out of the sticky situation like the sticky Mickey that we saw in turn 1, just never even left the board. That's really tough when your 1 drop just sees the final 20 lore. It did not go well for the other side of that board.
Yeah, definitely the dogs are out and the dogs are barking. Cerberus has 3 heads that can all bark. So like Kurt Spice said, if you can't handle it, you can't run with the big dogs. Get back on the porch.
Dogs. The Pluto dog was barking at the porch, said you can't do anything. It just challenged into 3 characters to get rid of it. Like, that just feels terrible. And it just essentially wasn't able to stop anything and take over.
Let's ask a trivia question to the chat. How many dogs in Lorcana are shown barking on their art? I know there's some howling dogs, there's some barking dogs, but how many barking dogs?
Wait, do you have the answer for this?
I don't, but
I'm
sure
I was like, wait, do you know this? This is crazy stat line. I would love to know this. But whatever number feels the right and the most closest to what the vibes are.
Chat will know. Someone on chat will know.
Someone has to have that number down. Also, what are we calling the action of bark is the other question we got to establish here.
I mean, I think you could tell when a dog is barking. Like Pluto is barking.
Yeah, Pluto's gonna bark.
He's a tramp. There are dogs howling in that card.
That's true.
Yeah, there's dogs and they're barking for sure. What is Pete? Does the chat know that? What is Pete? Is Pete a dog? Is he like a Chihuahua? Like
I thought Pete was a cat because of Mickey Mouse's nemesis, right? Like I thought that was the whole shtick. He's just a bad cat for the mouse.
A big cat. He's not a dog with short ears.
Maybe, but I really don't know. What it's like the Goofy. It took me forever to know the Goofy was a dog. Technically,
yeah, he's a dog.
What happened between Pluto and Goofy? I have no idea how that works, how the math and the science behind it works. But the Disney magic does its job. As we go into game 2, are we going to see another Pluto barking around and absolutely stopping what DJ was hoping to do? We saw the Pete and Pluto kind of just absolutely ruin all the plans DJ had in mind and not be able to sing anything, not be able to do anything, just challenge into bodies. And Kiwi just took advantage of that because Kiwi has big bodies. That's all it does. That's all it wants to do. Just make sure you enter that trinity of Alice, Cogsworth, and the dog Pluto.
Yeah, significant alters for both players. The Sapphire Steel deck altered 6, I believe, and the Amber Steel deck altered 5. So we are going with pretty fresh hands here. Anything could happen. I was thinking maybe this match would be a little bit more competitive, but that was kind of a blowout in the first game. And like we mentioned, those cards with Ward, those cards with extremely high willpower are very tough for Amber Steel to deal with, especially that Alice and that Cogsworth. We didn't see Cogsworth come down, but he did go into the Inkwell. So that is something the zoologist has to keep in mind. That is something you don't want to see, especially if the board is wide. That's going to spell disaster for the Amber Steel player.
Absolutely. Cogsworth just standing. If you don't even exert it, there's nothing you can do to touch Cogsworth. And it's just going to be really rough to deal with, especially everything has resist. You can't really put extra damage that you hope to do. Zeus now does 4 damage to characters. It's going to feel really bad. And if the Kiwi Birds can get that curve we saw game 1, it might just look the same here.
Yep. We will see what we have here as we are getting into game number 2. The zoologist will be on the play for this one, thinking over the ink options. We do ink and 1-drop and get into the Cinderella, one of the more powerful 1-drops in the game. Before Belle came around and started singing things a little bit better than she did, she was really one of the scariest 1-drops that you could possibly see come down onto the board. The threat of that Let the Storm Rage On is so powerful, especially considering how many 1-drops in the game have only 2 willpower or less. But you know who has 2 willpower but still survives the storm? This is a trivia question I know the answer to. Mickey Mouse.
Sticky Mickey himself. The 2 is only going to do 1. I mean, it's a card draw, which is nice, but it doesn't banish the Mickey Mouse. And that's a rough situation. We enter that just feels really unfortunate. And that's just what that resist does. And we're going to see a lot of that from the Kiwi Bird side.
Yeah, for sure. Very, very resilient cards for both players, but especially the player playing the cards with Ward and the significant resist. We do have the Troubadour on the side of Amber Steel, but despite taking the Let the Storm Rage On, Mickey sticks around.
That was a contractually said pun for the behind the scenes action. That was by the production up there, making sure we get the puns out at the most efficient way possible. So shout out for Gary for that amazing professionality. Well, we're seeing Anna here. I know a new addition into the Kiwi Bird. It's that +1 more, making sure we're a little bit faster, a little more ahead. It's one of those cards that just have a decent amount of potential here with all the synergies that it has with all the heroes that Sapphire Steel Kiwi runs.
Yeah, I really like it, especially considering that Ruby Amethyst decks are thinking about cutting Foxes these days. The Ruby Sapphire, the DKP version, thinking about cutting all the brawls, is a character with a significant amount of willpower that can stick around, quest 1 or 2 times with heroes on board, and she's going to gain you a lot of lore. Most definitely something that we need to deal with sooner rather than later, especially if the Alice comes down. Those 2 cards together are absolute
Same.
menaces, especially when Alice gives the Ohana the ward.
The ward and the +1 and the +1 from Alice just being a hero. That's 5 lore. That's just insane right there. With so much early game, with those two being a 2 cost and a 3 cost, it's a crazy combo that Kiwi Burst can establish if there's no threats that brawl like Fox. It's basically another Daisy, but there's no draw that your opponent might get.
Yep, as we do find another Let the Storm Rage on. If we sing this, that will get rid of the Sticky Mickey for sure this time. It'll take 2 damage, -1 is 1, only 2 willpower, and boom.
Wow. Sending 2 for your 1 drop, is that value?
I mean, at least you drew 2 cards. I think it was the proper thing to do. You don't want to necessarily put the Let the Storm Rage onto Ohana just thematically. I don't think that's very nice. Although she is in a storm and she's trying to weather it in the particular art there. I believe she was being led by Hans to Ursula, and then she was taken over as one of Ursula's glimmers during the Ursula's return. That's a little lore for you.
Let's go. I wonder what she's gonna be up to in when Jafar's Reign comes out. You know, are they following storms into a desert?
Desert storms, yeah. We see the Pete come down. It's not the Alice, but it's still really strong into these decks. We do know that the Let the Storm Rage on was found from the Ariel, so that card was used immediately. Don't necessarily know if there are any songs left in the hand of the Zoologist, but stop a potential whole new world here and stall yourself out a little bit longer.
Yeah, definitely. I've seen that whole new world. I mean, I don't know how Josh would feel with a whole new world in this situation. He does only have 1 card in hand. I mean, would you want another set of 7 to kind of continue and hopefully you can defend off the songs? We'll see what the Zoologist can grab here. We're looking for hopefully some removal probably, or even just let that song rip and wheel a whole new world away.
Nothing. A complete and
bottom
utter
4, baby.
Ariel. It's tough to see. I really was impressed with the Amber Steel song strategy when I first started playing this game, and I wanted to give it a try myself. And I missed so many times on Ariel. I was like, I am going back to Ruby Amethyst, where I can just play a rabbit and bounce a rabbit all day, every day.
Yeah. You're going to draw 4 regardless, so you're going to see all 4 of the core cards anyway, so might as well just rabbit bounce away. But I think that's the Steel Song experience for everyone that doesn't really play it. If you hit hot heavy first, you're hooked. You want that Ariel every time, but if you whiff like us, you don't really touch that card again.
We are going to go ahead and go into the Ohana with the Smee. They don't trade, but Smee takes an additional damage at the end of the turn and is sent to the banish pile. But to answer your question earlier, I think it wouldn't be the worst thing to whole new world here. You have 2 cards in hand. You want to get some removal options in your hand before your opponent is able to get a bunch of resist and warded characters out onto the board. They have 5, now 4 cards in their hand. Make that 3 cards in their hand. So maybe this whole new world is getting worse and worse by the second, but that's how you want to play around the card, right? Play to the board. That way, when they refill their hand, you're able to refill yours as well. And that's also the power of the Pete. The Pete is able to stop.
Great singer.
Yeah, he's a great singer. He's able to stop the things coming down from the Amber Steel song and then crack back. I think it's an old adage, but the best counter to a Pete is your own Pete. But we did not see that come down for the Zoologist. And Josh is able to make the punish play with the Strength of Raging Fire.
Let's see what he's gonna do here. We're inking the Vanessa Ursula here. We're gonna go ahead and sing a whole new world. Let's draw 7, getting rid of the 3rd storm, and then we got rid of an Alice and a storm of their own. Just
yeah,
it
would have been nice to have that storm to use for the turn, gain an additional card to potentially play or ink, but not the worst thing. So we have to keep in mind there are 3 Let the Storm Rage ons down, but that means that there's still a lot of strength of a Raging Fire remaining in the deck. We'll see what he's able to do with 5 ink here. You can put down a bunch of 1-drops. You can do a lot of different things. I think a Pete might not be bad here. But you know that we're going into the Cerberus turn. They're getting into turn 4. This is when things like Pluto are going to start coming down, and then we get into turn 5 and we see that dreaded Cogsworth.
Yeah.
There is the Pete. Like I said, we'll see if we're able to get a couple 1-drops down as well. That would be nice to get some singers.
Cindy, and then we are going to play another 1-drop in another Cindy.
Man, I called it.
Wow, like that's exactly what he did. You saw the future. I mean, it's what you want to do. Sing a whole new world with Ariel, to have all the ink in the world to just kind of play around what you want to do. And sometimes you draw into a whole new world with the whole new world. And now you can empty out your hand, sing it again, do it again, and just pop off. And that's what that Steel Song Nightmare looks like on the other side.
I mean, call me Merlin the way I'm seeing the future right now. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, but by the way you did it, I was going to search a song off my deck here. That's how crazy it went. I mean, wow.
Yeah, so like I said just a second ago, the best counter to a Pete is your own Pete. So we'll see if DJ is able to find the Pete. That would be absolutely amazing on his side of the board. We have 2 Singer 3s, actually 3 Singer 3s set up on the side of the Zoologist. The Ariel probably going to go away here with a Pete challenge. But if you're able to get a Pete down here and stop any potential songs being sung by these Cinderellas and this Pete, that would be really, really nice to see. But we'll see what DJ is able to get into. I don't think the Pluto would be the strongest on this turn. Does not have a lot of ink to work with, which is very unfortunate on his side of the board.
He does have a lot of options. The question then becomes, do we just want to play the curve out idea, just Pluto or one of our other 4-drops with like Scrooge, maybe that could be a thing, or just go wide like we're going to do with Smee and Anna here, making sure that, okay, there's most likely some of these songs absolutely going to rip our heart away with the Strength of Raging Fires, but we will still continue on, just keep on trucking because we still have more options in our hand. And if they do Whole New World List again, potentially the turn after, we're still going to be able to draw 7 and get a lot of continuation of our going wide and making sure that Steel Song has to answer us on a constant basis. If not, we're going to see what happened in game 1 and just quest out.
Yeah, so there are 4 cards right now in the Zoologist's hand. A couple Strength of Raging Fire would be amazing here to help clear out this board. You can also challenge with the Daisy Duck into the Pete to remove that cleanly and have 1 willpower remaining. That could also set up an amazing Rapunzel. And that's what these 1/4s and 0/4s are so good at, is just setting up that full Rapunzel value, as we are going to challenge in. And we
the future. I think I'm just gonna call you Merlin after this. What is going on? I mean, this is step by step how to
I gotta grow my beard out a little bit, get me a fancy little funny little hat, you know what I'm saying? And I need to get me a ward named Arthur. But yeah, I'm seeing the future right now, as the Rapunzel was just too juicy there. And look at all that value you get from the Daisy Duck.
Now we're gonna find more songs here. We got options on options on options, and Rapunzel is tough to get rid of too. So it's fantastic here. The 1-2 combo paid off quite well.
Yeah, most definitely. Looks like we're doing a little finger math on the side of the Zoologist here. He's counting it out, potentially counting out some Strength of a Raging Fire math.
Probably. We're turning 2 for potentially
an Ursula Vanessa would be nice. No, a Smee is okay.
That's still pretty good.
I mean, you do have a Singer 4 on the board in the form of Rapunzel, but I love seeing more and more Singers. We didn't see a Pete come down on the side of DJ, so maybe he doesn't have it.
Maybe not. I mean, there's a chance we might not. We're gonna go ahead. How many cards we hand? I'm not sure, but that is one of them for sure. We're gonna get rid of, most likely that's Smee, making sure that we're not getting that 2 lore, and just that 3/3 body to trade out with things and just stay around.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely helps your characters on your side of the board stay a little bit more resilient. Now you have less options to challenge into the Pete. Now you have to challenge with the Smee and the Anna and or the Mickey to take out the Daisy. So just clear out that 3/3 body. That's the most important thing right now. You're not really worried about lore at this point, as we're going to get the Cinderellas sideways. And as JDZ would say, we're going to get them active and they're going to get in for 2 lore.
Oh, that is basically saying, go ahead, deal with everything. It's your problem, not mine. As like you said, you have to put 2 into that daisy if you want to get rid of it, and that just doesn't feel great because then Mr. Smee over there is going to look quite weak into it, and that doesn't feel great either. So there's just a lot of things we could do. Like we saw Rapunzel come up, that might come up again. So there's a lot of things that could go wrong in Josh's side here. It's
for sure. Not a lot of great options here. Kind of stumbled a little bit there, missing some ink in the mid game. Like I said at the beginning, you want to curve out with this deck, and missing the curve is brutal. But Cogsworth will help you fight back. Nice. Cogsworth will do a bit here, as it does provide resist 1 to every other character on the board, and he has ward himself, so it's not like he's ever going to be removed unless he is turned sideways to get in for a quest or a challenge. So right now you have a bunch of options. You could go Smee into Pete, take that out. Your Smee still survives, does not take the damage at the end of the turn. There's no captain on board, but guess what? The resist prevents the 1 damage.
Cogsworth is Smee's captain in this situation. That resist 1 is everything can look for. Getting a 2-for-1 out of Smee is just so much value. It does everything you need it to do, especially in that value of surviving that 3-3 on 3-3 action, thanks to our grandfather clock.
Yep, the daisy is taken out here.
Dealing a damage to Cinderella, saying, if you want to do anything with this thing, I'm going to get it next turn regardless of what you do. Free damage, it doesn't hurt.
Yeah, might as well get that onto the board. And
then we're going to go ahead. We do have 4 cards in hand, so the odds are there. Thanks to Rapunzel, we do have 4 cards in hand, so the odds are we're going to sing some songs, find a way out of this board state at least a little bit.
The shift Cinderella, that beautiful D23 Cinderella as well. Now, if you sing a song on this turn, that means that character can challenge ready characters, which means that Cogsworth is going to have to fight this Cinderella, and she is mighty powerful. A 5/5 with resist 2, quest for 3. That sword is going into that cane, and I gotta say, Cogsworth, that cane is not going to do much.
Cogsworth is going through the wood chipper after this challenge. That's not going to look good. That is crazy powerful shift into just dealing 1 damage into Smee, just because we got to unlock that challenge effect of Cinderella, getting rid of it, taking no damage as well. Resist 2 here, just keeping a 5/5 body fresh with resist 2 is so strong. Just gonna be essentially be able to.
There's a strength coming down.
God, we're
finishes
sweeping this
Smee
board. Oh my goodness. It's just on Ohana and a Mickey on board is not the look you want if you're the Keybirds with 0 lore. This is the time where they're traditionally at least a 10 lore in, trying to climb up, but we're still at 0, and DAG is just kind of setting and establishing how this game is going to go, continuing. Okay, buddy, play your cards. I'm going to sing those out. I'm going to challenge those out because I got big bodies like Cinderella to just take care of everything that stands up and non-active.
Yep. Opts to leave the Mickey up. I mean, there is the potential for the shift, but probably not in the Kiwi deck. I don't believe they run that very often. But that's one of the coolest parts about Lorcana, is we're just going to scoop it up and go into game number 3. I do love those Floodborn cards. It's such a unique twist on your favorite characters. Seeing Cinderella pick up a sword and shield and be one of the scariest things that you could ever see on the opposite side of the board is just awesome to see, as we are going into game 3. Hades and Cerberus are throwing haymakers, and we'll see who comes out on top after this third and final game.
This just in, I believe those 5 billion marbles are just doubled in size, and now it's 10 billion. And this game is for all of them. Round 3, match 1, game 3. The winner takes all. The stakes do not get any higher in this league. I mean, it's win it, take it, move into the next level, potentially unlock your way into a playoff spot that every team is looking for. That glory is what everyone is chasing. And which team will come off top? Will the dogs bark tonight, or will the Ohana just say, It's in the family. We're going to keep it that way. We're going to find out in this game. Steel Song versus the Kiwi Birds. Who's going to take it? Going first is going to matter quite a bit here as Kiwis want to start setting up 1, 2, 3, 4 combo, hook, cross, jab, all that jazz. And going first is quite important. What are your thoughts going into this last fantastic game?
Yeah, going first in this matchup, I think, is very important. Like you said, the Sapphire Steel deck just needs to hit that curve. That's what they need to do. They hit the curve, they win the game. I think that's really what it comes down to. If you're Amber Steel, you want to make sure that you get some early singers onto the board and make sure that they're able to stick around. Pete is your best friend in Steel versus Steel matchups. I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. You need the Pete to counter these other Steel strategies. So hopefully DJ is able to find those cards that he's looking for to keep him in this game on the draw, as it looks like maybe we're altering a fistful of cards here.
Yeah, we're sending 5 back, and Josh is sending 4 back, 3 back. That was a weird way of doing it, but he put the cards on the side. But regardless, DJ picked out 5. That's never good if you're the Steel Song player, because you don't know what you're getting. There's quite a bit of uninkable song. You end up getting stuck in your hand sometimes if you don't get to establish it early on. So 5 is never the number you're looking for, but sometimes Lady Luck just says, "We got you. Don't you worry."
Yeah, DJ going for a huge alter here. You got to risk it sometimes. You got to roll the dice, as it were, and you cannot play it safe. Like you said, this is for all of the marbles. 10 billion of the marbles. And I want to know, chat, has anyone figured out how many dogs are barking in the Lorcana art yet? I trusted you, and I hoped that somebody would have an answer. I know I'm the guy on the screen, and I probably should have had the answer before I asked the question.
I think I like that more. Keep the trivia open, the answers.
Let's get the JDV 90 on it. Like,
let's assign dog watch. Who's on the dog watch? Who's counting the puppies? Who's counting the howling? Because none of the Dalmatian puppies are barking. So we got those out. We got Thunderbolt.
Are none of them barking?
I don't think so. One of them is like in the play mood, but the other ones are just kind of chilling.
There's a couple mad ones. As the Sticky Mickey comes down, that is a card that is, again, sticky. He sticks around. He does not get removed by Let the Storm Rage On. As we're getting into a Robin Hood here, this is a different opener for the Zoologist on this game. We'll see if the shift option is there. We saw it in the first game, but it was a little too late in that game, and he was super low on ink when that shift came down. So maybe we get a little bit more into the inkwell and we're able to threaten as we do see the curves start to happen. We're questing out for 1. Nothing this Robin Hood can do just yet, can only put 1 damage onto the Mickey. If we get into the Alice on turn 3, things might just be over from there.
Yeah, the Anna Alice combo early on might just wrap this game up quick and fast, and that's exactly what Kiwi wants to do, right? Like, it wants to establish that lore gain early because it can curve out better than you, and just unable to unstop that pressure and just win the game outright. We saw in game 1, we didn't see in game 2, and if you see it in game 3 like we did, it's going to be a wrap up like we saw in game 1.
Yep, we see a Smee come down. I don't know if that's what the Zoologist wants here. I think maybe like a Troubadour or a Vanessa would be great. You want cards that can sing and remove your opponent's threats and just gain that insane value. That's why songs are so powerful. You basically cheat them out to remove your opponent's characters, and then you still have ink to use. Here comes the Pete. It's not the Alice, but it is pretty good. Now, we have to keep in mind that there are no singers on the side of DJ right now. So the Pete is not as impactful, but you still want to curve out if you are the Sapphire Steel deck. So we'll see what DJ is able to do here. I think maybe an aerial to find some songs. Shifting the Robin Hood would be absolutely huge here, because that has the 6 willpower, no strength of a Raging Fire is taking him out anytime soon as the Rapunzel hits the inkwell. And we pay 3. There's the counter
for you. You can't strength my cards. I can't strength more. I think that Pete was kind of just a pause on potentially that Robin Hood shift line you mentioned, making sure that we don't just get Zeused on out or something like that, just kind of to lose our tempo. So it was definitely a cautious play that was like, if you do have the shift line that you threaten out early, I'm going to make sure nothing bad happens to me, because that Zeus is just so free value going into it. So is definitely Pete on Pete action is always fun in these steel matchups. But as the connection goes through here, we are able to see Kiwi kind of put up a nice early state of having the 1, 2, 3, seeing potentially the 4 drop, and then Cogsworth into kind of locking this perfect tempo out into the situation. But if Zoologist can essentially stop that bleeding early, which he couldn't do because of, like you said, he wasn't able to get the ink out, and he had to deal with so much, and he just had too many Cinderellas rather than bigger bodies, just couldn't able to do it. So it should be interesting to see what happens if he can see that shift line, if he can see DJ go through the songs that he wants to be able to play, not get peated 4 times like some people do get, and just hopefully be able to kind of board manage here. And we'll see.
Yeah, for sure. Going into the turn for DJ, I think a potential shift into a 1-drop would be absolutely huge. That way you can sing a couple songs. The strength of rage of a raging fire becomes even more powerful. The Pete countering the Pete again, big time. Let's protect my Smee. Let's protect my Robin Hood. But we are thinking about a quest here. It really depends on what's in the hand. So we can't really say, is this a great option? Is this not a great option? It really depends on what is in the hand for DJ, but maybe potentially showing that strength of raging fire is not a consideration at this point. I mean, the Mickey and the Ohana can remove the Smee, as it should take a damage here.
Yeah. I mean, we got the Pete here, so we're just gonna be like, okay, if you do want to take it out, you got to do a lot of investment into it this turn, and if you do, that's fine. I'll take it. I'll just be able to move on with it. So it's definitely kind of a free lore here. Putting into extra Pete or anything like that might just be too much. Investment. We got the Scrooge here, the 5/5 big body Ducky himself. Oh my goodness, that 5/5 with the 2, it's uninkable, but that stat line makes it up for it, and it doesn't need an effect.
Yep, and we are curving out beautifully. That's what we wanted to see out of the deck. Maybe not exactly the cards that you wanted to get on the curve, but again, the Pete was nice to stop a potential whole new world from the Robin Hood or something deadlier coming down in the form of removal. We'll see. Maybe there's the opportunity to shift Robin Hood here and sing Along Came Zeus, or just play the Zeus outright. The Zeus does do 5 damage, which would remove the Scrooge cleanly. There's only 2 cards in the hand of Josh right now. So if you're able to get the Scrooge off the board, that would be big time tempo loss on the side of the Sapphire Steel. But we don't have the shift. We're going to put the aerial down. Let's see if we can find a song here to get us back into this game.
Zeus would be magical. Any damage song would be quite
nothing.
Magical.
Nothing again.
2. Oh no.
Ariel, a spectacular singer, not great at choosing the song she wants to sing at karaoke, however, which is very unfortunate for the Zoologist at this point. You need those songs. Again, we don't know what's in his hand right now. If he has a strength of a raging fire, potentially kicking himself or questing with the Smee, but we'll see what the Pete decides to do here. Could go for a challenge, could go for a song. Maybe we're just going to quest.
We're just going to quest. No, we're taking out the Ohana, saying you can't quest for 2 again. That was too much. You did it. Scrooge is somehow a hero in this situation. You can't do it again. And make sure that Ohana doesn't get the quest, especially getting a ward on it the next turn to just say keeping that combo in. That would have been a little too much of a headache, and 1 damage ain't too bad. Let's see what Josh does here as he's kind of curving out here. We will see the Cogsworth potentially here, or even go wide, or Bell. There's so many options here as Kiwi Birds enter a place with enough ink to kind of start playing out everything they can.
Yeah, the Popsicle is nice. Again, a great card to remove damage from your characters as well. For instance, the Scrooge could challenge into the Robin Hood here. You heal the 2 off of the Scrooge. That is something you do need to keep in mind as the Alice comes down, one of the best cards in this entire deck. And there is the Strength of Raging Fire removing the Ariel, and that is huge. The tempo gained by doing that is massive as the Mickey, able to take out the Robin Hood, who had 1 damage, but again, sticking around.
It hasn't left the board ever since it played. Like, it's just one of those cards that just sticks around. Sticky. Shout out to TFM Bands to come up with that one. It stuck around as the card itself does, and we shall see what happens next. I mean, this board is getting really, really scary and sticky on Josh's side here. A Cogsworth to kind of finalize the continuation of this curving out situation. It's gonna make things very, very difficult for DJ to get rid of with only Pete on board.
We're gonna storm on the Mickey, dealing 1, drawing a card. Again, a Zeus here would be amazing. Get rid of the Scrooge, and now
we got it.
We are in trouble if we are Josh, because we just have the Alice that's not giving anything ward.
We still got that dog
to see. Yeah,
I
mean, the dog could come down. The dog would be absolutely huge in this position, but the Zeus is exactly what you needed if you're the zoologist to get you back into this game. There goes the Sonic Warrior into the Inkwell. That's an interesting card. I've also tried that out in Amber Steel's Song. I love it when it pops off. When it doesn't, it's like, why am I playing this? Yeah. Oh man, there's Madame Medusa. Dang.
Oh,
why doesn't she have 4 strength?
4/7 could have been nice, down. But no, 3/8. Thanks. Awesome, sweet. Can't do much. We got 2 popsicles. Can we see anything to help Alice kind of help out here a little bit, maybe, so it can go sideways and not get crushed?
Pete would be nice. Ooh, we're just hard casting a bell. That's not what you want to do. We're keeping the popsicles for a potential healing situation. The popsicles are nice. They're refreshing after a long, hard fought battle. And you can use those to heal up the Alice if the Pete goes and attacks her. He can only deal 3, and she cannot be targeted by any of the removal.
Yeah, absolutely. So now it's if you do decide to challenge the Pete here, you're gonna ice cream away, because ice cream heals World of Hurt, and it'll just get back to full health and be fine. So it's gonna feel awkward, and we're gonna play Lawrence and say, if you do turn that thing sideways, I will get you. This time you got a free 2. But next time, no shot. Unless you bring the dog, then we got to respect the dog in the whole situation, or the Cogsworth. So we were threatening the Alice, and if Josh can find a way to make sure that Alice never gets threatened and just has protection and security around her, she will getting you that extra lore constantly. And this is what I'm assuming he's hoping for.
Yeah, the Lawrence is really nice. Now it threatens the Alice. Now the Alice cannot quest unless there is something to protect her. We're going to be putting down a Mulan. We're going to try and find something else. Apparently this card that Josh has had in his hand, he doesn't like all too much. We'll see what gets discarded. It was a McDuck Manor. That could have been the card sticking in the hand. We'll have to see or ask after the game. What was the card that has been in your hand the entire time? Was it the McDuck Manor? But now the Lawrence being out on the board, the Alice is vulnerable to that. The Lawrence also, again, another great card at setting up Rapunzel traps. It gets in for 4. You heal it back up. It only costs 3. It's inkable. It quests for 2. If you're playing Amber, you're playing Steel, Lawrence is always a great option.
Absolutely. Getting so many 3/3s that are important in this game. It just says draw 3 to Lawrence, and there's no one in the Lorcana universe that doesn't like drawing 3 cards. So everyone's gonna do it, and Lawrence just has incredible threat, like you said. Cannot agree with more. And then we're just gonna hard cast that Robin Hood, putting more bodies on the board. Oh wow, we just inked a Pluto into a Cogsworth. The Granddaddy clock is on, and everything on board got resist. Things are gonna get a lot more stickier for the Kiwi Birds.
Yeah, would have loved to be able to play the Pluto and the Cogsworth, but we're going to go ahead and quest here. We can start getting some more lore as those cards, like you said, they do have resist now, so the Lawrence isn't going to be able to cleanly take the Alice out, but Lawrence with Pete or Lawrence with Robin Hood can do that. A whole new world, probably not what you want to do in this position. I mean, your opponent has no cards in hand. That's probably why they just asked how many cards were there, as we see the finger wag on the side of Josh. I don't think a whole new world is what you want.
Absolutely not.
A Rapunzel would be amazing right now.
Rapunzel's just screaming, "Draw 3, please let me do that." But drawing the potential. Usually, when you hear the question, "How many cards do you have in hand?" something to do with the hand is going to happen, and that's kind of a potential giveaway for stuff. But Rapunzel would do as great of a job, even better in this situation, and we're just going to hope he has both cards in hand, not just the one that is kind of useless or disadvantageous here.
Thinking about what to challenge here with the Lawrence, or is the Lawrence going to sing a little tune? Nope, going to go into the Alice. I think that's correct. Let's get the Alice off the board. That's the biggest threat, and we're going to go ahead and challenge with the Pete into Bell. As we're going to grab your sword.
Grab off the
old
top
school.
row.
We talked about it at the beginning here of the pregame show. We have grab your sword. It is an option for these decks, but 2 has not been a lot these days. And now we see why we went into the Bell with the Pete, because the grab your sword cleans up the board very nicely. And now the zoologist DJ is in a dominant position, but we see a second Cogsworth come down.
That is crazy
That
strong.
is tricky. Now, if we're able to get into things like Alice's off the top, as we're going to heal our Cogsworth for 2. He does not give himself resist. If we're able to get into things like Alice off the top and we set up an extremely wide board yet again, we can basically quest out for a win. We have a lot of pressure on the opposite side right now, and they really can't play a whole new world.
They don't want to, but Ariel's going to go searching.
We'll see if she misses again.
If she does, really unfortunate. But if she does hit something, like, none of them can target.
He misses again.
Oh my god!
He misses again.
Jesus.
This is why I don't have the patience to play this deck. That would drive me crazy. Ariel, please give me something. I mean, it's not like you can sing them on Cogsworth, but potentially a different character that comes out onto the board. Oh, that's just brutal to see, as Ariel is late yet again. She does not know the lyrics, and she is going to be in big trouble.
Big trouble indeed. It's just essentially not going to do anything, and we're just going to Pete saying you can't even play any actions, even if you want to. You can't target anything. You can't choose anything. You can't do anything. So you're just going to sit and wait around even longer. But we're just kind of staying around with Cogsworth, making sure, like you said, making a board where Cogsworth resists 2 is going to matter. In this situation, turning them sideways, just not the time. Patience is key.
Yeah, I know Sebastian is sick to his stomach right now, the way Ariel has been performing. Absolutely. She's not singing anything. She doesn't know the words. She doesn't even know the titles of the songs. And now she's not allowed to sing because of the Pete. But the Robin Hood is a significant threat here, as it's able to get in for 2 pretty consistently with that 6 willpower. He's tough to get rid of.
Yeah, it's just, and if you do challenge it and banish it that way, it replaces itself, so it's even more of a problem and a headache.
But we play nothing and pass. I would imagine there's probably a couple whole new worlds in hand. If I had to guess, let's storm into
Ariel. Draw a card off the top here. Maybe see another one. Maybe, or is that a Bell? We're holding on to our popsicle like it's our, and we're just gonna see that Bell. It's such a great free 3/3 in this situation where we're kind of on a stalemate. We're just kind of looking at each other. Are you going to do something? Am I going to do something? Because the moment something gets exerted is when actions are going to happen, challenges are going to happen, and Cogsworth going exerted, not the situation. And it's going to be a little bit of stalemate until someone can find an answer to the problems in the board state that we're in. And
just go wide. If you're the Sapphire Steel deck, there's not much they can do against these Cogsworths and giving everything resist. Go wide. And questing with the Pete here, I love the Ariel. Can't do anything, as we're going to ink a Robin Hood and pass yet again. The songs have to be stacking up in DJ's hand right now.
I can bet that there's multiple whole new worlds in his hand right now. It just always happens. You're just kind of stuck with them, and they're always next to each other for some reason.
Oh, as we get a Strength of Raging Fire off the top, we can deal 4 here. Are we going to remove the Ariel, or are we going to get rid of the Lawrence? The Lawrence goes.
And this might be a race. This might be off to the races a little bit, making sure there is a goal to hit 20, and we're slowly gonna get there. And we are at 6 lore threatening constantly.
We're gonna play the big Cindy. That is a way to get out of the situation. Do you have a song? Do you have a song to sing to follow up here? Ariel, it's your time.
We just have to win it. Do we have it? Do we really have it? Is the big question. We just dropped 7 on it. We just gotta hope we find a song next turn and go crazy, take care of those Cogsworth, open up the board state, and take over. But at 12 lore, things are getting a little too out of control.
And the DJ, play us a song. I mean, the DJ's got me falling in love with this Cinderella, but we need a song to sing to make this Cinderella active as the Alice comes down, and it's so powerful. He just needs a song to get off so he can start challenging. If he was able to do that last turn and get rid of one of these Cogsworths, that would have been huge. But look at this now. We're in a horrible situation. We needed to remove something last turn by singing a song. I wonder if there's whole new worlds in the hand, and he was just afraid to get those down onto the board, because think about it. We play an Alice, we play a Pete next turn with a full hand. That completely shuts off all of DJ's options here. So just stuck in a very, very hard place.
Ward and Resist, 2 of the biggest headaches of the Steel Song player, and unfortunately for the zoologist, Josh is playing both of them, and that's really rough if you're on the other side playing Steel Song. And me having 18 cards that essentially does damage and has to choose other than grab your sword.
Oh wait, the Cinderella couldn't even challenge last turn because she wasn't shifted. I'm so used to the character being shifted.
It's this turn.
Now she can be active, but last game she was shifted, so she could challenge. Thank you to chat for correcting me on that. My brain is mush, but yeah, the character was not shifted, and it looks like I knew it. The whole new worlds were in there the whole time.
Two worlds, too many. It doesn't do anything.
One family. Wait, that's not a song in the game yet. Maybe one day.
Not yet.
Shout out Tarzan. Shout out Phil Collins. I don't know how the rights for that work. I don't know if Tarzan can be a thing.
It might be because we got the Big Hero 6 Fall Out Boy song, so they just gotta talk to Phil as we go in. So we saw as the dogs barked, the 3-headed dog was barking constantly, making sure Cerberus then comes up in the W section. The column of the W's entered another one in Cerberus then in round 3 to kick us off in the ICL. Fantastic games, fantastic matchups. It doesn't get any closer than that. Third game, all the marbles. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, it was a great match. I figured it would be the most back and forth match that we had this evening just based on the deck lists. But I'd like to start here with the zoologist, DJ. You got to think once you saw the Sapphire, once you saw the Steel, and once you saw him going pretty fast, you had to think, maybe this is a tough matchup for me. He's got a lot of resist and he's got a lot of ward. You were able to lean on the Cinderella there in game 2, but wasn't able to shift her there in game 3. What were you thinking? What was the strategy to try and combat the Sapphire Steel?
Yeah, historically I've played that matchup a decent bit since the start of set 7. First time since going back to a post much needed mouse ban within the last week. So did change up my list a bit. I do feel like it's even not too bad of a matchup, but the ward is really what wins the games, and really when they can hit those strengths right on cue. A well-timed Pete goes a long way. And yeah, game 3 definitely didn't want to have to ink that Sonic Warrior aerial, but I had double Whole New World in hand for quite a bit, and it got to the point where kind of couldn't do much to play off the top of the deck, and we were hoping we could get there, but those warded characters, man, and the resist.
Yeah, the resist and the ward came up absolutely huge. Like I said, the Cinderella was able to make some moves in game number 2, but unfortunately just a couple turns too slow in game number 3. Josh, I guess same question to you. When you saw Amber Steel, when you saw some songs, when you saw some Cinderellas, were you feeling confident? How do you like this matchup in your testing?
I do feel a little bit better, like he said. It's ward resist, and I didn't get to play, but I run the 4-drop Gantu, so I kind of have all the tools to deal with the Steel song, because it's very popular in our local meta. But I think the big difference that I was running in my deck that made, hopefully, made a difference on both sides is that Ana with 4 health. It makes it, compared to the 2-drop Smee, for example, usually he quests once and then gets a Storm to take him out, but Ana, she can take a hit in the face from a Calhoun or a Smee or whatever and still keep on going for a bit. So
yeah, for sure. My local Kiwi players love the Ana, and I mean Jack Shadows, who is one of the originators of the deck, is actually local to us now, so able to lean on him for a lot of advice on how to build the deck. But I've been asking a bunch of questions. I'm gonna let Y Breezy get in here for a couple.
For sure. I mean, I like to do a little the spice questions. Going back to DJ here, we talked about the Sonic Warrior here. I know we brought it into the last weekend's tournament as well. How do we feel about that entry going into this post mouse ban, and with the testing that you have done over the last couple of, I guess, days now? Post
yeah, days since the mouse ban. So yeah, no, I made the last minute call before the 2K event yesterday to throw in 2 Sonic Warriors and then go back up to 2 Big Cindy's, with a bunch of people going to green steel, purple steel, even blue steel, just the big bodies, and even the Amber Steel matchup. None of us playing steel like to see those big, high willpower characters. And as soon as I ever dropped that Sonic Warrior into a steel matchup, I just kept it upright and won the game. So even into Pete decks, as soon as I'm not under the effect of a Pete, their entire board mostly gets zapped, and they need to invest a lot of resources into taking out the Cinderella, multiple kill spells, banish spells, sorry. So yeah, she's definitely overperformed. And as Katie mentioned, I'm pleb that doesn't have an enchanted Sonic Warrior, so check out my GoFundMe that she mentioned about getting me some Sonic Warrior enchanteds. But no, I definitely felt it overperformed, and even took on Zarek. So Zarek got probably some PTSD from getting 2-0'd by Steel Song like he did from me yesterday. But no, it was a good showing from him too. He just didn't get to play the game today, but yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And one thing I would like to add into the Steel Song players that are playing the Ursula and the Ariel, I think for curse purposes, we have to remove the Ursula. I think that's what caused that whiff over and over again. I think that just the Ursula and Ariel being in the same deck might just not be it, because that Ariel was whiffing and whiffing when you were desperate for answers there.
Yeah, Ariel whiffed way more than she hit so far in the 3 matches. For sure.
Unfortunate, but great showing. Much respect. Getting the Rapunzel heal 3 feels nothing so fantastic. But moving the spice questions into Josh, we got the other half of that Bell snack list is taken away. The Fortisphere is gone. Kiwi Birds were experimenting with the mouse, but the toy maker is taken away from you too. How are you adjusting going into this Kiwi without the mouse, without 8 popsicle Fortisphere targets for Bell? The Anno is incredible, but how are you feeling into this post-ban world with these new spicy additions, with the Gantu, with the Baymax kind of coming back into the list of the set 7?
Kiwis. Yeah, it made me happy because obviously Red Blue is an issue for everybody, and with Hiram going away, it definitely hurt Red Blue more than it hurt Blue Steel. Heartland Sweet, obviously, big Blue Steel Kiwi, and watching a lot of his stuff, and he's not wrong. I would say like 80% of the games you're inking your Hiram or your Popsicles Fortispheres anyway, because this deck really only needs like 1 or 2 cards to kind of keep the engine going. So I added a couple docks, nothing crazy, just 2. And then the Popsicle's fun for, like I said, if I can get a Bell late or on turn 3 is a free one, or that kind of basically makes it to where you're not on the play anymore. You're kind of even where you have that extra character in play. But that being said, I obviously got in full top deck mode, which is always scary for any deck, and you don't want to ever be in top deck mode. But it worked out if you can get some of the key pieces and play like a Cogsworth or a Defender.
And getting those two Cogsworth, just two clock towers looking next to each other, getting into that power level that your top deck's kind of able to assist and find it. So that dub was incredible, and congratulations on that. Nice. Dogs brought the dub, and congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to note that every time a Cerberus player had a dog of some sort in their deck, they won. I don't know if you guys want to go back to the drawing board and talk to your teammates about potentially maybe just putting one in for good luck. If you need to find a canine to put in there just in case, maybe the 61st card, you never know. Could be superstitious. But I did have a question for DJ about an interesting inclusion. One of the biggest plays we saw in the match was that grab your sword, which was absolutely huge, a potentially game-swinging play. This was a world we were going into where everybody assumed, okay, Emerald Steel and Emerald Amethyst with discard and Diablos is going to be the world that we're entering. Obviously, Grab Your Sword is a song that can be sniped by Ursula, but you have them in there. You're brave enough to run them. Is that the reason you're bringing them back?
Yeah, going back to when, the moment of time that most of us try to put in the back of our mind when Bucky was a thing. So we still ran Grab Your Swords back then, and we knew we just really ideally wanted to set up a Singer 5 aerial into that Grab Your Sword and play it immediately, so never have it sit in our hand as dead in our hand, uninkable. That was another uninkable in my hand, stuck in my hand for quite a while this game. And yeah, it can definitely catch people by surprise currently. It came up a couple times in my matches yesterday. But yeah, it was able to the math worked out even with that resist 1, it essentially was a deal 1 damage to everything except 2 to Cogsworth. But
yeah,
it worked out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, those were all the questions I had. Why Breezy? Any from you to finish off here?
I think that was it. The dogs, the bark. I was wrong, so I like to apologize for the team. I thought Ohana would get this, so y'all proved me wrong and brought that big old W. The dogs. It's on me to question the dogs, but congratulations on that big W and moving into the last round of the ICL, looking nicer into that playoff spot.
Yeah, congratulations to the Cerberus Den. Let's do our shout outs. Josh, anything you want to shout out or promote?
I mean, just in general, our team. The joke is we have 50 people on our team, and the fun of having that many people is we really get a lot of good players because we all kind of help raise each other up, and we get a lot of playtesting, a little bit of everything. So obviously that's the big one. The guys who are helping us constantly playtest and making fun of each other for why would you put that in your deck. And then, like I said, I have to shout Harlan Sweet, right? This is clearly one of his brainchild, so he got me excited to play Blue Steel again. So I'm happy it finally works now.
Awesome. And DJ.
Yeah. So obviously my team, my Ohana that took me in when I had no team and no previous TCG background. So obviously always indebted to them. But then also our sponsor, House of Cards in Winston-Salem, put on an amazing tournament for us, allowed us to host yesterday's 2K event. And then also our newest sponsor, Dragon's Horde, just for helping support us, because especially being a dad and trying to balance life things and playing a children's card game and trying to do my best in it, every little bit helps with having that kind of support in your community.
For sure. Well, players, thank you so much for showing up and showcasing your amazing decks, your teams, and your gameplay. Really appreciate it. And congratulations yet again to Josh and the Cerberus Den for their victory in tonight's ICL, as we are about to get into the post-game show where we have an entire
stack of shows.
We have, sorry, I was muted
show,
in here.
baby.
We have
show.
a crazy panel of 8 people, and we are absolutely excited to talk
All right,
about
sounds
Lorcana,
good. Well,
the
it was
meta,
great
the
playing with you.
ICL, everything we're seeing. We have some amazing players in here. We have some
Take care,
amazing
Josh.
casters,
Yeah, good game.
some of the greatest minds in Lorcana, and some of the craziest minds in Lorcana as well are here for the late night show after the ICL. How is everybody? How did everybody feel after the Cerberus Den W?
Justified, especially after I was told that the team Ohana was the one that would take it home.
Well, I was with Rudy. I was the team Cerberus also. All right,
Thank you, Dan.
we were there. We were there.
I was trying to come up with rhymes, so the way it worked was just I just gotta go with it. I was like, well, Dan, that's easier to rhyme than Ohana, so we're just gonna come up with it, and that's why we just Dan, and Ban. So we went great, but I like the entertainment, but being wrong sucks a little bit more. So unfortunate showing about the team Ohana, but round 3, first game over. This is quite important because next round 4 is everywhere where things are gonna kind of finalize the playoff spots, but round 3 is kind of where you establish how confident you're going to go into the final round of the season before the playoffs.
All right. Well, we've got a lot of people here, so we're definitely going to have to practice our best at taking turns talking. It's a great testament here to try to learn these things. So we're going to recap way back to the pre-show, I guess. I think we talked about it again. Just on the bannings, let's kind of get everyone's kind of thought on that. We could there's a few ways we could do it. We could just all have our own opinions, or we could break in half and be Team Katie and Team Wonderland here, and kind of have the chat vote on who wins the discussion. But that also means we might have to play devil's advocate, because one of us might have to argue for Bucky unbanning or something crazy like that when maybe all of us disagree with such a thing. But
well, Bucky's not banned.
Well, okay.
Yeah. He's here.
I still play him. You guys don't play Bucky anymore? I'm the only one.
Point for Luffy. Point.
Thank you.
Fake Bucky fans revealed.
Point for Team Katie.
For Katie's team.
We did it.
I actually don't think I've seen a single Bucky nerfed played. I've seen a few foil ones.
Yeah.
There actually
Locals,
was a
people
deck
play
list
anything.
this weekend that did have literally 4 of the errata Bucky in it. It was,
Shout out.
I was actually impressed.
And how did it do?
It really was. It was like a top 16 deck. It was it was successful.
16
I don't
players.
remember the specific tournament, but it was it had a winning record.
Top
It had a
16
winning
on
record.
the top 16.
Hey,
12 players. It got top 16.
yes.
Let's
Well
go.
played.
We can shift the meta through false statistics. I love it.
Hey.
All right.
But it was registered. It's on Inkdex. You can find it. That's all I'm saying.
All right,
So
so
play it.
Katie,
See some success.
I'll let you choose on the first one, and I guess we'll say the topic: Flaversham ban. Should it have happened? Was it right? Do you want to pick? Do you want to be on side? Yes, it should have happened, or do you want to be on side? No, it shouldn't. And Dan, your green screen fell.
We're falling apart. Help. All right, things are really.
Fourth wall.
Pay no attention to the wall behind the screen.
Listen, I can't in good conscience.
Your teammates
after
can
watching-
assist you if you don't want to pick. If you want.
I mean, I'm gonna say it was a good idea, and I'm sorry, team. I after watching the match where Ruby Sapphire
looks disappointed.
performed like a deck that should perform, where it has some cards, but not 100,000. I thought that was how the deck should work. I thought it can do well, and sometimes it stumbles, but it's not unbeatable, and I think that's the goal. So you guys can vote me off as your captain. I also regret wearing this hat. So
I don't like the fact that you put me into having to argue.
yeah, you should
that
defend it,
shouldn't
which
be
is so
banned.
weird. I don't want to meet the person bring him back. I liked it when I was making everyone cry and not come to the
Flaversham was
tournament.
never the problem, right? People were drawing too many cards with Diablo. Flaversham was just keeping them in the game. You're playing 10 characters and I have to be prep it away after ramping. I need cards. I should be able to have Flaversham. Drawing 3 cards a turn, there is nothing wrong with that. That is some healthy Lorcana that everyone wants to do. Drawing cards is the most fun thing anyone could ever do.
You're right. It's fun for one person.
I
I'll
felt
also
dirty
say-
saying it, but
Here's what I'll say about that as well. I mean, I think there's an argument to be made that this format was one of the shortest that we're going to have. And so, we're talking about a month. So could we really not have waited a month to print a problem solver? Like, is it really that bad that we couldn't wait 4
That's
weeks?
not how
teammate
game
coming from
design
downtown.
works, Gabe. You can't just like create a card out of nowhere. Right. If this card came out in set 2 and there has not been an actual answer to it since then, do you really think there was one coming out in set 8? Honestly, come on.
Right.
Listen, we have this. So I'm not against banning cards. I think Lorcana deck LD said it best. A healthy game has a ban list because we're human beings. Human beings are building these cards. They're putting these together. They're going to make mistakes. A ban list is a good thing. Now, what goes on that ban list? That's a whole different conversation altogether.
So do you think if there was a card that costs 2, was a 1 or a 3/1 that said whenever an opponent draws more than one card or draws a card that's not their one card a turn, you gain a lore? So then Flaversham gains me lore when you're drawing cards? Like maybe something that could have pushed Flaversham into a fair spot. Like it didn't necessarily need to be banned. Let the players do it. Let us jump in the mines for years and years of not having. See, I can't even with a straight face try to argue.
Can't do it, man. It's not gonna happen.
I'm gonna need you to practice your improv there.
I feel for the people out there, the RMBs of the world, who finally got their tier 0 deck and then had it immediately ripped from them. But I mean, you could argue you weren't even tier 0 for that long. I mean, Ruby Sapphire was like, hey, we're still just better than you at everything. But I think that was the real issue was them being able to do all that stuff. But we're on the side of don't ban. So,
You guys are very convincing. Good job.
I have a good argument.
Look,
I have a good argument. So
let's hear it, Rudy. Tell me, Rudy.
The problem was not Flaversham. Of course, you shouldn't have banned that mouse. The problem was that there was no good answers to Flaversham. You had to play one color, which was Ruby, and you had Brawl and Baby Sisu. That is not Flaversham's fault. Flaversham required an investment of items to get these draws. If they actually gave the other ink colors ways to answer him, he would not have been a problem. So it's not the mouse's fault. There just needed to be more answers to him. People always say that about Diablo, right? You complain about Diablo, but there are at least 5, 6, 7, 8 answers to Diablo. Flaversham had 2. Not the mouse's fault. Ravensburger needed to make more answers. That's my story.
1/6 is too much. It's like
All
what other card?
Or Breezy. Breezy wants to. He's got something.
I know it's just like making more answers is going to make the thing worse. Like, how do you deal with a 1/6 exclusively a 1/6 without hitting everything else in the game? Like the numbers were too ridiculous. The amount of free draw it got, it needed a piece to pop off, but the piece it did is just another card draw. So it just drew 3 every time. And a control.
World's greatest criminal mind for willpower instead of strength. That was what Amber needed. I mean, another color needs removal, and it's a situational one.
But I thought you were saying Amber also needed that. I'm like, whoa, relax, relax.
But we don't have that. It's been 7 sets. It's just they're clearly not going to do it. They're not going to do it the next set. So they're like, you know what? Let's stop this madness. And I'm pro ban
here to save us. What are you talking about?
Candy, save us. Candy, if you can hear us.
He was in the chat. He was in the chat chatting. He asked what was wrong with all of us.
Yeah, he left after that.
He's like, why are you defending?
We had his ear.
Yeah.
Is there too much of a monopoly on removal in 2 colors? Like if you want to play a bunch of different color combinations and you feel like, well, I have to play steel because I have to get rid of stuff. I have to play ruby because I have to get rid of stuff. And then we always see these sort of decks being at the top of the meta, whether it's sapphire steel, emerald steel, ruby amethyst, ruby sapphire. They're usually playing ruby or they're playing steel. Is there too much of a monopoly on removal?
We clearly needed more Emerald Reckless. That was the answer, guys.
All right. Yeah. All right. We're gonna let Lofi have one more statement here, and then we are going to do the poll. I'm actually gonna start the poll while he's talking.
All right. Here's my closing argument. I think Hiram was too efficient. You know, the price to draw 2 cards was to get rid of Popsicle, which already drew you 2 cards. And then also, Garrick brought up a great point. The best answers are Brawl and Baby Sisu, and you know what those pair well with?
Good job, Garrick.
Hiram. I think the Ruby Sapphire deck in particular just hit too much of a critical mass with Hiram being too efficient, and the best way to answer it was also just to play Ruby Sapphire with Brawl and Sisu.
I mean, yeah, Garrick, you had a great point there.
I know.
Pro ban, baby. Let's go.
Listen, it's a tough argument. That was a tough hill.
Yeah, his best point was when he was talking for our.
Luckily, only 2 people have voted, and it's 50%. So maybe the audience agrees. Maybe Flabbersham shouldn't have been banned, and they agree with our discussion.
Polls are too early. We can't close the polls just yet.
Katie, you're not supposed to vote as well.
I voted.
I knew it was you.
Can we vote?
I knew it was you. All right, I'll equalize
Katie,
it. Now it's 2-2.
Katie, it wasn't you. It was Poglet. Poglet pushed the button.
My hands are here. I don't know who did that.
Oh, no, we're winning on the poll now.
Why does no one know how to use a poll, guys? Like, you guys got this. Come on.
It's scary. People are cleaning their kitchen. People are, doing stuff.
They're
and now we're like, get to
listening.
your phone. They're like,
People
excuse
are
me.
asleep, probably.
Yeah. They're like,
I'm gonna have
what?
to join Garrick in the.
I gotta minimize
suit
something
jacket
to
off. It's
click
so hot in
something.
here.
Yeah, a little warm.
All right. Well,
In the
I
post
feel
game.
like the audience is lying. Maybe perchance there's
it's
a liar
4-4.
amongst us. Because
5 Katie's up ahead.
Let's go.
People don't like the mouse. They don't want the
Just
mouse
back.
to win. All right. Well, we'll let that vote finish out. What should we ask for our next question? I guess let's just maintain: should Fortisphere been banned? And which side of the
No,
argument
it should have
do you
been
want on that?
popsicle.
Well, hold on.
Sorry. We'll take no.
Katie?
We'll take no.
I guess you had last choice, so
Hey, I
we'll do
can't
it this
pick first every
time. See, the problem is I think it should have been banned. So,
Oh,
like, are we
no.
gonna? Is my team gonna make me
Do we
have to
switch?
like anti it again?
We can
I'll go-
switch. You can be for it.
I'll go on Wonder's side.
If you 3
Wonder,
want
I'll
to
defend with
do,
you.
so I'll let you 3 decide. What do you want to? Garrick, obviously.
I'm team no. Vote team no. Today, I have a button right here that says vote no.
I know Gabe will help either way, but what would you prefer to do?
I kind of want to light this thing on fire. Let's say yes.
Oh.
All right.
Rue?
Yeah, I'll vote. I can play devil's advocate for either side. So whatever team needs me more.
No,
Let's go
it's
with
on
yes,
you.
then.
You're the tiebreaker because I'm.
Oh, I am. Okay. I'll be on the it shouldn't have been banned team.
Shouldn't have been banned. All right,
Yeah.
we'll take not banned. And Team Katie won 6-5.
Guys,
we
we need
win?
more. All right, just so we're clear, we need more voters.
Pride
Sorry, there's
Yeah, what do
100
we
of
vote
you.
win?
There's 100 of you in here. All right, 11. That's
To
like
the polls, everybody.
1.1%. Come on, guys.
What am I defending?
Pokemon, go
Alright,
to
so-
the polls.
Oh,
please.
This time I'm going to make the poll while we discuss, and we'll have a
Oh.
total of 5 minutes
Yeah.
to do the thing. And the question is, should Fortisphere been banned? Should Fort have been banned? And we chose no, it shouldn't have. I'm going to let Garrick start us off since he was the pusher.
I would say no on Fortisphere just because it gives a lot more options to the steel decks to do things that they're, I guess, not typically able to do. I understand where Ravensburger is coming from, where they're like, okay, this isn't sort of item centric. And I think the real issue with the card, when we get to the nuts and bolts of it, was it drew a card. But that makes the Sapphire Steel decks a lot more consistent. And I think that was something that they needed, was consistency other than a whole new world. I really like the lines of being able to play free, overpowered sort of vanilla things in these Sapphire decks, like Bell, like Scrooge. It enabled all these cards. And with the banning of Fortisphere, it made those cards a lot worse. So I would have loved to see Fortisphere stick around. Popsicle even could stick around, but Hiram was the card that needed to go. And taking away Fortisphere as well takes away an entire archetype of a deck where you can play overstated stuff and try and fight for the board without drawing a million cards from Hiram. So I think if Fortisphere stuck around and Popsicle stuck around, the deck would have been strong still, but it would have been more balanced, and we'd still have Sapphire Steel up here with Ruby Sapphire as one of the best decks in the format. Maybe not as impressive, but definitely powerful with Bell and Scrooge, Tamatoa, and the 2 items that draw.
All right, so that was your whole team's 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't know how much time was allowed to have. That felt like 60
That was like 30
max.
seconds, bruh.
Yeah.
It's hard to listen to something so wrong for so long.
Yes, Katie, get him! Get him, Katie!
So Chad's out here.
So you're just wasting your own rebuttal time right now.
Okay, I just think that obviously watch how Sky played that deck and watch how he did literally everything for free, literally playing the Scrooge for free, and then you still have 5 ink to do just something else, and then you were drawing cards, and then you get a crab, and then you do it again. It was too much, and it kind of, how can you defend that a Sapphire inkable 1-drop and a Steel inkable 1-drop do the same thing? I don't think it's easy to defend, but my team will back me up on this. Right, guys? It's all so silly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. I think these bans were targeted towards consistency, and I think Fortisphere was too consistent of a card in these types of decks. For the Sapphire Steel, it had so much synergy with the item cards, and the Steel flavor is much more about drawing a card than discarding a card. I mean, where's Simba? Where's Mulan? You know, those are your card draw cards on one. And I think the voters will have my back on that.
What I'll say is I don't disagree entirely with your points, but what I will say is I think a ban is too far. So when we talk about the Fortisphere, you know, we talk about consistency of Bell, we talk about the consistency of Scrooge, and the consistency comes with that drawing a card. So we shouldn't have banned Fortisphere. Fortisphere is a great card. It gives a character bodyguard, which is a really cool thing that is a part of Steel's identity. And to take that away from the toolkit of Steel is kind of crazy. If I'm being entirely honest, I would have been okay with an errata. Say, hey, let's get rid of the draw, make it less consistent. There's other 1-drop Steel cards. It's not like they didn't replace that with other 1 Steel drop cards anyway. So why not keep Fortisphere and just drop that draw?
I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that point as much as I don't think it needed to be banned, I don't think it needed to be banned, but I don't think it needed to be nerfed either. I just don't think it was a big enough issue. The only issue it could be with Flaversham gone is playing Tamatoa to get back multiple popsicles. But that's probably fine if you're having to pay 1 and exert the Fortisphere to put it in the discard to return. That actually matters a lot in your ramp turns on what you're doing each turn. The problem that they're afraid of is what, Bell? Then ban Bell.
Right.
She's a common.
Exactly.
She's new. She's not that dangerous, but at the same time, if that's what you're afraid of, then ban that. We don't always have to go after cogs. You're just hurting building more archetypes in multiple ink colors. You're not going to play mono Sapphire, right? You're going to play Sapphire Steel, Sapphire Ruby. Sapphire is the item color. We shouldn't have just one dual ink being Sapphire Ruby as the only item combos. Items are in every color. Let me play whatever item deck I want. Sure, I can't do it anymore, but I always wanted to go turn 2 Lantern, turn 3 Flaversham. But I can't do that, obviously. But every color should have some items to it. So I don't think Fortisphere really needed to eat the axe there.
Yeah, but why should you get 8 copies of one card? You're essentially getting 8 1-drop card draw. And that just seems kind of egregious.
Why do
the benefit
other colors
should be
get 8 1-drop double lore characters?
Because those are
redundance is fine. They also do quite different things. I can't popsicle heal. I can't bodyguard with both. They are a little different. Sorry, I'm gonna let your side finish the 10 seconds that's left.
Hey, DeCambio came back.
Hey, he's back.
All right, Dan, send us home. Finish it. Spike it.
Yeah, Fortisphere is just too level, too consistent. Everything about it. The Scrooges, the Bells, the Tamatoas. It was just too much, guys. You can't have it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, you sold them. So we lost.
Too much.
Everyone thought it should be banned.
I think you need the timers longer on the polls. There was 4 votes before anyone spoke. I'm just saying.
Well, people know what they.
People knew the topic.
People show up to the polls all the time, knowing where they're going.
That's fair.
We have educated voters here.
I have to think of another question.
Team, I thought we did a great job, honestly.
Garrick, you did a great job.
You did. I didn't feel good doing the kayfabe. I was I had to say in the chat, I didn't like that. I felt bad. I felt bad, really.
You know, Katie, if you tell people it's kayfabe, it stops being kayfabe.
Well, I know.
You can't tell people about the kayfabe.
She doesn't get it.
I'll be the heel. Yeah, you stink so much.
Go back to banning everything, Katie. You were better at it. All right.
Since we've been on the topic of banning things,
ban all 1-drops. I think
no items. What's
Katie,
the next ban?
Yeah.
Do you think Diablo should be banned?
Oh no.
Well, your team's going to take the no side then. You're going to make me
sorry, guys.
take the opposite of everything I want to do.
Why?
Luke, you keep setting yourself up for failure here.
Yeah, look, you just gotta be like, hey,
Why do
Katie,
you
your
keep letting
team
me
banned
pick?
Diablo. You can't give her the choice.
Yeah.
It's her turn, though.
Wait, Katie, just pass back to Luke.
Yeah, pass.
Yeah.
Just give him the.
Just let him speak. We win. It's easy. We did
Here's
it.
a shovel.
Yo,
Start digging.
That black Diablo looks awesome, Gabe.
What?
Oh, wow.
Ether Diablo.
Name that Pokemon.
Oh.
Jigglypuff.
All right. I'll
that's
give us
cool.
10 minutes for this one.
You 10 minutes, okay.
Wow,
We can end it early if we need
I
to.
like
Yeah,
I
a
like the
minute.
10 minutes.
Yeah. I mean,
I
Well,
think Breezy needs to
Diablo-
start. He didn't get to talk last time.
well, to be fair, who wants to ban it? Wait, you want to
Too many
ban it,
answers.
Luke?
I mean-
ironically, your child. You have to.
I was going to say, are you going to make me do the torturous thing first, or do we want people who haven't talked to talk?
I just think we're so powerful that you guys deserve as much time as you need.
All right, go for it, Breezy.
I mean, we kind of discussed this earlier. Rude Rose kind of said it. There's too many answers for it. It's fine. Like, yes, it's a card that you need to take care of early, but you have so many tools in so many different areas that you can do that with. I as a Blurple player, the bird doesn't scare me. I got Blurp, I got Genies, I got Elsas. It's not a problem. And there's other decks that deal with the steal. It's easy. It's an easy card draw and a deal with the bird. It's fine. There's so many tools that you need to make sure it's in place for Diablo to survive. And it's not a card by itself. It's a problem that honestly think is fine because of how many answers we have.
Preach
Brawl,
it.
Elsa, Genie. I mean, those are just two colors. There's so many options. And if you're playing Amber, you're playing Steel Song. So guess what? You got answers. You got the mines. You got so many answers to answer this card, unlike Hiram. So I think it's fine. You could argue anything else. Maybe you could argue.
I won't need your help to argue because I got you right here.
Yeah, because
you
you're gonna
lose
be
the
wrong.
game if you don't draw one of your answers.
True.
Just to that card. Just
Alter
by
7,
that
baby.
one card
Yep.
on
Alter
turn
7.
2, you lost the game on turn 2 because you didn't draw an answer. You are
Alter
now
7.
behind,
Cry
and
about
you
it.
are not going. Yeah, Alter 7, you don't draw. Are you saying you should lose the game because in your top 14 cards you don't have an answer to Diablo?
But
What
that's
if
kind
your
of
answer is Brawl or something of that sort, and I have a Cove?
But that's every Lorcana game ever. I didn't find the
That's
answer
not
while I
every
lost.
Lorcana game
I mean,
ever.
then we have to
Every
ban
game
Daisy.
of Lorcana is not solved on
every
turn
game
2.
with
ban
Diablo
Cinderella,
ever.
We can ban every card that can win the game on turn 1. Come on, get out of here.
I think Red Rose looks like he's
Those
fired
do
up.
not win the game on turn 1.
Red Rose is fired.
disagree.
Cinderella on turn 1 can certainly win the game. 100%.
I mean, you can ask
anecdotal-
Khabibi in chat. It's not always going to win the game. It will a lot, but not like Diablo. It doesn't refill your hand. Diablo is a Cindy that has, well, I'm not going to say because we're on a Disney show, but it's a much better version of Cindy.
Yeah, I mean, this is anecdotal, but the other day I was in a tournament with 80 people, right? I'm playing against Emerald Amethyst. I'm playing Ruby Amethyst, of course, the best deck in the game that everyone should play. I'm playing against Emerald Amethyst. I play Chernobog on 1. They Diablo. They look at my hands. No Brawl. Okay. Turn 2, I don't draw the Brawl. I play myself a Cusco. On their turn 2, they shift Diablo. They sing Friends. Goes to my turn. I don't draw a Brawl. I quest with the Chernobog. I draw again. No Brawl. Scoop. I lost on turn 2. There was no point to play the rest of the game. They had 20 cards in hand. I had no cards in hand. That's just not fun to play against. I don't care who you are. And Ravensburger has talked about this in their most recent bans. We want it to be a fun experience. We want it to be a fair experience. That's not fun. That's not fair.
Fun.
There's no. It's not. I don't know if my opponent had fun. They felt bad. They were ashamed. They were like, "Listen, man, I'm really sorry. I don't want."
I mean, I have lots of fun with Diablo when I'm playing it. Because I am just like obliterating my opponent. It feels
but it's
very
kinda
good
fun
to
when you
just be
blow 'em
like,
up.
you have no chance.
Yeah, the conditions that Diablo exists.
All right,
in
it's
is...
Lofi's turn. Okay, you can't get 2 turns in a row. Get out of here.
Yeah, Diablo's fine. It takes so many pieces to piece together. It's Voltron. You need a 1-drop Diablo, which you only have 4 of. You can't shift it onto Fortisphere. You need an action to discard to be able to shift it. That's another card we need. And then we actually need the bird itself in our. I mean, that's too many pieces.
Emerald Amethyst has 8 1-drop Diablos, though.
Yeah, but then you got to play Amethyst with your bird.
Yeah, then you don't have steel cards. That's great.
That's a huge drawback.
But then you can friends with your bird, and even if it
what do you
gets
need to
banished
friend for? They draw all
immediately,
your cards anyway, bro.
Yeah,
I know, but if they have the answer to the Diablo immediately, you still drew 2 cards with your Diablo, so it was
Diablo
worth it.
doesn't need friends to draw cards. He's a card draw engine by himself.
That's why he should be banned. Thank you.
But think about the friendship of having our card draw. That's kind of fun. Like that's such a bonding moment.
I like that. We draw together.
I'm sorry, I'm a red-blooded American, and I'm still part of the Red Scare. I can't deal with that.
Comrade
Us both
Diablo.
drawing things. Get that bird out of here.
Diablo's Russian bird. Everyone knows that.
But
all right, we got to hear from Red Rose because I think he's gonna do a musical number about how.
I couldn't quite come up with one in
right.
time. So
Next
Luke touched on the removal check aspect, which removal checks are bad because it just becomes, did you draw this? Yes. Okay, you're good. No, not. I'm going to touch on the aspect that most of the removal outside of steel, by the time you would get to it, it doesn't matter. And I never hear players talk about this. If I brawl your Diablo and he's already drawn 3 cards, it doesn't matter that I got rid of it. He more than paid for himself. If I have to wait till turn 5 to drop 5 cost Elsa to run in and hit him, that doesn't matter. You've already drawn a card's worth. And if anyone knows Magic the Gathering, there's a card called Sheldred the Apocalypse. And the reason everyone hates fighting that card is because just like Diablo, it punishes you for finding an answer. The more you draw, the more it hurts you. So you don't see that brawl. Well, I have to dig to try to find it. And now I'm getting hurt even more just by trying to find an out to this thing. Card's absolutely ridiculous. Dan had a video on his channel about why it should be banned, which I absolutely
That's why
love
I'm
and
going
still
last.
watch.
That's why I'm going last.
That's my story.
I have the best reason, the only reason to know, nail in the coffin as to why I should be banned. Because it let me win a DLC. If I can win a DLC with Diablo, it's obviously too good. I mean, come on.
When it's won what, 4 DLCs? 3, 5? Like how many did it win? Texas or Seattle, Las Vegas, Chicago, I think, and then maybe the Toronto one. I can't remember what one.
I can't. Okay, now we're
Diablo
hearsay, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Yeah, Toronto was Lemon Lime.
Okay, that one was.
It was Diablo. It was
it's still a Diablo.
Okay, that's Diablo. All right.
The reason it won was because everyone. It was like the scene in Toy Story where Andy's just like, I don't want to play with you anymore, Woody. And the toy just slowly falls. And that's like your Diablos. Because Bucky got banned. And they're like, oh, da-da-da. But really, Diablo was still the best thing you could be doing. And because no one is playing the Steel variant, the Amber variant just like went to town.
Bucky's still not banned.
Yeah, listen.
I haven't seen him around in a while.
We can't have this conversation without shouting out Ryan Miles. That video he did was remarkable. But the problem is that we've had 2 more sets since then, and we've had nothing but infinite answers to Diablo to actually keep the bird down. I don't want to hear this thing like, oh, if they draw 3 cards, they win. It's just not true. That deck can't win. Okay, that deck literally takes 18,000 turns to win the game. 3 cards doesn't matter. It's everything that these other decks do now is way more powerful than drawing 3 cards. Therefore, the ban the bird thing, it's dead. We don't need it. And honestly, this past weekend, he didn't come out. He didn't win too much, guys. Well, we still saw Ruby Sapphire. We saw Ruby Amethyst. We saw Amethyst Steel. We didn't see Emerald Steel come out and crush any tournaments this weekend. We don't need to ban the bird.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's it, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, are you afraid of a bird? I'm not.
No.
I'm a little afraid of a bird, but like
you're a little.
You should be afraid of some things. You should be a little afraid of every. That'd be weird if you're not afraid of a good
In
card.
the mirror match, you almost always lose to the person who has the bird shift, and you don't. It's that good. It just wins the mirror. It shows that it's probably the best deck. People are saying, "Oh, Prince John is the problem. Ban Prince John." I played 2 Prince Johns. If it was so good, I'd play 4.
He's
like,
uninkable.
It's that simple.
He's uninkable. He needs
so
other
Diablo.
things. This thing
Diablo
just
requires
needs to
me
be in play
discarding
and
a song
sideways.
and a baby to shift on. It requires so much. I'm dipping my whole hand of 7. It's
I'm really glad that
I think
you're
you tricked
fighting
me
for the
into.
reason why it
I
should
feel like
be
you
banned.
tricked me
I love
into
it.
switching
We
sides.
did it.
You
Good
definitely
job.
did it. This
Thank
is
you,
like the
guys. Let's
cartoon
go.
where it's
Great
just like yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, no, yes, no, yes.
I think we're getting lost in the weeds here because what it comes back to every single time is the experience of the players, and players who may not be super competitive. Maybe they're going to their locals every week. If they're playing against Emerald Steel or Emerald Amethyst discard, they don't have a hand and their opponent has infinite cards. it's one of the worst experiences to play against. And that's why I would advocate for a ban of Diablo. Maybe the power level isn't necessarily the highest, but when you have people going week after week to their locals and they have to go against this bird every single week and they just want to play fun decks and have fun at locals, but they can't because they don't have a hand and their opponent has every card in their deck, it's just not a fun experience. So even if the card isn't the best, I don't think there's any other card in the game currently that is anywhere near Diablo in terms of it gets so frustrated and it's unfun to play against. Like, I don't think there's anything close.
You know what feels
Now
fun?
sharp.
Winning. And that bird wins me games, dang it.
Yeah, and it's
My
a lesson you only have to
desire-
teach once. You know, you only have to be absolutely ravaged by a bird to be like, you know what, I hate that bird, and then it's on site every other time you see that bird. And I think it's a good sign that this weekend we pre-banned Diablo. We pre-banned him. The meta said, "Come here, bird," and the bird said, "I shan't."
See, but that right there, the entire meta warped around potentially seeing this bird. You were seeing people put cards in their decks.
But we were not able to warp around Hiram, and that's why Hiram is banned and Diablo isn't.
We
well,
found
it's
the
been
answers
done. Team
because
no,
there's so
team
many
no
different
one.
ones.
7-5.
Oh, okay, we're done. We're done.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I had to.
Finally, we can say
I
how
had
we really
an
feel.
internal struggle as I was like, do I vote no or do I just not vote? Should I vote for my team or not vote? I chose not to vote. So we lost
We
by
need
2
more
votes.
voters. Come on, guys. There's 80 of us in here. We need the votes.
Well, Katie is going to be dipping out as she is going to the Illumineers.
I have to go try to win a pin, and I need to let you know I'm so afraid of Caroline. Caroline has the hardest trivia questions in the entire world. She's like, "What was Walt Disney's shoe size?" And I'm like, "God bless America." So I'm so scared. I'm so scared right now.
Bye, Katie.
Bye.
Say hi to Liam and Aaron. Bye.
All right. Well, we're going to have a couple more before we raid them ourselves, but now we're going to kind of do free-formed here, and I'll just let everyone kind of defend or go for whatever. So the first topic is kind of like, is Ruby Sapphire dead? I mean, DK kind of showed that as a no, but like we could kind of say like maybe it was a fluke. I mean, there's points that I thought that maybe the deck wasn't good and no one locals could win, and every time I played it, I crushed it, and DKP's still like, hey, just give me the trophy right now, please. And it doesn't matter. Maybe he is just so good, he can play with bad cards. I don't know. I'll let you start with it. Lofi, let's just go around in a circle. We'll start with you.
Well, yeah, obviously everyone knows about DKP's recent result, and I think the way he built the deck is really where the deck should be headed, which is more ramp options and just getting to that top end, which just can answer pretty much anything else. I was honestly surprised to see that he didn't have dragons in the list. There's that new song, putting 2 cards from the top of your deck into the inkwell. It's essentially drawing 2 cards. Yeah.
All right, Dan?
I think that it's interesting. I think that really what it's doing, and even for him, and if you really looked at his tournament report, he said he didn't want to play against Emerald Steel. He said he wanted to dodge it. I think that every deck in the metagame probably can say the exact same thing. Like, I don't want to play against that matchup. I want to dodge it, but I feel great in all these other matchups. So I think because of that, it's not dead. I think it's just fair. I think that if we get lucky, we don't play against matchups we don't want to play, we're probably going to be pretty successful with, honestly, anything you're comfortable with. So I think the deck is fine. I don't think it's broken. I don't even think we can say it's the best deck in the field. I just think it's a very good deck to play if that's what you're into.
What was the difference between DK and Moyen's list?
Someone played a Scar.
I don't.
Moyen had a Scar and some other stuff that I can't remember.
Moyen was rocking dual scars.
Did Moyen have the All Is Found also?
Moyen did not have all his found. He had 3 super goofs, 4 brawls, an extra Tamatoa, happy as a clam.
It was more like DKP's list than DKP's list was.
Too good. All right, Breezy.
So no Sisus then. No Sisus?
I think Dan said it's fair now. Like enter the place where it's a control deck. It needs to exist in Lorcana space. We need to have it. But the issue with the pre-ban was it was just so consistent into getting rid of its weaknesses, which is getting caught early, getting too far behind, and not being able to catch up and just losing the game. Now with how consistent it was and how many tools it had, it was able to do that. So that being gone, I think it's still a good deck, but like it should exist in the realm of it being a good deck. And if it goes into bad matchups, it's going to lose. And I think that's the decks that should exist in the format, which is it's good against XYZ, but bad against this at one deck. So we just dodge, we win. The EKP did it. I think other decks can do the same. Like Churn Dogs can do the same thing. If you just dodge matchup, you get to the top too, and it's the same situation. But that's how it gets. You just roll the dice and win through and dodge the. And Ruby Sapphire is in that situation rather than I don't care who I'm facing. I'm destroying them. So that's the difference now. It is, and I think it's fine.
But right, I'm going to be right back, and we're going to keep going around. So, Garrick, take it away while I'll be right back.
Okay, I'm next. I'm gonna speak in hyperbole here because I feel like that's what the show is calling for. The late night. Let's just get the hot takes out. The deck is done for. All right. Ooh. Not everybody is DKP. Ruby Amethyst knows that it's a deck that everybody's going to want to play now. It won the biggest tournament over the weekend. Everyone's going to play it. Okay, we'll just put in Maui's. Now your manners are cooked. We have crabs. We're finding the discard now. We play Peter Pan. We rush Iago. We rush Moana. We don't worry about this card. We don't worry about this Ruby Sapphire deck. Ruby Amethyst is going to be the best deck. This card obviously is good into it. DKP wanted to dodge it and was able to dodge it. Not that he isn't a great player and couldn't have won those matches anyway, but it's going to be a good deck into players that aren't as skilled as DKP, who could probably pick up a 60 pile of whatever and top a tournament. So I think if we're looking at the top 4 decks in the meta, I think it's probably going to be like Amber Steel Song, Ruby Amethyst, and whatever flavor of discard. And then a tier below, we'll say Ruby Sapphire. That is my hot take.
But that's not dead. That's still, it's going to be there.
I mean... It's not beating any of those decks, so it might as well
not
be.
Dead.
It's like it'll be right underneath the best decks, which is like fine. Like it's still gonna do.
I mean, if you're right underneath the best decks, are you? I mean, are you really anything at the end of the day?
It's gonna win some set champs. It's gonna do well in events. It's gonna perform. It's gonna see the top end of the table.
Just won a 128 player tournament. Yeah, it's not good enough. Come on.
All right, the meta's gonna adjust.
There was 3
at the top of the event, or did DKP win the event?
There was
3 the argument is, right?
That's what I was saying.
In top 8.
Listen here. Listen.
Moyen saw 2 discards and beat both as well. It's like just because DKP did it without dodging it, but he brought the spice and he did it. So it can beat it too. So it's still fine. Like it's good. And as much as I hate the shark, like it's fine. Some control. A-hole deck needs to exist at some point.
All right, Gabe.
All right, we've had this conversation before, except replace Ruby Sapphire with Ruby Amethyst. Okay, after Floodborn, it was the most broken deck. Floodborn, it was so dirty, and then we start to see a decline in cards that were designed to improve upon it. And what we started to see as we got further and further ahead in the sets is we saw a lot of people showing up to an event with Ruby Amethyst and Kendall Burdett himself converting into some of these performances. I think that's what we're seeing. I don't want to call the deck dead, but just like we didn't call it dead in set 3 or set 4 or set 5, I do think it's dying. I think it is in terminal. So it's in terminal condition.
Breaths.
Yes, and if it can be saved, this is like a medical procedure. We can save it if we are careful about how we design cards going into the next sets. But if we're following history, we've seen this already. We've seen it in Ruby Amethyst, and we can watch it die if we're not careful.
I mean, Ruby Amethyst never died though. Like
it did for a month. It was done. I mean, fairy ship, whatever. I mean, if Hiram wasn't gone, that deck was not going to be anywhere close to the top consistently. It did top a couple things. I will say that. But
before we push to Rue, I'm supposed to ask Garrick how your weekend went at locals.
Okay, so. Did I play locals and lose to the Ruby Sapphire deck twice? Yes. but
no blood.
Rudy,
take it home, Rudy. Take it home.
Wow.
I was not playing Maui's. Okay, we cut the brawls. I cut brawls out of mine, and I put Maui Fishhook in it. I'm not losing to Manor. Manor was the only reason I lost, and now I'm playing Maui. So. It's over. I mean, Ruby Sapphire just needs to see the deck, play against the deck, and then change a couple cards, and we're chilling.
All right, Rue.
As someone who has had to play against Ruby Sapphire pretty much every set since set 3, I still think it's quite strong. I think some people are underselling it. Garrick mentioned the Manor, but there is no single card that takes out the Manor other than cards that are in Sapphire and Steel, like Hideaway, Cusco. Anything else, you have to use a combination of things. You have to use Maui and the Fishhook, or Fox and Crab and something else. Like that 9 health is still a lot to get through that requires multiple investments. And Shark, the amount of games I've lost to a Shark just sitting there, I'm just going to play solitaire and fire off 5 actions. Oh, and I gained 5 lore. And if you dare quest, I'm going to hit you. Like, it's clearly weaker. Of course, Flaversham was a huge boon to that deck. And I've seen it now. Okay, it doesn't draw quite as much as it used to, but dead, entirely gone? No way. I think it just has way too many powerful cards for it to disappear entirely.
Hey, Luke.
All right.
Can I suggest the next topic based on something that Gabe had said?
Sure. I was gonna ask about Sapphire Steel, but I think we'll probably all be similar.
Oh, I can end that in like literally one sentence.
Well, yeah, but anyways, I would just like to say it seems like we it was almost agreed but disagreed. It was close. Like it's hurt. It's not dead. It's weakening. It could be in its dying breaths. Like the format could evolve, but you're still gonna see it. All right. What would you like to do for the next topic?
So Gabe made a suggestion about like these new cards that are coming and these future sets, but here's the real truth, guys. These cards weren't designed in a world without Fortisphere and Hiram. We're going into like a literal brand new game in theory when you're talking about taking away a card like Hiram. So these sets were not designed in a way that we're going to be playing with them. That's just a fact.
What if initially they were going to nerf Flaversham and then they changed their mind last minute or something, like a week or two in advance or something, and that scare of him only drawing 1 card that happened X amount of months ago? What if they had this planned so the sets were designed with a nerfed Flaversham in mind?
My first response to that is, what if a website came out today that wasn't supposed to and it was a mistake?
But it wasn't the whole website. It was just one aspect. Why would they be editing the Flaversham's texts, though? Why would they do
next
that?
to 2 on the keyboard.
Hey, couple star?
The data
Why are
entry.
they editing it? Why are they editing it? That's the thing. It's been there this whole time. Why did someone just go in and open up a folder and change a text file on a server and apply a mass edit if it wasn't like, maybe we could do this, I'm going to change it and then print something out for testing?
Luke loves conspiracy theories. He's confirmed.
Illuminati confirmed. Let's go.
This is the realest of all of the Lorcana conspiracy theories.
I like Decandia there. Just boredom. They wanted the reaction, guys. They needed something to talk about that day.
They're like, do we need DLC dates? No, we're gonna
exactly.
Someone will notice this.
Although I'm pretty sure that happened while we were still in the heat of DLC action. That was a long time ago. Maybe they're like wins.
I was like
North American
Shimmering
champs.
Skies, I think. I don't
Yeah.
remember. It was a while ago.
But all right, so you were saying, so your question would be then what? Are these cards going to be too good then because they're on Flaversham power level? Maybe
I don't know. I think that's
or
a
do
question.
nothing because they needed Flaversham.
It's just like one of those like basically whatever they had spent in testing is just not what we're going to see now. Like even the metagame we're playing in right now, it is not what they tested, right? You know, so
I mean, so
I think it's very interesting the impact it set 8 could now have on a game in a world where it was tested with a Flaversham and with a Fortisphere. Like, how different is it now?
I'd imagine that they were sensitive to it, but given the accidental leak, non-leak that we saw, and they even said so in the Q&A. They said that they were looking at Popsicle, so it's not like they thought of it last week and then they announced it the week after. They were kind of mulling over. They were looking at results. So I would imagine that, to your point, Dan, maybe like the next set or two kind of has it in there, but I would imagine like shortly thereafter, it considers the world where there's a reduced value version of these cards.
Also, what if they just didn't have the testers at the time? So what if their testers didn't build decks with Flaversham as the centerpiece? So maybe now we're going to have the meta they envisioned, and Flaversham and Popsicle prevented that vision. Like all sorts of things could be there. Like a group of 5 to 10 to 20, I don't know how many people do it. Like they don't always solve things. I mean, they printed Saheeli, and then the next set printed Felidar Guardian, which is a 2-card win the game combo with very little interaction. And they've been making cards for over 20 years. So, like, a company that made puzzles, who is now making a card game, I think it's very easy for them to make that mistake. Granted, the people they hire has probably been playing card games for decades, but let's not mention that.
Yeah, certainly. I think, like LD said, though, like I mentioned it earlier, every good, healthy card game has a ban list. You cannot, there's just no way that we can algorithmically process how every card needs to be perfectly designed. And as long as we can, at least as a community, be a little bit open about the ban list, certainly there's going to be feelings. And I do agree that we should be empathetic to people whose deck colors have been affected. And I think that we should be considerate of the fact that these people love these decks, and now they have to consider whether they want to keep playing the game or not. These are real things that happen when you invest your money in these things. But the game should have a ban list, because we can't design the algorithm and expect the cards to come out just perfect.
Yeah. But bannings are interesting. Like, I mean, I bought a set of Tamatoas. I bought a set of Scrooges. I played 3 games with them. Hopefully I'll be able to play more games with them. I mean,
but you just don't like Sapphire, though.
That's
Luke,
slightly true.
Were those games fun, at least? Did you at least have a good time playing those 3 games with those cards?
I was coaching someone, and I don't like coaching because I'm lazy, so it was
it's like, I can't even like doing this.
I mean, it felt good. It was kind of fun being like, all the cards! You know, I mean,
it was just like the green bird. It was just like the green bird.
Yeah. But I like singing on turn 2, so I lean towards that. I just don't have sharks as well, so I have to acquire sharks to be able to play the new DKP list. I did have Sailor's list basically all set to go. I've been on the verge of playing Ruby Sapphire multiple times. There's just been multiple reasons I haven't. I felt that green steel at here, I'll let someone else take over for a second.
I have a question, and maybe this opens up an entirely different can of worms. But if we're talking about bans and removing cards from the game, we're getting to the point where we're coming up on set number 8, Reign of Jafar. Do you all ever envision there being a sort of rotation, or would you prefer a maintained ban list? I mean, we're getting bans now. Would you like to see more frequent bans, updates on bans, or do we just want to see like a rotation in a core set? I come from Magic the Gathering. I really enjoyed playing Standard. That's what I played. I never even got into Modern or anything like that. I played before Modern was a thing, and I loved rotation. It just made everything fresh. It was let me get new, entirely new cards, an entirely new format. I loved it, but some people absolutely hate it. But I guess I just want to get the panel of you great players here on your opinions.
Yeah, I actually really like the non-rotation with a ban list that gets updated, just because of the history aspect, like the history of the game. Because there might be a player 5 years down the line who's like, why is Hiram banned? This card costs 1 and I draw 3 cards. And you're like, back in the day, there was this card called Fortisphere.
People wanted Reprep banned in set 1. They wanted a 7-cost Wrath of God banned.
Yeah.
You can unban things, though. That's the fun part.
Yeah, banning, maybe limitations. I feel like that's a little more upkeep for the competitive company, like Ravensburger at large. But I do think it has a little more, I don't know, splendor to it.
Yeah, I think in a perfect world. Oh, go ahead. You first.
I prefer, which is probably going to be close to what you're saying. I'd prefer bannings. I'd prefer a rotation, and I'd prefer reprints. Not crazy on reprints, not too crazy on bannings, and the rotation is a tough thing because Magic has dabbled with rotation multiple times. Small rotation, big rotation, mid rotation, and all of them have weaknesses. But if the banning's done right, you can have a slightly longer rotation. But one issue is when you come across things that are too synergistic, like songs can be an issue because all of a sudden you have a redundancy. There's Vanessa, there's Troubadour, there's Cinderella, there's Ariel, there's like all these singers that you would have to hit multiple in a row to shut it down, or hit multiple songs and that just kills it, right? So it's
You
a
don't have to hit
dance.
multiple songs. They have never made better ones than set 2 and 3.
Or just not print any. But eventually, like if there's a rotation, they're going to have to, right? Or they reprint them. The other thing with reprints, if we never reprinted and we didn't have a rotation, how much do you want to spend on Rapunzel's?
I mean, that card has maintained $50 or more basically for the last year.
If you're playing Amber, you have to play the card.
She dipped to 30 once, and then she went back up.
Yeah,
only. So what I would like to see, if I prefer a ban list, but what I think would make everybody feel better about a ban list is if Ravensburger said, okay, every quarter we do a watch, like, hey, so like, look, these cards are on our radar because we know that there's some questions about it, so we're going to be observing these cards, and then at least that way players can make more informed decisions about whether or not they want to buy. In fact, I want to show. I need to find it. The day after that Hiram was banned, I received an envelope from TCG Player. You want to take a wild guess what 4 cards were in that envelope? It was Flavershams. Okay, I looked at this thing and I said, "This is a sick, cruel joke." So I would say at least give us some warning. Like, let us know that things are on the purview. You're looking at things that's communication. We would love to see that. And at least we know, like, okay, well, if I'm going to buy this thing, at least it's like buyer beware. You know, I think that would make
which is funny, because if you really think about it, how many people would not actually buy it? That's the thing. I actually don't think, knowing for 3 months that if they were like, we're looking at Diablo, this is our warning for Diablo, and I needed Diablos for an event, that's not going to stop me.
Yeah, it's not.
I mean, it might stop me from buying foils.
It might stop you from buying enchanteds, you know.
But at least now you can say I knew. At least now you can say, okay, but they gave me fair warning, and that was my decision. You know.
And this is not financial advice, but the game is still very, very young, and so these cards are the cards that in other card games are now worth an absorbent amount of money. Now, a lot of people know that. They printed a lot of these cards, way more than vintage Magic cards. So don't just be sucking everything up thinking everything's going to be worth a bunch. But certain staples, certain cards such as Enchanted Diablos, without a better Enchanted reprint, even with a banning or rotation, I don't think it's going to go down. Because with the more sets that happen, if we do a rotation, eventually we're going to have vintage. We're going to have classic Lorcana. Everything's legal. They even unnerf Bucky and they unban Flaversham. And they're like, everything, you know, we'll make a new banned list once we decide how things work, right? The sky's the limit on the potential of what could happen.
Yeah. I think that would be really cool. I mean, I've never played in a card game that had just like, okay, everything is legal and we just have a ban list. I know Yu-Gi-Oh does that. I mean, I played Yu-Gi-Oh when I was a kid, but I played Hearthstone. Hearthstone rotated. I never played vintage or modern or anything. I only played standard. In like 2010, 2011 is when I played most of the time. And that was just standard. I don't even think modern existed at the time. But like I said, I just really enjoyed the fresh new look. Yeah, I mean, it was cool when stuff rotated, especially when I hated cards. I was like, finally, that's gone, and now we can build new, and everything is just brand new, and it's a whole new world, right? And then
those vintage formats.
Yeah,
because as you're saying, the
core sets
rotation
were awesome.
Yeah, the core sets. Sorry, I'm going to cut you off. I'll let you speak.
No, you're good.
In a second.
No,
I
was just
wanted to
saying.
say, when your deck rotates, you just play the older format. You just go to the old school format as you slowly get cards for the new standard. So it lets it, like, if all I ever want to do is play my Minnie Mouse like theme deck and it rotates, I can do that in a different format. So that, like, they can kind of keep that open for everyone. All right, you were saying?
No, I was just saying, like, with a rotation plus a core set, I think that will really offset a lot of people's wariness about rotations, because you can say, okay, these are the core cards that we'd like everybody to play, whether it's like Rapunzel, Be Prepared, A Whole New World, and then Along Came Zeus, whatever, like these staple cards in these colors. These cards are going to stay around. It's like the accessory cards around these are going to change. That's what core sets really felt like. Like in the core sets, they printed like Lightning Bolt in every single one, or like Gigantic Growth or whatever, like these core cards. So you know these are going to be around for a long time. It's just the frills and the accessories and like I guess the varying power levels are going to change. That's what I really like. So if like for instance Fabled was like a core set that reprinted a bunch of old stuff and they rotated
rumors,
stuff, I think that would be sick. Or like Fabled was like a remix of the older cards from the first few sets or whatever.
So if they did do reprints, how many in the set, right? Like for a brand new set, that's what, just a handful, right? Like 4 or 5 reprints, if even. But a core set, like back in the day in Magic, they were full reprint, and I think that's a terrible idea. I much prefer
I agree.
like a Modern Horizons or Modern Masters, whichever, or a mix of the both. I want 20%, 30% reprints, and then the rest are new cards. And then that way I want to buy the product. And that's the problem with core sets, is for an enfranchised person like myself, why am I going to open a booster pack full of cards I own? Like I won't.
It's also well, hold on.
I mean, that's
like,
that's the way to do it.
The other thing is that like a core set is also an introductory point for a new player. So like that's the play. Like it's just that you're not the audience necessarily for a reprint set, right? But like the new audience would be, here's a reprint set, and these new players get to come in, and they don't have to go and buy $30, you know, I don't know, Let the Storm Rage on, or like Strength of a Raging Fire, right? Because that's a card that if you really talk about like, hey, what can a rotation card look like? Is it Let the Storm Rage on, or is it Strength of a Raging Fire? I probably lean Strength of a Raging Fire, right? Like that's where I would go with it. So when you look at that concept of like, yeah, reprints a lot, is not, I don't know that any of us are technically the audience for that. It would be the audience for a new player getting into the game. You know, a game came out 2-3 years ago. It's very difficult for new players to hit those things.
See, I would argue against that, because one, I don't want secondary set products.
New players.
I hate that. I think that is one of the big things that destroyed Magic for me. Is they're just like, here's 5 new supplementary sets. I don't care if it's not designed for you. You don't want it, don't buy it. But
what do you mean
that's
by
going to take
supplementary
time.
Set?
It, like Modern Horizons or things like that. I want a main set, a core set, a standard set, whatever they call a brand new set. The next set that's coming out, Reign of Jafar. I don't want some special reprint only set that's designed just for new people. I want a set that is designed for everyone. And I think if they do it properly, they can still sprinkle in enough reprints to maintain a secondary market value on cards that are just too expensive that see play. I'm perfectly fine if they let a card that sees 0 competitive play go up in price in the long run. That's fine, because the threat of it being reprinted, if there's actual demand for it, still exists, right? But I do kind of like to counter my own argument. I do think if they were to create alternate arts or more enchanteds in this type of set to kind of push that, kind of like what Garrick was saying, that would be a way to make me want to open those packs.
So could you imagine they reprinted like first chapter and made Be Prepared, A Whole New World, and Rapunzel enchanteds in there? Even if the regular cards were not different, people would
let
go
me sell my
feral
promo
for
from
that.
Worlds first. Please let me sell my Worlds a Whole New World before that.
So this week, one of the biggest, like I would say, negatives factor of the ban list was that the fact that it was immediate. Like in this world that a rotation is going to happen, how would you actually want to be told it was happening? Like how much time do you give players to kind of like react to that?
A set.
Yeah.
Tell us when Reign of Jafar. Like if there was going to be a rotation hypothetically for Fable.
Yeah, you were muted.
They're just like, all right, Reign of Jafar is coming out, and just so you know, sets 1 through 4 when Fabled comes out are not going to be legal anymore. Like that's 3 months, I guess. I feel like that's plenty of time. I don't know.
Rotation, yes. Rotation, yes.
Yeah.
Banning, I want it on Monday. Because if you're gonna ban it, say on Monday it's gonna be banned, make it banned on Friday. I mean, for Magic they had F&M, right? So everyone played locals on Friday, whatever. I want it done right away, because you're gonna have people who are gonna tell other people it's banned, or then they might not know. There's gonna be issues, but people don't want to they're gonna want to play whatever the new stuff is. They're not gonna want to wait.
Yeah. It's also funny, like with the way that Bucky got errated. You actually increased the amount of Buckies that were in the next DLC. like oh wait, this card's getting errated. Like I mean, it was like 60% of day 2 or something like that. So I'm just more curious, like if it's going to happen, you know, like all right, how much time is enough time for players to kind of make the choice?
I mean, it's tough because like you look at the other card games, like Yu-Gi-Oh does it randomly out of nowhere, and it says it's effective like in a week. So people have that week of like getting ready, testing, and stuff like that. So I think having like a little bit of a time period where people can kind of experiment before going into these big tournaments could assist with that and be like, okay, I know what to do to pivot, rather than be like, oh my god, I don't know what to do with my 60 pile that I've been running for the last 3 months. I think a little bit like a week of distance, like how Yu-Gi-Oh does it, where like they did it at the end of a YCS, where it's like, this is the ban list, it's effective a week from now, get ready, is much more like slow rather than just like boom, here's the wall, you're hitting it with your head on it. So I think a little bit of a cushion would assist a lot of players be a lot less upset and a lot less like take it personal in a sense.
I guess my follow-up question is that because there is not a DLC, like an announcement or Horizon, do you think it was easier for them to say effective immediately?
Yeah, definitely.
Because the big one is going to be the Worlds, right? If there is like anything, that's like the next thing people can look into. And right now you can ban it, and so what? Like the next big thing is set champs. You have 3, but you like two more weeks. So there is time, even if you make it effective now. So it's not the end of the world. Like, yeah, the tournament in the tournament in Europe kind of took a hit, but other than that, it's not. No one's really getting impacted too much in the sense of the official organized play.
Yeah, it's more just like, hey, I bet you it was a lot easier for them to go, let's go effective immediately. We're not affecting like a DLC level event.
Yeah. Because they've been weird about the sets and how the DLCs move as well. So like getting that adjusted is going to be the next thing to do as well. Because like the dead formats that 2 DLCs had to go through is just kind of unnecessary.
Yeah, agreed.
Especially when the cards are being like revealed as a drip feed, and you're like, okay, people are, I mean, I don't know about everyone here, but I feel every one of my friends and myself included were all play testing with the new cards for like weeks before the set came out. It's not like we need the new cards to test stuff out, and we just need to know what they are, right? We can write it on with a Sharpie on something else, right? So I agree with Why Breezy there. Let's not do any old formats with the next set of DLCs. But I do like that they ban the cards with no DLCs going on. I think that is them keeping an eye on things and being aware of like community sentiment as well. Yeah.
I think they just wanted set champs to be better.
Yeah, that's true.
I think it's great and honestly that they did it, period. Like they said, like, okay, just so you guys know, we can do this, and like we're willing to do this. I think that it's very difficult for designer to admit fault. So the idea that they're like, no, we see a problem, we're actually gonna just move on from this. Like, it's fine, we got it wrong.
Yeah, I also like that it's a step up from we eroded Bucky. I don't think a lot of people agreed with that. Like, I think I would have rather seen a ban on Bucky than an errata. And so I think it's nice to see them like go like, okay, we're not going to errata these cards. We're just gonna nix them.
Yeah, there were some interesting reasons that were discussed during the Bucky errata, like the concern while we watch Luke do these power squats right now. So like I think it's interesting because what if there was a Floodborn version of the character scheduled to come out in a few sets, and we just completely messed that up? So you have to consider that as well. I think so when you think about erratas versus bans, are we, if you're doing an errata, is part of that is part of the reasoning that we've got a future card that needs something to shift on, and now we don't.
And dude, that just drew like the Floodborn hired him is so mad in his office right now. He's just clutching his. He's like, he's like, no, not my card.
There's still a 2 cost. All right, there's still a 2 cost Hiram. It's fine. It's safe.
It's safe. Yeah, play that one instead.
It's safe, guys. It's fine. We can still do the thing. All right.
Yeah. Also, if you're Floodborn, if you're shifting off of banned Hiram, you're insane. There's something
crack mad lad.
It actually just draws 5 cards when you shift it. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
But he has
puts
to
all
shift
items from your discard into pile.
Yeah. Just throws them all and draws the cards. It's fine. It's fine.
All right. Well, we're gonna be rating here in a little bit. If you want to do your shout outs real quick, we'll start up with Loaf.
Hey, just want to shout out the 20 lore community, the Arizona Lorcana community, and all the friends I've made along the way. Thanks for hosting the show, Luke. Great job every week.
Oh, thank you. Everyone always thinks of the ICL, and it feels so weird. It's just like, I don't know why. It's a TISM thing for me, I guess. I don't know. It's just like, don't compliment me, don't thank me. That's so weird. Why would you be nice, like grateful to me? What is this?
I take it back. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That makes me feel better.
Yes. Looks like I hope all the bad things in the world happen to you and nobody else but you.
Off.
Exactly. All right, Dan, I assume you have some team you want to talk about or something.
Yeah, we're here. We're having fun. It's a lot of fun. Thanks for inviting me here. Apparently I wasn't even supposed to be here tonight, so I was grateful to actually come in and hang out. So that was fun. Yeah, tomorrow morning, for anyone that wants to hang out with me, I got Katie coming on the channel for the Forbidden Mountain tomorrow. We're talking actually just like kind of mental health in Disney Lorcana. So I'm looking forward to that chat. Should be a lot of fun. But thanks for having me, Luke, even though I wasn't supposed to be here. You guys were all great. Great debates tonight. I love it. I love a good debate. So it was a lot of fun.
Breezy boy.
Well, I'll be yapping tomorrow night with my amazing co-host, commish of ICL as well, Mr. Rod Gaston. We'll talk about ICL, wrap up everything, and do other shenanigans. I'm not sure yet, but it'll be a good time. You can just see me on twitch.tv/ybreezy. It'll be a good time regardless.
I guess I'm next. I'm at the top, so we'll first and foremost, I would love to thank the ICL for having me here, and Luke specifically. Thank you for reaching out and putting me on this week's. It was a lot of fun. This is my first time doing the late night show, and yeah, they were great debates, and talking to everybody, getting everybody's different perspective is awesome. I think super useful, not just for like myself, but the community and everybody watching, to get different perspectives and stuff like that. Shout out to my team, Inc, who will hopefully be in the ICL next season. I mean, Luke announced that we're going to be doing an exhibition, which is cool. So I'm excited for that. Our team is super excited for that, and we're really grateful for the opportunity. So
all right, you're done. You got 30 seconds.
Luke, you're the best. You're so handsome. You're so cool. You're the greatest.
He's got 30 seconds. You're stealing his time. Yeah, sorry. Hey, go.
Yeah. Okay. ICL. Everything Garrick said. Ditto. Illuminati TCG, Twitch. Illuminati TCG on YouTube. SSG. Southside Gaming. We got an event May 3rd. High stakes. Lorcana. Check it out. First of its kind. You got to be there or be square. We love you, and Luke, I love you too, buddy.
I heart you all too. I'll see you tomorrow. Man, you got that in 15 seconds. That was great.
Killed.
Legend.
Crushed it.
Professional. And the raid is off.